Alright, enough preamble. Time for the show. It's back to the Golden Horde. I am thoroughly enjoying playing this country, although, notably, we've barely passed any time, right? The game started in 1337. We've only passed 23 years, and we've been playing for something like 15 hours. Well, this staggering pace will surely continue. What can I say? There have been a lot of wars that have needed a lot of attention, and it hasn't been a lot of time where I can just sit back and speed 5 and watch my economy grow. We might have a fair bit of that today, though, because my focus today is internal. I want to finally make the Golden Horde stand up for itself a bit. You know, instead of just kicking the teeth out of everyone around me and taking their money, we're actually going to build up our economy, build up our RGOs, try to understand trade a little bit. I did spend some time poking at it last night, and just generally have a country that can rely on itself and not entirely on others. That said, we will continue to rely on others. Maybe rely is not the right word, but I will continue to take all that I can, because this is just free income. It's wonderful. Because I have purposefully gone and pushed myself into decentralization as much as I can, we have really good loyalty of our subjects, keeps our estates happier and whatnot as well. But the main thing is I want that happiness for my subjects, so that when I go into diplomacy, and I do manage my subjects, I go, well, would you look at that? Even Bulgaria, who I just kicked the snot out of, and Serbia, who I'm still buckling from the might of, they are so happy that they are willing to keep paying me and not even consider revolting against the Tatar yoke. It's a funny reversal of fortunes, right? The Russians I have not tributized, and all these other guys I have. There is one more tasty target that I want to force to lick my golden bits, and that is Hungary. We've clashed heads earlier over the establishment of Moldavia. Moldavia still exists, and Moldavia is tied to Hungary, but I like the idea that Bulgaria is taking a bite out of them. Hopefully Bulgaria continues to demolish Moldavia. But yes, I want Hungary paying me rent as well. I don't think there's a better time to do it. Thanks to Bulgaria and Serbia being my tributaries, I actually have military and food access to go and keep a supply line as I go down into there. Main downside is that you cannot reinforce your troops unless you bring them back to your own land. So any troops I bring in there, it's a long way back to replenish, so let's try not to lose wars. So that said, I might not even go down this way. What I might do is go through Moldavia so that I have a bit more of a direct route through. It also stops them just, you know, attacking me from here. It'll probably be a bit of a long war, especially knowing that Hungary is probably allied with Poland, right? They are allied with... nobody? I don't believe it. I still don't believe it. Let's have a closer look. There. Why is Poland getting involved? Maybe rather than an alliance, they have a defensive pact? I have not learned all of these icons yet. Hey, hang on. Hungary has been forced to annul treaties with Poland until 62. Why would Poland be called in? Well, they have a royal marriage with Poland. They're not in a union, are they? That's a Hungarian-Croatian union. What in the world is causing Poland to get involved here? We don't have Defender of the Faith again, do we? Yeah, Flo is thinking what I'm thinking. Defender of the Bleeding Faith. Ah, here we go. Poland is in a Union of Crowns pact with Hungary. Union of Crowns pact? Well, annul treaties doesn't seem all that important if they can just go, but actually, because we have a marriage, we're going to fight together anyway. Unfortunate, but that's okay. We've killed a few thousand smelly Poles before. We can put them in the ground again. I think vast swathes of Polish corpses caused the bubonic plague. Maybe we can make bubonic plague 2 at this rate. Poland, tell me more about what you can muster. They can muster 150 regulars and a fair chunk of whatever these things are called, levies. Hungary can also muster 150 regulars and have tons of levies. As long as I can engage levies in open field, we slaughter them. Things get very, very hairy the moment we take foot in hills or, God forbid, mountains. And it was a hilly fight that really gave me a hard time over in Serbia. And it was being stuck in a mountain that really gave me a bad bloody time in Georgia. We overcame, but just barely. I don't want it to be barely anything with Hungary. I want to smash them on open fields as I advance, which is exactly what I plan to do. Might not do it immediately, though. There are a few things that I want to iron out. Tributize Poland, make medieval golden curtain. Now, trust me, I'd be tributizing everybody I could, especially Italians, because they're nice and rich. Were it not for diplomatic capacity, which shows 0 right now. Let's give it a moment to update. I'll give the game a turn of a month. Initialize, please. There we go. Yeah, I'm way over diplo capacity. Hurts my crown power, hurts my prestige. Worst of all, hurts the loyalty of all my subjects. So we need to be careful about that. It's going to shoot up when covert actions and contact go away. I spent quite a while last stream agonizing over what these things were, but we did get it figured out. They are, if we can find it. Tabs within tabs. Yeah, at some point I took this covert actions choice in an event or something. I shouldn't have. Really shouldn't have. Diplomatic capacity is so important to me. And it didn't drop it by 1, it dropped it by much more than 1 because we have many modifiers on top of that. And then contact from this really weird Elephant Man event, which I still don't understand, but I've never taken that again. This is way too big a hit to take and for way too long. That was 10 years. Anyway, once those go away, my diplomatic capacity will go up again. And I'm okay being slightly over, especially if I get something nice and big like Hungary. But we do need to work on that. We also need to work on our relations with them. We're improving relations with Bulgaria and with Georgia. And we're building up a spy network in Smolensk because they have one of the last remaining Russian forts. Now, Russians are not allowed forts, so we're going to tear them apart. They are also allied. They have an important alliance, don't they? Yes, they're allied with... This icon is really weird. I know what it is, right? It's 2 hands clasping. But it's just, from a glance, just looks like nothing. The iconography should be immediately apparent. Like, this is good. Very clearly, boldly, 2 flags, good highlighting, good color usage, but this is just a lump. Anyway, brings in Muscovy and Vladimir. Worth noting that Vladimir is now head of the Union. What Union? Oh, man. Few things feel good or feel better than smashing a power that you know is going to rise historically. And Muscovy was just about to take off. They were attacking into Novgorod, and I'm fairly certain they would have expanded a fair bit and been a much harder thing for me to shut down. But by utterly curb stomping them, to the point where they had a revolt, and they chucked out the Rikavik, and now they've got Moskvasky? Christ. Russian silly words, anyway. Anyway, ousting Rurikovic from Moskva is great for me. Also destroying the fort is great for me. So I'm happy about that. Yeah, if you're in a fair fight, you're doing it wrong. No time for fighting fair around here. If only you'd introduced elephants to the steppes, you might have gotten elephant ballista units. If that event does appear again, we'll see what the Elephant Man is all about. So yes, I won't be gunning down Hungary just yet. I still have that Casus Belli on them for some time, right? Yeah, I've got it until 64. That gives me time to let my diplomatic capacity sort itself out. And I don't need that money right now, but I do want it. Who are your tributaries? An excellent question. Let's have another quick look. I have 19 subjects. And this, can it be ordered by subject type? Tax base, here we go, subject type. Vassals are Perm, a couple of minor tribes who I really wouldn't have a problem kicking out, but they barely cost me anything in terms of diplo capacity, and every so often they surprise me by bringing in an army. Turkey, for example, went and destroyed the Serbian army. I couldn't believe it, and they cost me virtually nothing. And it's because of that right there. Tribe, minus 75%. Same religion tribe on top of that. He loves it. Hang on, same religion? Tell me more. I just had a one of those things in my head. A thought. Being the same religion drops the cost of holding them by 10%, and I can enforce religion. Would that apply to a tributary? Do I have a Sunni tributary? I don't think I do. Either way, that's very interesting, isn't it? Country rank raises it, so go figure the likes of Georgia as a kingdom are raising it significantly. I like this. I like this a lot. So if I forced my religion, they'd actually become 10% cheaper each. Nice. We'll look into that in just a moment. But yes, Nagai is also my subject. They're currently about to become the Nagai Burghers. I hope they remain my subject after they do, because I can't seem to intervene in this. Well, it's just an estate. It's just an estate revolt, right? So they'll still be the same country. One can only hope. Anyway, tributaries: Bulgaria, Serbia, Georgia, Kiev, Halik, Bryansk, and Volhynia. Volhynia never have any bloody money for me. I don't know why. They're just so perpetually poor, whilst Halik continue to make loads of money united. Yeah, I can't believe the difference in income here. It's like 8 versus 41. I think Volhynia also have a bigger population. I have one fiefdom, which we still don't understand. If anybody can point out to me why a republic is a fiefdom for a horde, I'd love to know. But yeah, the colonial nations don't really give me money. But I have come to understand that I have been completely misappropriating the colonial nations. We'll take a moment in just a bit to look into them a bit better. Golden Horde run is going really well so far. Ignore the entire full screen of rebels. It is under control. Don't even consider that the Golden Slave Uprising. How much of my population are slaves? 41%. How many of my capital are slaves? 79%. Some concerning thoughts here. Oh, what about down in the coast? 90%. Yeah, no, you're not allowed to be Spartacus around here. Right, was there anything else I was considering looking into? There are a few changes that I want to make early on in my country. Let's start with Perm. Now that we've seen that religion impacts this was something I wanted to do anyway, but now that I've seen it, it'll make this cheaper. That's quite nice, assuming it does. Perm is not an expensive vassal. The reason I keep them as a vassal is it's just a nice big swath of land to have control of myself rather than having anybody else exert influence. Kind of blocks off expansion into Siberia in case anybody gets an idea. Does it? Is that actually true? That is actually true. Okay, fantastic. That silver and wild game and gold and stuff is surely to be mine when we ever figure out colonization. Can we figure out colonization? Anyway, that seems like a later thing. I don't want to do everything at once. I want to learn each bit nugget by nugget. Point is, Perm don't like me. How are they as a subject? They're a vassal. They're going to be near the top. They have quite a lot of loyalty. I'm just going to take a jump here, right? I'm going to open Diplo actions, subject actions, and I'm simply going to force them to be my religion. Oh, they're not in scutage either. Interesting. So forcing my religion will give them 100 liberty desire, and they'll be very unhappy. But I'm curious if they're actually going to do a good job converting things to Sunni. Looking at what they currently have, they are a pagan, Komi pagan. I think they're unique to being Komi pagan. Well, I'm afraid that needs to die out. Tell me more about this whack job religion of yours. Komi pagan is a European folk religion that allows slaves to work with raw materials. But aren't slaves always able to work with the raw materials? I mean, does that differ from, say, Sunni? Slaves can work with raw materials. There must be some religions which have specific things that slaves can and cannot do. Fascinating. What else does this Komi religion of yours do? It's cheaper to expand forestries for lumber. That seems irrelevant. And their attrition is lower. That's kind of nice. Anyway, point is you're not allowed to be that anymore. Let's try enforcing religion. I hope to hell this doesn't cause an international organization for the freedom of Perm, but if it does, I have no problem releasing Perm and then resubjugating them, because nobody cares about them. Boom. We get a bunch of Sunnis right off the bat, which is quite nice. We made sure that Perm follow the faith. Rebellious. Okay, it might be worth my time to assuage things by improving relations with them. Do we have any improved relations currently? No, not at all. These things will be a bit better now that we are both Sunni, but for now... Well, I can't do it for a month, but we will try to improve relations with the County of Perm. Rebels are like balloon. No need to worry until they've popped. Yeah, and when they popped, I've got an actual standing army to deal with them. We have pretty much tripled our starting army from the get-go. I'm happy about that, because it's really the only thing that fights worth a damn. Levies are just for sieges. These guys, they do the killing. And we've also learned, to our wonder and delight, that we can enslave other people's standing armies if we trash them in a fight. Right, let's talk about something that we haven't really been dealing with, and that is trade. I just went and slammed this automate trade button. By the way, there's probably going to be a lot of internal stuff going on, so if you're just looking for me to slash and burn, this might not be the episode for you until we get to Hungary. Markets. So I look at this screen and, you know, my eyes glaze over. There are numbers and icons, there are lots of numbers. What do they all mean? Why would I want any of this? It's difficult to chew on, isn't it? And I'm not entirely sure I really understand it just yet, but I think one of the main things I want trade to be doing is to fulfill my pop needs, because I don't make a lot of money on trade. You see a lot of nice things on trade and you think, ooh, if I trade this, I'll make 3 ducats a month. And then you look at trade income and go, why is it so low? Why is it so low? Because crown power affects trade income. So whilst I should be making 2 ducats here and 2 ducats here and 1.3 ducats here, my crown power is pathetic, so I barely make anything off of trade. Good to be centralized, I suppose. It stands to reason, right? We don't make money off of much of anything, so we'll have to do something about that. And what I'll do is not care about the money. I want that to fulfill my pop needs. The pops are very unhappy because they never get what they want. I'm mostly interested in how the pops feel here in my... well, everywhere actually, because pop satisfaction affects control. Yeah, quite a bit. It's the reason I'm getting nothing out of all of these provinces. I've already set it to automate, so part of me wonders why the automation isn't trying to fill those pop needs, so let's have a closer look. This isn't something I already know what I'm going to do with, by the way. I'm just largely spitballing here. Look at that. I have trade capacity completely unused, even though I've set market automation or trade to be automated. Is there some other automation that I'm not using here? Anyway, the market should be completely set for maximum automation, unless I do things myself. In some markets, I have pretty low... I've got pretty low market capacity, and capacity is what allows you to slurp the goods out of the market and bring them over to you. No, you set the automation to use 0 trade capacity. You reserved everything to be manual by you, and now you've changed that. So it seems. I don't remember setting it to be that, but oh well. Oh well, oh well. Are there any other places where market automation is not maxed out? It looks like it wants to be maxed out in most places. I don't know when or why I put it down to 0 in that other market. Anyway. I would like to think that they're bringing in all the goods that I need, but it looks like what the automation is doing is it's taking the most profitable trades rather than what my pops need. So maybe what I need to do is look at the biggest missing needs and see if we can import it. Now, I care quite a lot about my big markets. I suppose Kazan market, Astrakhan, and Ryazan markets are the really important ones. Maybe Kaffa as well. There are things like rice, pepper, clothes, books, and whatever. So what's the best way to approach this? Perhaps I look over here, we look at goods. Yeah, this seems like a better way. Look at the goods, see what we're missing, and see how we can import stuff. Apparently I have no trade capacity in the Kaffa market. Wait, is that true? How do I have no capacity in the Kaffa market when I own all these provinces? I can only assume it's because I don't own Kaffa itself. And I don't have boats, but I would have thought I'd have something here. Compare that to Astrakhan, where I have quite a lot of trade capacity. Interesting. Look at that one more time. I didn't think you need trade capacity to import it into the market that you're looking at, but clearly I don't know what I'm talking about. Market attraction, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Where do you see trade capacity at this point anyway? Maybe you need actual markets. Yeah, I probably do need to build actual markets. Yeah, I've got almost no trade capacity in Kiev as well. But Ryazan, I've got actual trade capacity. Where do we see that anyway? Where do we see our trade capacity? Temporary demand, stockpile. I've had enough of this song already. Where, oh where, do you see that? Maybe it's under countries. There we go. Yeah, we don't have anything giving capacity here. What little we get here is from one crummy little market village. But over in Astrakhan, we own the market center. That seems to be a big part of it. And the marketplace also good. Although the one in Astrakhan far better than Sarai for some reason. I guess the marketplace is just better on the market capital. Okay, you know what this tells me? This tells me that these folks over here in Kaffa are going to have to submit to me so that I can control the market. And that is something you can do in war. I wish I could take Kiev's market. Wait, why wish? Kiev? No, I can't force them to just give me their market, or can I? Request market access preference. But I don't have a market. Golden Horde gains market attraction in Kiev. What does that mean? It impacts how much of a pool a market center has in a location to make it part of its market. Surely I want things to be part of my market, not the other way around. Okay, but I guess if I want to just take the market center, I have to take it in a peace deal. Top left of that panel, the only button you didn't hover over. That panel. There have been a lot of panels. I can assume you mean market panel. Aha! Trade capacity in Astrakhan. No trade capacity whatsoever over in my own subject's place in Sarayuk. Maybe that was a good reason that I shouldn't have released them. Anyway, there are some markets over here where I have suspiciously small amounts of market power. And I'm pulling over God knows what. Since all these colonies love me, and they have no reason not to love me despite the no representation, I think what I should be doing to each of them is forcing them to give me trade diversion. Then I receive 50% trade capacity in each of these regions. That's pretty good if they have raw materials that I really want. Salt, fur, lumber, livestock. Not sure I need much of this. This stuff looks a bit better. We've got some clay, we've got some salt, beeswax and such. Might be good going to the colony of whatever. But it looks like they don't have much advantage over the lands that they have there. Anything else worth grabbing? Fur, iron, coal, lumber. You're a bit of a distance away, but maybe Cezanne is actually worth looking into. I don't think all these RGOs contribute when they're out in the beyonds. Omsk is pretty sizable. Alright, let's try this for a bit, right? I'm going to go to Omsk, and I am going to say that I want you to divert your trade to me. Blip. Now Omsk feel... I wish it showed their loyalty here. It's like a very important number to see, but we just see relations and trust. No, I need to see subject loyalty of my subjects. I want to see what that did for them. If we can sort it by here, they probably won't be that trusting of me. Yeah, Omsk did quite a hit there. Minus 33 from diverting trade and 20 from no representation. Well, they're never going to get representation and they're never going to be powerful, so I don't think that's too big of a deal, but I should keep a lazy eye on that. Maybe that is much too bad, considering... yeah, the minus 20 here from no representation makes this quite dangerous. I don't want them going disloyal. Concerning. Anyway, over at the market, that should give me a considerable boost in trade capacity. Now, what do I do with all that trade capacity? I want to go back to my market and see what can be done. Ignore owned trades and local trades. I need to see what my people need around here. There's a great need for many goods. I haven't figured out the best way to, look at exactly what people need, but we can take a look here at the Astrakhani market. There's a need for wheat, tea, fruit, and rice. Those seem to be the big ones. Pepper and cloves and pearls and ivory and incense. I mean, where am I going to get these from? But fruit, tea, wheat, these seem achievable. wheat seems like a very big thing to need. It seems like a very, very base good for things. So I want to import wheat into the Astrakani market from anywhere that has a surplus. And hey, Sarayuk. Where's this costing me trade capacity? I assume it's costing me trade capacity in Astrakhan. Interesting. It's also profitable, and profit is good. So I guess what I do is I bring in as much as I need. Now, how much do I need? And am I already bringing this in? Can I go back a bit? I need to bring in 0.96 wheat. That's going to bring in more wheat than I need. So do I drag this up to give me... Let's make it a nice round... Whoa. I was going to say nice round 1, but I guess 9-9 will do. If we lock that in, then huzzah, we're going to be importing that wheat. I'm going to assume that takes a little bit of time. They would also like some tea. Tea appears to be available nowhere. Fruit. We can grab in fruit from Nashpur. I guess I can give that a go. Maybe it automatically goes to what they need with 0.48. Well, that's not 0.48, but it does look to automatically give you the number that you need. Well, a number. Whatever, give me that. Oh, no rations? Oh, I don't like that. I was going to say, where are they going to get rice? Or why do they even want rice up here in the steppes? But it doesn't seem like I can actually grab any of these. Why is that? They have a glut of rice. We have no trade capacity in nothing. Can I free up some manual trade capacity? Get rid of the market automation? Because I do want this rice, right? Hey, there we go. Now I can take in some rice. I will concede I don't really understand what's going on here, but... whoa, I don't think I wanted that much. I don't know if that's going to work, and I'm not entirely sure what I've just done there, but maybe in a month or two we will end up with some of these goods and deal with some pop satisfaction. Let's try that in Kazan this time, shall we? Currently, what are we doing? We are in Kazan. We're importing sturdy grains and more sturdy grains. All we're doing is bringing in sturdy grains to Kazan. But Kazan sounds like it has a ton of needs. Fruit, furniture, pottery. Oh, sturdy grains. I can see why we're bringing those in then. Basically, I seem to severely lack power in my own markets. I still don't really understand what's going on there, but I think it might go part and parcel with me building up my economy and my RGOs so that I have more goods, and perhaps that will also aid me getting more market power. I'm having a hard time understanding that. We will return to that in a wee bit. There are some other things that I immediately want to do, though. See all these revolts? I haven't really looked into why they're having problems. So I spent a bit of time studying it, and now I think I understand a little bit more. Let's take Good Ryazan, for example. Demographics, a lot of nobility, but there's also a fair bit of dhimmi and tribes around here. And I couldn't help but notice that I just immediately automated all my taxes. We're going to change that. Because I think we can do a lot better than what the automation is doing. The automation just tries to make the estates 50% happy. But 50% happy is not always what I want. I mean, my tax income is pathetic. If I just don't tax the dhimmis at all, they become much, much happier, and I don't really pay anything for it. The commoners, I kind of really want their tax money, since they actually have money to give me. On the other hand, though, happy commoners are good for me. But they're already quite happy. The traders... I barely make any money off them, so why not just keep them happy? The ulama, once again, just keep them happy. The chieftains... Yeah, I don't even know why I'm taxing these people. They don't give me anything of any real tangible value. Just tax the commoners and keep the others happy. But it gets better than that. We can bribe the estates, and the amount that I have to bribe them... The only people I considered bribing was the chieftains, and I went, ugh, $100 dues. But it's different. I'm not sure if it says what this is based on, but I think it's based on the influence power people that they have. So, why don't I turn to people like the Dhimmi and give them virtually no money to make them very happy? Well, a good question is, why would I do that? And if I'm not mistaken, the Dhimmi are a big reason that these slaves are revolting. Also, that's what this icon was. I was wondering why this icon was attached to them. I think that's because they're part of the Golden Slave Uprising. And I certainly don't want 30,000 people in my capital, population 42,000, rising up. So, how do I know a bit more about these guys? Yeah, how do I know a bit more about these guys? I swear there is somewhere I can see what I'm trying to see here. That's it. They belong to the Dhimmi estate. So, if the Dhimmi is unhappy, they're unhappy. But if the Dhimmi are happy, they are happy. Starting to see where this is going? That's right, we're going to piss the Dhimmi off as much as possible. I was wondering why people weren't bloody converting. It's because we have Abrahamic communities giving minus 100% pop conversion speed. These people, I'm forcing them to convert, and the Dhimmi are saying, oh, no. I really should have looked through all the different estate privileges that we've given out. This privilege cannot be allowed to stand, and it has to be revoked. It's not really even caring about power and happiness. I just really, really don't want this. Losing tolerance of heathens is quite bad. I'll try and find some way else to get that. Unrest is whatever. I actually want to convert my populace, so this is being revoked. They are notably unhappy, but we can just bribe them. Because they're so small and pathetic, I'm just going to bribe. You know, oh no, not 0.7 of Serbia's ducats. How will I ever recover? I just max them out, it doesn't cost me anything. There we go. So now we've managed to pull that back, and the Dhimmi are still happy. Maybe I should consider if I wanted to pull something else here. But I don't mind them getting a bit of power. I mind them having things that make me weaker. They make the nobles unhappy, but they make my cabinet more effective. That's probably not worth having. The Dhimmi levy size is just whatever. We can revoke those at our leisure later on. I had a revolt yesterday. Civil wars are not nice. A lot of pops die. Come on. We'll get more pops. Besides, they were only slaves. Let's consider the tribes as well. Tribes give us levy. Tribes give us not a whole lot of much. Yeah, I don't think I even noticed the tribes. I just saw all this and I didn't even think to scroll down. The tribes don't make up much of my population. They must be all the rural-like people. But they need even less money to make them happy. Revoking any of these would be very, very easy. But tribal levy size and... what does this even do? Actually nothing. So I should give them privileges. Anything that helps me out is worth giving them, because they just don't have any power at all. For example, the ability to expand my farming sounds pretty good. I do have to pay in Horde Unity, and I think if I give these, yeah, it makes the other estates less happy, but that's okay. The chieftains are the main ones that's a bit but that's why I've dropped taxes. So being able to expand my farming, which I'm going to be doing a lot of today, seems very, very good. Tolerance of heathens, I also want that, because I just dropped it down. And tribals in the cabinet and decentralization? Believe it or not, I want my country to be decentralized, so I might just give them all of these. Oh, I don't like the chieftains hating that one, though. They're not too fond of this either. Well, the chieftains are never bloody happy, are they? Anyway, I'm going to give you pastoral access. I'm going to ensure that we have tolerance of heathens. And I'm going to consider doing tribal cabinet, because I do really like that decentralization. Chieftains are going to be cheesed off. I think I'll leave that be for now. Seems weird to want decentralization in a Europa game. Also, now I figured out what the max is here. Your maximum is based on how hard you're pushing in one direction. So our cap of 0.42 is because we're pushing only 0.42-ish in that direction. You seem to have given a lot of tribal land over to subjects. Now, that's probably a big part of it. Works for me, though. Right, the Dhimmi. Wait a second. Weren't the tribes really happy at some point? I thought I gave them all of this to make them happy, but yeah, let's keep them super happy while we're at it. The chieftains are a touch unhappy. I'm not sure if I want to give them 100 ducats just to make them happy, because their equilibrium is going to be really high due to me no longer taxing them. I will eventually want to pool one of their privileges as well. Not the primacy of the nobility. This one's really, really good. But something else. Probably only nobility as leaders. Because when they're leaders, they also get more influence. And I do use them as leaders because they're the only ones, apart from me and my family, I think. Alright, not bad. Not bad at all. Contemplating if there's anything I want to do for the common people, but, well, I certainly don't want to bribe them, that's for sure. Alright, but that will undo the negatives that I got from pulling out the Dhimmi. I'll be able to convert now at long last. Maybe I should have taken a closer look at these monthly conversion numbers, although why are they so low? Monthly conversion of 2 when I have a population of 42,000? It's quite a bit. Quite a bit. Did you put down those upstarts in the Rus? Yes, I did. People have been saying, oh, the Rus are still there. You don't understand the damage I have done to them. They are still in the yoke, of course. I have removed all of their fortifications. They cannot hope to stand up against me. Because if they decide to, even if all of them bundle together and attacked me, what are they going to do? I'm going to kill them, and I don't have to siege down any forts. Forts are the problem. Like, if I have to sit around sieging a fort, that's all the more time that they can go and ravage my lands. But I am faster, stronger, and I fight on glorious open terrain. So yeah, they don't stand a chance. Smolensk notably has a fort, which is why we are currently building a spy network to go and put them in their place. Oh, I see all the Musco that is now golden. Yeah, so I'm very satisfied with what happened with Muscovy. I tore apart this land just so I could get an access into Tver to go and ruin them, because Tver ate a bunch of Novgorod. But the main damage was tearing apart the fort in Muscovy and kicking them out of their own Rurikovic organization. Now Rurikovic is only in Vladimir with Kostroma by his side, so, and again, no forts. So it's nothing. Russia is shattered. Russia will never become anything. It's just there for me to periodically plunder and enslave if I need to, so I can focus my attention elsewhere, and that elsewhere has of course been on making my new subjects around here to pay me loads of money, more than the Rus ever could. There's no money to be made from the Russians, but the Georgians, how? Where do they come up with all this money? Wait, Serbia needs to be put in scutage. Well, when I get a free diplomat, I will be sure to go and tell Serbia, good news, in exchange for not joining my wars, you pay me more money. Alright, what else was I focusing on? Hopefully, I really hope that by improving the Dhimmi's happiness, the Golden Slave Uprising will die away. And that might even improve control, because control is highly affected by people's satisfaction. And now that I've actually made the Dhimmi happy, look at that, satisfaction of plus 79. So that satisfaction should go up, and then they're going to no longer be part of the revolt. That is the hope, at least. I see sea zones in the Caspian Sea. Have you landlocked navy now? I don't have an answer to that. I do see a port here, and I'm pretty sure at one point when playing I sieged a coastal capital of an inland sea, and it did get a bonus to the siege that you need to blockade them to deal with. Plus, look, a little boat, which is apparently a horse. Oh, it's the trade of a horse. Hey, it's my trade. Sweet. Well, if there's one thing we do have around here, it's livestock and horses. I wish clicking on one would highlight them, but if you want to highlight them, you have to go here. Tell me about horses. Horses for courses. Nice. Horses operating boats, what's the world coming to? Well, they have to double for a lot of things because we don't have much of an internal economy. Right, before I do anything, what I want to do is try improving this in Sarai. I need to do something with all these bloody slaves. And I imagine what I need to do is create jobs for people to promote into so that the slaves can at least become peasants, and at least peasants can move around. So we're trying to make soldiers around here. We're trying to make burghers around here. We have too many laborers. Maybe I should create some jobs for them. Fruit orchards sound pretty good. I don't want to spend all my time focusing on myself because I do need this money to go and destroy Hungary. But for now, I couldn't help but notice that fruit is something that always seems to be in demand around here. You know, look at that. Fruit is right at the top of the Kazan demands. It's there on the Astrakhan demands. So if I were to go and build... do it from here. Buildings. If I want to have fruit orchards, which I assume is the only real way to get fruit, unless it's an RGO somewhere. I'm certain it is. In fact, there it is. But we only have one fruit place. Do we have people spare for this? Tribesmen. Lots of peasants. And it's not free to build up this RGO. I'll build up one of it, though. Come on, I'm not a monster. Why was that so expensive, by the way? The Kaffa market, inflation, the lumber costs, and a base of 50. Why was the wool so cheap, then? Lumber is very cheap over here. Well, that's good to know. Still, the question arises, if I want to add fruit around here, it just seems like a low-hanging fruit to do to test my waters and building up before we do it more wholesale. Fruit has to be done through building fruit orchards. And if I want to do it in the Astrakhani market, these are all the places that the game thinks are worth doing. Very plain-looking screen, isn't it? But I should certainly do it in places where I have good control, so doing it around here seems like a good idea. Alright, I'm gonna build up here, here, here. I can build one in Sarai, right? I think so. Did I just build one? If I get rid of this control thing, I like the screen that I had just moments ago. Yeah, there we go. It doesn't think this is a good place to build it. Whatever. Let's just try expanding the fruity operations when it's nice and cheap. I don't want to spend all my money. We'll build a few and then see how that works out for me. Like I said, not a system I'm familiar with in the game, but I need to build familiarity one way or another. I don't think this will make me much income. It'll be better here because I actually have control. But the main thing is I want my pops promoting, and I want the goods in market to satisfy pop needs. So this really isn't about money. It'll eventually be about money, but it ain't right now. Okay, I don't think I have to worry about too much. Let's unpause and continue to very slowly move forward in this campaign. Also, don't pay an army if I don't need to. And I don't need to. God, it's so nice having actual income, and I'm going to have even more when I tributize Hungary. Pretty slow dealing with Smolensk. You just go and hang out in Ryazan. Sadly, the Golden Slave Uprising is still uprising, or rising up. They really don't like that I forced them to convert, even though they've barely done any conversion. But let's go see if the turn of the month changes things for them. Well, it's not going up as fast. Power of support has actually gone down. We've now researched something. Unemployed slave promotion. Good, I want those slaves promoting out of being slaves. Minting threshold goes up so I can make more money. We gained a core, excellent. There was something I was agonizing over last stream, and we finally figured it out. And it was a group effort. There was something that I saw and I thought, oh, that's cool, I'm having it. And it was Peasant Levy. Unlocks Peasant Levy. And I looked at it and I was like, what is this? Could never figure it out. I like the look of it because I thought, 2% of valid pops being Peasant Levy. I thought maybe I can turn my slaves into levies. You know, what's a valid pop? Hopefully more than just peasants, despite the name. Unfortunately, this is a law, a levy law. Levy laws are only available to monarchies. So I can't make use of this. Khanate is not a monarchy. So that's a bit sad. I wasted my research on that and can't actually use it for anything. And it's a dead end as well, didn't unlock anything further. So yes, I'm a little bit saddened about that. In the meantime, subject opinion, I'm not keen on that, but I want literacy, I want horde unity, I want satisfaction. Might not care that much about satisfaction, actually. Is there anything better that I could go for? Because if I just don't tax much, then satisfaction is not a big deal. Is there anything that's even available to me? Aside from these. If I go for diplo annexation cost, I get cost of court. I don't really care. Maybe that's still worth going down because this stuff takes a while to pay off, surely. RGO size, yeah, whatever, but what do I want out of this, really? Trade range. I certainly want more literacy. More literacy, more research, more better. Ramadan, make people eat less food. Diplomatic reputation, improve relations, subject income. Is that the money I make off of them, or just the amount of money they make overall? It increases the amount of money they pay. That does sound pretty fun and funny. War score cost reduction also sounds good. Unfortunately, I need my navy morale and my blockading to go first. All nice to consider, but we'll finish our existing stuff first. Wow, those Nagai Patriots are almost going away entirely. Power of support is way low. Probably because they all love me now. Yeah, by and large, a lot of these have gone away due to lack of support. Alright, excellent. I'm interested to see if my control is going to grow any around here. Maximum control 0. Okay, good to know where we stand. But look at that, maximum control of 2%. 2% is infinitely more than 0%. How about along here? Still 14. Still 14. There will be roads at some point. There might even be roads today, especially if I can get a parliament movement to reduce the cost of them. That would be great. Maybe the warriors should hit the books. Speed up the research. Yeah, road building will help control. I don't think it's worth the money now, but it will eventually. No, you're not allowed my bloody money. This says we lose diplomatic reputation. I have never noticed my diplomatic reputation going down from this. Still gets declined. The Haji. Every able-bodied Muslim man and woman need to go on the Haji. Make our way to Mecca. Does Mecca really await? The Alama will become even less happy. What was our stance on the Alama? They don't cost that much. I mean, it's cheaper to go on this. I hope I don't die en route. We are 49, which is absolutely ancient. The Guy Burgers appear to be winning, or have won. Notably, they are not my subject. Oh, but the Emirs of Nagai still exists up here. It's a shame I can't get involved in this. Hey, this is great! We love going to Mecca. We made it there pretty quickly. Wasn't that journey meant to take months? Diprep shown on the Diplo screen. It's not. Yeah. I keep thinking this is my Diplo stuff, but it's not. Diprep is right here. Does it look like it went down? I sure don't see it going down from not giving somebody money that they ask for. The Hajj is over. We gain opinion. Oh, that includes my Muslim subjects. We gain prestige. And you know who else is a subject of mine? Perm, who I want to improve relations with, but I'm having a hard time getting diplomats. On the plus side... Whoa. Did I miss a vote on this? Maybe the vote thing popped up. There are just too many things up here. I do not want possible defense on our defensive league. I want it to be an implicit defense. And I would have to spend prestige and stuff if I wanted to debate it. Damn, they managed to hoodwink me. Maybe it popped up and I didn't notice, but was there a law change thing popping up here? Maybe. Anyway, perm. Ugh, they're going to see the funny side themselves. I really don't think perm's going to revolt based on this. Nah, they'll be fine. What I really need to do is go to anybody who's not paying me maximum ducats and change that. Like Serbia. Hey, Serbia, I'm going to need you to give me more money. Thank you, please. Actual, tangibly more money. Turns out the Golden Horde is an intense starting nation. I don't know if you're being sarcastic there or not, but it's rude to assume that you are being. It is quite intense because it's so looming, right? Those Russians, I might have absolutely curb-stomped them, but they were moments away from completely outclassing me. Muscovy had unionized a lot of them under the Rurikovics. He had a fairly good alliance, and they had a lot of forts. So the fact that I came in at the right moment and squished them into jelly was brilliant. Otherwise, I was going to have my encounter at a bridge situation. Or was it a river? The breaking of the Tatar yoke. And I couldn't be having that. RGOs missing employees. Yeah, I'm curious about that thing in Sarai. So we just built up the wool. It looks like they're going to promote 31 per month. What about these slaves? So I got 33,613 of them. And at the turn of the month, I still have 33,613. I really wish I could understand how these bloody things work. Also, the Ryazan Orthodox slaves are no longer part of the Golden Slave Uprising. It just lost a lot of its backing. Oh, excellent. Jake playing on Iron Man mode? I am not. We're not save scumming, so it doesn't really make any odds to me. But I do want to be able to tinker with things to explore. And I don't trust this game one bit not to have day one issues. You ever play a game on an Iron Man mode and find that your save becomes unplayable, or it crashes, or some bug causes it to become unplayable? I really don't want to lose out like that. I don't want to take the risk of losing out like that, I should say. Maybe slaves can't promote by default. I'm quite certain that they can. Quite certain. Now I'm getting concerned. Maybe there is a reason that they can't. I did, and it's all good, says Highflex. Oh, very good. See, it looks some of them gained social status and adopted a different social class. But I don't see the numbers changing, so I don't know what to make of that. Maybe it's 100 demotions a month. Demote to peasants is not demote to slaves. And I think it's been at this number for a long time, though. 33,613. 3696 over here as well. Wish I could make sense of it. Curiously, what do you make over in Soldaya? Just fish. Not a lot of profit from expanding the fish operations. It says 95 demoted and 95 promoted, so effective change 0. Wonder how I can stop the... Yeah, how are they becoming slaves then? Yeah, look at that. They became... 92 became slaves. I have no idea how to not make this an equilibrium. Yeah, and they can't migrate, so what can I even do with them? Births? Oh god, born a slave. What a horrifying thought. Hey Jake, do you anticipate playing a lot more of this game? I anticipate playing many hundreds of hours of this game. If not thousands. Because I think, from what I've seen so far, it's even better than EU4. And EU4 was the mainstay of the channel for a long time. But currently I'm still learning the game, which is why things are going very, very slowly. That and I'm just a slow player, huh? Contemplating that perm situation, I mean... I don't like the risk of them trying to become independent, but I don't like the idea of wasting diplomats either. That said, it's a fair bit until our spy network is going to give us a casus belli on Smolensk. I know there are rebel uprisings, so you don't need to tell me. Same with Pops with Needs. Wow, Yaroslav actually really kicked some ass and absorbed some more. That's okay though, because as long as they don't have forts and they don't have good standing armies... In fact, I don't even mind them having standing armies these days. Because you know what we do with standing armies? We enslave them, and then they fight for us for 30% cost. But yeah, Smolensk is also going to mean more destruction of Tver and Yaroslav. It's tempting to even tell Tver to give the land back to Novgorod, because I would actually like Novgorod to be a bit stronger. I don't want the risk of Sweden coming in here, for example. In fact, well, is that so bad? I mean, imagine a Swedish tribute to me. I'm imagining that. No. There are only so many tributaries I can have. My diplomatic capacity is limited. Wait, wasn't it at 10 earlier? What? What happened there? People who pay more attention to my own game than me. I could have sworn I was at diplomatic capacity 10 out of 8. Or 10 out of 7, rather. Now I'm at 8. Do Jake's EU4 runs have a lot of Speed 5 madness, or do we usually play slower here? Not a lot of Speed 5 madness, because I like to be ponderous about what I do. But because I don't understand this game, I don't want to Speed 5 and miss something. I want to take some time, chew, understand, and then that will allow me to play much faster later. No, it wasn't about spy stuff. Oh, we got our embassies set up, though. That's really nice. Yeah, the embassies are going to help my capacity a fair chunk, and I would like to have more of them. But even so, the amount being used by others has gone down. I do want to double check that Perm actually went down. Yeah, Perm went down by 10%. Meaning, if I forced Georgia to be Sunni, they would also go down. That said, I don't want to do that if it's just going to break the country apart and make them pay me less money, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to do that to a tributary. I think you were at 10 used relations, which is why you're over capacity. Either that or you forgot about in the covert actions again. No, the covert actions is still there costing me. And covert actions is something from an event. An event caused this. We can see it somewhere. Pretty sure this is not something that was done to me as part of a spy action. This is something we did, or something we chose in an event. And we certainly never should have. The Philosopher's Stone. I think I saw this in CK3. Research to turn lead into gold. Search for the Philosopher's Stone, or say you're all a bunch of fools. Ugh, it's only money, but this is the kind of thing where you know, if you know how these can go, it's probably worth doing. But it does seem very foolish. We changed towards traditionalist. We're already traditionalists. Wait, no, that's not true. We are actually trying to become innovative. And I do want to be innovative, so I really can't afford to take that. Work on disease might help my population some way, somehow. I think one of the things for playing Speed 5 in this game is if you're playing as a non-Horde, it can be a bit of a pain to get Casus Belli. So you would want to speed up the game a fair bit, but we have access to Casus Belli. It's a shame we have to spy network for it, but it's still an option. I should also consider who else I want to fight, or is it just Smolensk and then Hungary? I think it's just Smolensk and then Hungary. Get them before they start thinking about making other alliances. It's going to be a big war anyway, but it should be the last big war before we really focus internally, because the money I get out of Hungary should be pretty damn good. By the way, you sure you don't want an alliance? Because I want an alliance. If I didn't have this likely target of a coalition, they would take me. Serbia, Bulgaria, Wallachia, but Byzantium? And this is all because of antagonize, right? Why do you think my own subjects are going to do that to me? I'm never going to get Serbia out of that. It feels weird that he's going to count my own subjects towards that, but such is what he's doing. Should I curry favors with the man? Like, I would really, really like this alliance with the Ottomans. Not for their strength, just to kind of make sure they're not going to be a problem down the line. Of course, they could always break the alliance, but for now... Ottomans trust. Trust seems to be a good part of that. But do we even have trust? That's favors, not trust. That is trust. Diplomatic reputation, same religion is causing trust. I'm not very familiar with how to build up trust. It'll increase favors, da-da-da, but favors are used for certain things, aren't they? Tell me more, because these favor actions were added after I'd finished off with the U4. Do something, unbalanced, loss of trust. Trying to think of a way that I can deal with this. When do we get guns? We're going to need advancement to the professional army, which we don't have yet. What can I do here? The opinion is almost as high as it can go. I can become stronger, of course, but I guess I should just make do with the fact that we already have this. I mainly want it for defense. I can't imagine wanting to use the Ottomans on an offense. Alright, Sarai, how are your buildings looking? Good to see that the wool is just immediately getting plucked by all of my slaves. My Riazani slaves, no less, who are significantly happier with life, but the pagan ones are unhappy. Why is that? Commoners don't have tremendous amounts of happiness with me because I actually tax them. What if I didn't tax the commoners? Let's consider that for a moment. The commoners will become incredibly happy. I barely lose any money. You know what? I think we might just be enjoying some happy commoners. Because the taxes to me are meaningless. I make my money off of other countries. We should live off the fat of others. And if I really, really need money, we can start taxation when we're at war. Might seem daft to keep investing in stability, but I want 150 stability once we're finished off with these wars. Because I need to rein in the chieftains. I got rid of the absolute worst things the chieftain had earlier. And that was... what in the world was it? This one, banal lordship. Max control down, pop joining up, serfdom up. I'm glad that's gone. Look at that! Actual control in my uncontrollable wastes. Oh, life is good if you're a horde. The Golden Horde. Why tax our people when we can tax other people? Exactly. I need to make it clear that living in the Golden Horde is good for you, whether you're a slave or not. It's all about the propaganda. And hey, if you don't want to be a part of our country, we will drag you here free of charge. You don't have to pay. Yeah, Spy Network takes a fair bit of time on Smolensk, so it's probably going to be a couple of years. Fortunately, though, that Casus Belli I have is good until 64, which is about when I plan on using it. Ah! Idiot! Our unwanted child. Yeah, it appears that the unwanted child is an idiot. I am shocked. I hope my heir daughter is actually making some babies real soon. How old are you? 17. Come on. Prime breeding age. Get to it. Philosopher's Stone. Not a complete waste. Gives me medicants. Whoa. The Astrakani market gets a whole lot and I get research progress? And it didn't push me towards non-innovative? Not a fruitless endeavor. The workshop is littered with unrelated but useful research. And the chieftains are ever so happy. Man, life is good for the Horde. Really good. You know, I can see how this game would lack an appeal with the people that really liked EU4. It feels more thoughtful and laborious. Maybe there is a way to play the game such that it's a lot more bang, 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 you know, expand fast, super blob. But I really like the halfway house between Victoria's sitting doing nothing but watching paint dry and EU's actual taking actions. It's a really nice blend and I like it a lot. Now, how in the world do these temporary goods, because I assume they are temporary, how does that work? They got added to the market, but what is that doing? So it was gems. We just got this huge amount of gems. Is the idea that I could export those gems? Well, maybe. I mean, I could... I have no idea. I'll leave it to automated. I want to understand trade, but we'll save it until after we're done with war and we focus internally. Hey, Jake, can you check your embassies? Yeah, I want to see if I can make more. But can I see... Yeah, it lifts Fog of War, doesn't it? Wait, is that my embassy? think I built an embassy in Kiev. That's a bridge. Wonder where one checks their embassy. Temple, cathedral, scriptorum. This will show me where they are, right? Embassy. Yes. Embassy where? It doesn't want to say. Perhaps I can see it if I go to the building screen and I go for one embassy, please. And it says, oh, hey, I can put another one over here. And I do want to. Yeah, anything that increases my ability to have more diplomatic whatsits. Because that means more tributaries and more money. But where did I already build them? Build one over here? Embassy, yes. Does it say that it is mine? Yes. It remembers owner, just like Vicky. So what's happening here? We're employing 10 nobles. 10 of their nobles, no less. I wonder if I have to pay for this. Probably. I should look into if this costs me anything. Oh. Oh, it does. One paper, this amount of jewelry. 20% of the cost is taken by the country. What do you mean by that? So that's costing 3, 4 and a bit. Golden government pays that much, huh? Embassies require jewelry for maintenance? It seems so. Got to put on a show. So where does that come in? Ah, buildings. Embassy, 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 embassy. Right, I understand. Speaking of market control, I wouldn't mind seizing control of the Kaffa market. I also wouldn't mind seizing control of this city. Because they produce wine, and if I'm not mistaken, my people want wine, because I can't import wine as a Sunni country, right? Alright, no longer shows the things that people want. I am tempted, though. Very tempted to go in and just take this city. Then again, if I just leave it be, Theodora is going to build it up for me. I don't think it's at any risk of falling out of my possible possessions. But yeah, I'm interested in taking this off of you. My issue with declaring war with you is that Genoa is your overlord and Bohemia would get involved. Might be difficult for me to project my power that far. We'll wait and see if anything happens. Maybe you'll get integrated or bugger off one way or another. What about the city on the estuary of your main river? Don, I think. The River Don? Or do you mean Astrakhan? I'm unsure what you're getting at with regards to it, though. It would be very nice to have my own little land around here so I can exert influence over the Italians, but all in due time. You mean on the Black Sea? You mean over here in Soldaya? I don't really know what to do with this place. It's sitting here with very little control. Maximum control not high. Satisfaction surprisingly low. Why is satisfaction so low? Oh, hold on. There are 5 of you guys. Other ones want to rebel. Because the Orthodox hate the Sunnis. But come on, I'm building up my tolerance of orthodoxies. At least the Dhimmi like me, although... Yeah, they are going back down to a lower value. I should probably just periodically pay the tribes and pay the Dhimmi, just to keep them happy. Keep my people not wanting to revolt and working for me. Yeah, it's really nice how rivers affect control. Very neat. Otherwise, I would have no control whatsoever over here in Astrakhan. I probably will build a road, try and centralize things and up control a bit better. All in due time. What was that clang, anyway? Rebel movements are to be expected. Unprofitable buildings are just whatever. RGOs missing employees will always be the case. And I think that's actually good. You know, I want them to be missing employees so that people promote into them. Otherwise, I can't think of anything that I really need to do right now. My army is currently sizable enough to deal with the threats. The almost non-existent threats. Yeah, that thing's just going to keep popping up when new places become unprofitable, isn't it? There's mention of automated armies. I think that's right down here. Not sure if it automates the fighting for you, though. Not as far as I can tell. Oh, maybe on the army themselves? Now that would be cool. Just tell them to go and fight. What do we have here? We've got replace and remove general. Balance. Are they balanced? Well, they're more balanced now. Detaching the support, allowing, scorching my earth, autofilling, recruiting to army. There's an icon to the right of the army name. Select objective. But maybe there's something else. I can't see it, but maybe it is there. Ah, this is what it is. Carpet siege. Defend coast. Repatriate. Suppress rebels. Nice. I wonder if they split up to do carpet sieging. I thought I was offline. Go away. Hold that thought. It doesn't want to let me go offline. How can this be? Alright, well, enough of that. Wait, I've got a better idea. E5, properties. Oh well, never mind. Let's carry on. Yeah, how could Steam betray me like that? I just want to go offline. Hold on, maybe I need to tab out of the game. Go into Steam proper. Open up friends and chat, and then go offline. There we go. Signed out of friends and chat. Good. That's probably going to look really bad to the guy messaging me. How are you? Offline. I completely missed what showed up there, but I think it was an advancement. Still eyeing up Hungary. Yeah, you have no idea how much I'm licking my chops at the thought of having them as a tributary. And now that my diplomatic capacity is shot through the roof, and it's going to shoot up even more, maybe I shouldn't only set my sights on Hungary. Have I considered how much more I could be? What the hell happened to Poland? Polish nobles? They might not get involved in this war then. They almost won't get involved in the war. The civil war is minus 50, but unfortunately they trust each other so much. I think I should go to war with Hungary right now. I've got the diplomatic capacity to put them in their place. Start paying that army. Start paying for those forts as well, just in case they manage to get the reach around on me. Get my army recht doen to here. I will probably surge in and kill Moldavia. Moldavia is still your subject, right, Hungary? Wait, why not? Ah, yes, there we go. And their army is erect for some reason? Or is this just showing what they could have? Because I'm pretty sure Moldavia doesn't have regulars. No, it doesn't. Hungary does, though. Hooey! Yeah, I think we need to declare the war on Hungary. I have the diplomatic capacity to put you in your place, and I will. We're continuing to improve relations with the subjects that matter. Why am I not doing it with Georgia? Did I actually manage to get Georgia up to a good relation? Absolutely not. I tried, but it looks like I stopped trying after a while. What about Bulgaria? I am once again trying, and it's going nowhere fast. Our tributary overlord is a big minus. That's quite funny. That explains why it's difficult to make Kiev, Volhynia, and the others like me. Difficult, but not impossible. Alright, that's vassal. This is tributary. That's really funny. We hate you. We inherently hate the Golden Horde. I wonder if it's even worth trying to improve relations further with Georgia. Let's have a look at that. Oh, wait, I am currently... Wait. Bulgaria, Georgia. I never started on Serbia. Oh, that's a mistake. Boom. Let's try and rectify the situation there. Adding Hungary to my pile of tributaries is going to make all the other tributaries start thinking, aren't we strong enough to rise up? We're even more oppressed than gamers right now. We need to rise up against the Golden Horde. So I need to make sure they don't have thoughts like that by keeping them in their place. So, Mr. Jake, I hear you left a good review for your former company. What a rarity. Oh, I have plenty of good things to say about working for Paradox. I still left, but that wasn't by being pushed away. That was by being pulled by the prospect of working for myself. I'm not saying there was no reasons not to work for Paradox anymore. The place was becoming more and more corporate, which was not really what I went into from the get-go. You know, there was all this talk about how becoming a publicly traded company won't change us, but bull crap. But even so, that's not the main reason for me to want to leave. So I have many positive things to say and many positive feelings about being there. And even when I left, I was sitting down with the studio manager, and he said to me, well, you know, we really don't want you to leave, but if you ever came back, as long as I'm studio manager, there will always be a place for you here. And I thought, oh, that's nice. And he was swiftly replaced as the studio manager. So. Yeah, I checked in just like a few months later. It's like, yeah, he doesn't have that position anymore. Okay, well, good to know. But as long as he holds that position, I will always have a place at Paradox. Anyway, let's not forget that was, like over 6 years ago now? I've been away from Paradox for longer than I ever worked there. So any harm I have done, they've had more than enough time to rectify. And I mean, really, what I should have done in Paradox is just been locked inside the streaming booth. Shouldn't have been making games, should have just been making entertainment. Anyway, speaking of making entertainment, those Hungarians, they need to die, honestly. Good heavens, it's the best thing that can happen for them and happen for me. But more than anything, they need to pay. I've spent too long paying Hungarian taxes willingly, going through their god-awful systems here in this country. Now can finally be the day that they pay me. I'm still, you know, hoping that that Poland wouldn't want to join in, but it looks like trust is just so big. So how's this going to play out? I'm going to declare the war. Yeah, no kidding. I think we just go offensive. I'm going to raise some levies to do the sieging for me, and I will offensively push in here. I think I'll leave the levies to besiege Soroka. I'll have my army go and take enough of these provinces that I can have vision on what's going on. Yeah, it's going to do that annoying thing where it changes capital location in a province, isn't it? That's really horrifying. I really hope it gets fixed at some point. But yeah, in a time like the present, time for you to die. All the Scottish commentary is so much fun about the dev clash. Yeah, it'd be nice to join up with Chris, you know, do one last hurrah of dev clashing. But I don't think that'll happen. I don't even know what Chris is up to these days. Alright. Time to die. The wonderful thing about Make Tributary is it's a flat 60 cost in War Score to make a tributary. So it doesn't matter if they're France or if they are the minor tribe of Taki. It always costs 60. Let's not make sure that Poland is called in like that. Just declare the war. Get to work. Take Buda. It's going to be a big operation to take Buda. Now, Poland, you sure you don't want out of this war? They're really sure. I wonder how they're actually doing against the Polish nobles. Oh, the Polish nobles don't stand a chance because Hungary got involved there. But it might mean they're too busy to deal with little old me. Maybe I should just go straight for the jugular, start sieging this down. And then I will raise my levies. Ugh, please. Please stop honing in the capital for this map mode. It's not what I open it for. I know where my capital is, even though this can be a very difficult to read map mode. Just grab all the levies from around here. There's no need to ravage my entire country for levies. The main job of these levies is to siege for me. And remember, levies cannot reinforce. Although they can be re-recruited alarmingly quickly. Maybe, just maybe I should grab provinces along the way. I mean, their capital here is Tuzara. Yeah, quickly and swiftly take Tuzara before moving on. Because it's important to me to see what my enemy is doing. I'm much faster than my enemies. My horses move far faster than them. And even some of my levies are horses. In fact, we can check that, right? Here's a peasant levy, and he moves at 2.5. Horde militia, 3.5. You're damn right. And then my horse archers, yeah, they're at the 3.5 as well. Good to be fast. Although, I will admit, peasant levies are faster than I thought. Just grab all of you, because your job is to take Soroka. Now, I would love to give you a leader, just in case you get caught out and have you actually perform in battle. Actually, I could put a member of my estate, my crown estate, on that. And then it'll actually make me seem a little bit better than I am. Yeah, I gotta get that sweet crown power. In command of my crappy levies. Peasant levies are very light because they don't own anything. You've seen them charge in with that pitchfork, right? I can't be the only one that saw that. I was laughing my bits off at it, no less. Alright, that means this is going to switch over, but I have to be careful here. This is almost certainly a bug, but when you raid a capital location, then it's going to change the capital location, and then these all get recaptured, which is horrifying and annoying. But yeah, Iasi is by far the largest here, so I'm going to take Iasi and then just act as a guard for my levies. Levies do the siege, I do the killing. And you better believe I do the killing. I'm not accidentally finding myself at war with some of my own tributaries here, am I? That's something I need to tread gingerly about. These people could make diplomacy that make my further expansions more difficult, which is why I wanted to strike Hungary before they start making, I don't know, defensive pacts with Bulgaria and Serbia in the name to resist the Auto-Turk. I don't know, but let's not run those risks. And let's also consider the lands here. It's all flat until I hit the Carpathians, which is why I might not hit the Carpathians at all. I might actually go down and around. But the issue there is that, you know, if I have this fort, I might as well make use of it and go through. I really don't want to have to take a long way around, because I can't go through Wallachia. I gotta go all the way around. But again, my army is quite fast, and that fort will not be quick to fall either. Should I continue taking the south here? The south is quite safe. But I want these guys to remain safe as well. Yeah, no, their protection is a high priority. Take Stefanisi. And then work on the fort. They were only slaves. God, I love Seti the First. How dare people put up all these mountains? I wonder if they really put their mind to it. Could they level mountains? Probably not the entire mountainside, but just if you actually had it as your very authoritarian nation's prime goal is destroy these mountains. Could you get it done? To what effect? To what extent could you get it done? What are some very large terraforming things that have been done? Surely the US have done them. It was actually an Axis plan to... what's the term? What do you call it? Yeah, they wanted to dam this. They wanted to put a dam across here to control the waters of the Mediterranean. Now that's an undertaking. But it's kind of like a 100-year project. Also, yeah, this is why. This is why I didn't want to commit to this siege. I need to kill Moldavans. It's more important to keep these guys alive, right? Sieging is for the sieging is for the levies, if I can say my words correctly. So one thing I've noticed, the combat noises in the game are really quiet. Let's take a moment to see what we can do about that, because it is bothersome. I mean, I don't want it screaming its lugs off, but why do I not hear it? Armies and navies are 100%. So I can only assume it's also a map noise. Well, it's there now. The problem with map noise is I think it's also this noise. There's a bunch of other noises too. Whatever, let's try it like this. If there are other annoying noises, then I will remove it. For a game with quite a lot of audio settings, I find it hard to get the audio balance just right, but that's a tale as old as time with Paradox games. No regulars there? That's a shame. That's a damn shame. Anyway, I'll do my best to continue this siege if I can. And honestly, there are too many of you here. What are you doing not being there? I could actually merge you together, and then split off another detachment of roughly half your number, and have them take care of this, and then you don't have to attrition away on this fight. You can just kind of hang around here. Oh no! Theodoro is my rival. Tremble in fear. Quite a few of these. Maybe I missed them when I was clicking and dragging them earlier. The US created the Salton Sea to make things even worse and just as bad. Just look what Qin Shi Huang did. He built a hill to have a tomb, and that was in 20 BC. 2,300, I am sure mountains could be moved. How's the saying go? Faith can move mountains. Alright, so I've got my sieging force here. Obviously, the zone of control is preventing me from pushing further. I already took this. I would like to take this area as well. It's protected largely by the mountains. Hold on. Look at this cheeky little point. We can actually get around the mountains here. But that means they can get around the mountains. So I want to make sure that Targutrotos is in my control. Frustratingly, it's as far away from my 8th army as possible, but we'll do what we can. Whoa, they got a breach already? I really don't want somebody jumping them. Fortunately, battles last long enough for you to bring in reinforcements. But yeah, early on, I had to do defense in depth, and it was effective at killing Poles. Now, I can go on the offense. Seeing them pop out like that always gives me the willies. Even if you can do it, I kind of wish the AI wouldn't do hopeless recruitments like that, because it just becomes a pain to track them down and kill them. Am I greedy enough to also take this area down here? I'd need to take Foxani. Yes, but also no, so I'm going to make a small detachment, tell them to take Foxani, and the rest of you are going to have the very important job of keeping these guys alive by standing nearby. This isn't a mountain, right? Ahem. That is a mountain, and it's October. Let's not make the mistake that's almost cost us 2 wars and have my army sitting around in a mountain. Take these 2 provinces instead. Well, they're being auto-magically taken anyway, aren't they? But whatever. I just want the vision of the map. Why are you asking about terraforming, Jake? The Mongols quite literally made a mountain of skulls in Baghdad. Ah, ha, ha, hold that thought. They cannot be allowed to do anything over there. Looks like they want to relieve Balti. Not Balti, I'm in Solwatsit, which is good. That's more time for my units to arrive. Oh, they are not messing around. And without the backing of my levies to flesh out my numbers, I'm not entirely sure this battle's going to go my way. We've fought some pretty big numbers, but this is almost 10-1 in their favor. And it's made all the worse that I have 200 of my number not involved. If it goes really badly, I can pull out, but I do not want to drop these sieges. So we are just going to have to charge on in. It's very likely we'll win. Are they not bringing regulars? I really, really wish this showed regulars clearer. Where do I even check regular? Yeah, I got to go here. Like feudal footmen, feudal levies. Idiots. Absolute idiots. They're not bringing regulars. They're bringing peasants with pitchforks. None of them have anything but peasants with pitchforks. I guess the regulars are all busy dealing with the noble uprising. Well now. It's kind of like in Mountain Blade, where you have an army of... Let's just reduce this for Mountain Blade numbers. So you have 130... Well, we could even do appropriates here. We got 130 horseback archers. That's not fair. Like, some of these are auxiliary. Okay, so we got about 100 horseback archers. And they've got 1,000, peasants. It's just a shooting gallery. And it feels damn good. Woods or no woods, that won't save you. Oh, crap. Please don't stop me. I need to save my poor sworded peasants. Don't stop me now. They might delay me. That's totally a me tactic. Okay, thank goodness we caught up with them. It's good to be fast, and it's good that they're slow. Yeah, give them another half day. They would have arrived. Smelly peasants. Alright, there we go. Yeah, they outnumber me to a horrific degree, so I'm going to want some backup if we can get our hands on any. But here's the wonderful thing. Our advantage means that we just charge right in, and we're going to slaughter their flanks and their core before they even get the rest of their units in. It even feels like they don't have that many numbers, right? Are these guys actually a lot of people for not a lot of space? That's 1,000 people. Secured flanks, frontage. Oh well, peasants with pitchforks. That was not even using a pitchfork, he's using a mining pickaxe. Alright, kill them. Oh god, they're doing suspicious numbers of damage to me. I don't like that. Actually, they're doing far too much damage for me. I really don't like that. I'm going to bring in some reinforcements. Leave just enough to maybe keep the siege going, and then the rest you go and back that up. It can be really hard to select your units sometimes. Yeah, there we go. That is keeping the siege going, right? For some reason the siege UI is gone. For some reason. Yeah, significantly worried about the losses that I'm taking here. Because we cannot sustain this forever. Yeah, they're flanking me on my flanks, which is very bad. And they're bringing in reinforcements, which is very, very bad. Now the click noise is now not kind of loud. Are they? I did change the map noises overall. This looks like a really bad battle for me. Maybe we can just out-morale and out-shock them, but I'm taking heavy losses here. That said, they're failing to actually fill in their flanks, so maybe, just maybe, we can rip them asunder. Whew, okay. I do not like taking lots of casualties. Fortunately, we're close enough to my own lands that I can get them back from my precious manpower. Okay, okay. What's the lesson that I've learned here? I actually need these levies in the same way that they need me. So we're going to bundle ourselves together into one unit, kill whoever's coming, get some reinforcements. You're going to reinforce through this side, please. Oh, what's the matter? Change your mind? Alright, take them down. Rip them to shreds. Good fight. More good fights. I could do with even more of those good fights, please. Where are they heading? They're heading here. Oh, well, excellent. Let's get our army together. That was actually quite scary. Whew, the losses that I faced there. That tells me that I need to expand my army, which we will certainly do after this war. Because I don't want to be caught like that again. It's going to be a horrible thing to learn if there is actually still 10 to 1 in this game. I would hate to be wiped like that. Alright, there we go. There we go. That's more like it. Get my units together. Did I not have a general or something? You're still arriving. Oh, I think... Wait, no, it still says he's arriving. And he won't be here for months. Ah, crap. I bet by merging I took the wrong general. Alright, well, let's go and make sure that this goes well. Or I could reinforce. I'd rather make sure that this siege goes very well and then I reinforce. Call it preference, if you will, but it's true. I think 10 to 1 does exist. I experienced the wrong side of it yesterday. I've certainly done what feels like 10 to 1, but I'd hate to think that my experienced troops can get 10 to 1 by pitchfork-wielding peasants. But let's not count it out. Clang. We're missing goods for inputs. I wonder if that reduces my diplomatic capacity if my embassies aren't working. Well, no, all 4 of them seem to be working. Unfortunately, they're doing that paradox stacking thing where it just says embassy, embassy, embassy instead of 4 embassies. I think CK3 finally managed to sort that out properly. But we're not playing CK3. Chieftains are grateful. Wait, again? I've got the happiest chieftains ever. And they're only getting happier. I can't wait to revoke their privileges. It's not a lot of money, but I don't have a lot of income, so the game's just doing what little it can. I'm going to be sitting on extra diplomats before long. I'm tempted to improve relations with Perm. But is there perhaps a better target for that? Hungary will be a better target later on. I'll hold on to my diplomats for now. There is a logical extreme that I can have of them. It was pretty terrifying seeing the army pop out there. I thought they'd be still a little bit busy with the Polish nobles, but I suppose they have good threat assessment. I love my teleporting generals. It's not teleport, it's not fun. Yeah, it is kind of annoying waiting for this, especially since I... Wait, look, it says that I've already got him there. Kind of. Oh, wait, no, maybe not. Well, whatever, let's hope we don't have to face that battle. It's not even the guy I want, is it? I was meant to have one of my guys in charge. I think the mistake I made was merging my army. I should not have done that. But I still want my 20-year-old sibling, or whatever he is, to get involved. And I'm pretty sure it'll still take your best general. Hope it takes your best general. Don't want any Roman-style bickering between my leadership. Let's consider what we're getting out of this war, potentially. We have to win it first, of course. I don't really care about Hungarian treaties. It's good to have a big, strong Hungary as a bulwark against the Ottomans if they get too big for their britches. The most important thing, of course, is that Hungary becomes my tributary. Many people won't like that. Notably, Austria won't like that. Maybe I should improve relations with Austria. Keep them off my back. That said, I mean, come on. What's Habsburg gonna do to me? What's von Habsburg gonna do to me? It is Habsburg. Very good. And that antagonism will surely drain away in no time. So yes, force tributary, force war reparations, force maximum money. I mean, that's all I'm really here for, isn't it? An additional $515 redos out of you, and that's getting put straight into the golden economy. Should we entertain the idea of destroying Poland? Oh, Poland have one fort. It's half as much as Team Fortress 2 fort. Of course, I'd never dream of making them a tribute. No, it's a bad idea. But is it? But is it? We are the victims here, plus 50%. Sure. I'm just wondering if having them as a non-co-belligerent, or if that's even a thing still in this game. Great power score, government type, religion, culture, dialect. I don't think I should. There are better targets than Poland. Right, the whole point of my tributary, in addition to making me tons of money, is also just to have this lovely shell. Right, they're close enough for me that I can slap them down if they get uppity, but they also act as insulation for if any antagonistic force comes at me, because as far as I'm aware, the tributary can't just fight me. He would have to become disloyal and then do something about it. I don't know. What I should have done in my testing is load it up as an unhappy tributary and see what their options are, because they're not really a subject. And also, I would look for somebody weak but rich. Lithuania is surprisingly rich. But more my idea of a good tributary is somebody like Venice. And, you know, that's not unthinkable. If I have free reign over Hungary, what exactly is stopping me from fighting Venice? Venice are rich. Venice couldn't defend themselves if their lives depended on it, and it does. What exactly is stopping me making all of Italy a tributary? What about the Papal State? No, there's no way. Christendom wouldn't stand for that. However... Okay, I need to stop getting too greedy here. The point of today, lest we forget, is to... There was a point to today, right? You being there is such a pain in the bum, and I don't want to fight you with my levies, but maybe I can do it anyway. I have no commander. They have a commander. It's probably not worth the losses to do that, but these guys are busy. Maybe I just split off a small detachment to route them out. Verily a small detachment. Another breach. There's nothing left of these walls. So I could order an assault, but I do not want to test in my main game how effective that is. Well, time's up. Time to die. We're all on one flank, you're all on another, and you're dead. So that should not prevent me from just exerting control over the whole area and stop them raising more units. And then we combine our forces, then we go and actually do the sensible thing. Withdraw, get our numbers back up. If they want to re-attack Moldava, they have to come on through here. By the way, is Moldava and Moldavia two different things? Because I keep finding myself just dropping the avia in Moldavia and just say Moldava. So much easier. Like, some countries just have unpleasant terms. That's why I like living in Balaton. That's such a nice, easy word for a Scot. Feels right, feels powerful. Balaton. Country is very clearly not broken. The army is winning, even if a horse and bow is literally all that each soldier owns. Clearly not broken. Who's claiming that anything is broken here? Just one more war before the country is fixed. Just one more. Yeah, one more job, Arthur. What are you doing? Come on, you are the mighty Serb slayers. I recognize that pansexual flag. You are Turkey. You managed a fight that I couldn't. Are you telling me that the capital area here has changed? It has. It's now Lipnik. Okay. I am not surprised at all. I hate that bug. But, you know, who likes bugs? Another freaking daughter! I do not want more daughters. I've had 5 children, every one a daughter. I must be the saddest Asian known to man. I'm just gonna call you sad, because you're making me sad. Unwanted. Unwanted daughter again. Unwanted buffoon here. Anyway, you're not the heir, so that's okay. But I worry about the day you might ever lead this country. Who's hungry? Apparently these guys are getting hungry. Well, take the fort then. Low food supplies in the Kaffa market. Okay, we'll sort it out. We'll take this, we'll get revitalized, and then onwards to Hungary proper. I didn't finish thinking about what I could do to Poland, though. I mean, how much money do they have to offer me? Not a lot. I don't think it's worth the effort of going to deal with Poland. I do want to focus on my own country soon. Alright, there we go. More slaves, Your Majesty. These poor guys, they don't know what to do. They're not even trying to attach to me for some reason. Sowing the seeds for some kind of daddy issues. Some guy at the shoddy bar was happy. Whoa, distracting me with funny thoughts. I didn't rebalance my army. It is really annoying that that is something that you have to care about doing. You need to push this button constantly. That means I actually want to rebalance you so that you guys are all on this flank. Because currently that flank of mine is empty in this fight. I mean, maybe just in case, let's shift some of you over there. That's why I'm taking so many bleeding losses in this battle. Taking a ton of losses because we're just constantly getting flanked. Please, 6th Army, I need you here now. Can't speed up the game for some... Oh my god, we're getting slaughtered! Absolutely slaughtered. That is excessively bad for me. Yeah, all because I didn't have my army sorted out here. Ow. Are you guys locked in? Sure looks like it. When are you going to arrive? That's incredibly bad news for me. I don't want to lose this army. Maybe they can get involved and we can all retreat together. But at this rate, we're just going to completely die. Right, see all of you, it's time to not be here. Get back and lick your wounds. Yeah, I mean, I know exactly why that happened, but it's still painful. You need to balance your army. Oh my days, you need to balance it out. That's a lot of manpower down the drain as well. I said I didn't need more of an army till later, but just in case this entire war starts going sideways, let's have a couple more units of horse archers. Really, really sad to lose that. At least we took one of the forts, because that fort was double breached and ready to fall. Whew. A disadvantage is fine if you have good professional soldiers. I don't. Tariq, I need you not there. Also, just how much war score did that fight cost me? Not a lot, actually. Perhaps beating a hasty retreat was the best thing I could have done there. Speaking of beating a hasty retreat, my tribal friends, I need you out of there. Which one's my main army? I think it's you. Alright, allow attachment here. Alright, I'm gonna have to run them down once I get my numbers back. Did you all just merge into one? Oh no, not another long wait for the character. Oh dear, oh dear. Yeah, okay, well, looks like we're gonna be waiting a while. We'll chill out here for a bit. We'll get our leader back. This is going to be a bit of a tug of war for a while then. Oh lordy, they're bringing numbers. Real numbers. Just said levies lost to attrition. Really? With that in mind, maybe, just maybe, I shouldn't get too ahead of myself here, right? Clearly, I need to bulk out my army against these kinds of numbers. So let's bring in some actual numbers. Yeah, all 62 that we can get from here. Alright, how about that? I want them to get tied up in that fort, but they don't seem to care too much about that. Unraised levies, what a shame. I don't want to do economic damage to my country by raising all these levies. Where are they? Are they actually coming here? They are advancing into my country. Well, that is not what I was asking for. Defense in depth, lads. And all you, get over here. That's okay, though. I'm even more confident taking them out in my lands, because my lands don't even have woods to obscure things. But why are they just avoiding the fort, I wonder? Maybe they've managed to infiltrate my country and lift fog of war. Or maybe they want to go for that, that city. Either way, I need to pull back a bit. Maybe they can get attrition coming in here. A religious figure, you say? Yes, I like having religious figures. How are we doing on those reinforcements, by the way? And why are those numbers going down, not up? Jesus, they are like bloodhounds out there. How do they know where I am? Well, somebody was talking earlier about the AI cheating through fog of war. The AI knows all. Well, hopefully they know how to die, right? So, very, very, very important button. Let's not forget it. Rebalance unit. If you don't have that, your formation is garbage. And why that's not automated or something you can automate, I will maybe never understand. Oh? An alliance from the Timid Horde. I wonder if they're going to come and ruin my day. Common ancestry. We get an alliance with Timurids, opinion, and whatnot. He's not even a child of Genghis Khan. He gains a conquest casus belli on us for 4 years. The rise of the Timurids is probably something that's going to see a lot of hand-holding on their side, but why in the world would I ally myself with the Timurids? Get out of here. I'll slay you myself if I have to. So you're still not here, and you won't be here until the 29th of August. We need to delay these polls just a little bit longer. Why are my units not attaching to me, I wonder? I also need another month tick to get myself back up to maximum strength. Uh-oh. Ah, jeez. I need it, and yet you idiots are doing this. We can see him. We have vision over these guys. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? It's really, really hard to see movement properly here. Alright, you're just squishing them, which I suppose is fine. And I think we have some other leader, right? I don't trust this just yet. Take another step back. It's also tiring me out doing all this running around. No, no, you freaking idiots! Absolutely hate the subject armies here. Like, what are they even trying to do other than get themselves killed? Well, they did a good job getting themselves killed, that's for sure. Alright, give me my month of stuff. And then let's go and take these guys on. We've got our leader in command. We're only outnumbered slightly under 3 to 1. I'm actually going to wait just a moment to grab all of my morale and such. And that gives them time to run away, and not on my watch. I hope this isn't the capital. It is the capital. Ah, phooey. Then maybe I could just drop off a couple of useless levies to take it back. Yeah, okay, sure. It's not like this battle is incredibly important or anything. No, don't do something silly like that. The battle's more important. We can take this back at any time. Keep ourselves balanced and go and kill those Poles. I tell you, if they manage to win this, I am suddenly very, very worried about the state of my horde. Very worried indeed. Alright, there we go. Now I've actually filled out my flanks. They've got a lot on their core, but I should be able to ravage their flanks without too much issue. Still taking heavy losses on my side, though, and remember, I cannot sustain huge losses. They can. Well, as long as I can tear down one of their flanks, I'll be fine. And that right flank of theirs doesn't look too hot. So, okay, I'm sure it's just levies dying. Levies can die. Good, one of their flanks has collapsed. Move on in and crush the core. Oh, yes. Fill up your horse satchel bags with Polish skulls. Whew. Notably absent Hungarians here. But I'm grateful for the 24 war score they just gave me. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, phew. Now I can detach a few levies to go and take this back. And then we will give chase, I suppose. Oh, geez, there are a lot of Hungarians. Maybe I really should be raising a lot more levies. Maybe I should actually just be having a bigger, better main army. What use is manpower if it's not spent? Give me another couple of these, please. So to all those people saying invest in my economy, tell me, could my economy have beaten Hungary? Poland? feel like the answer is no, sir. It could not. You were very wise to invest everything into kicking ass with troops, Jake. I wish I was half the strategist you are. Oh well, you flatter me. Truly. I wonder if that was enough to make Poland rethink their position in this war. No, heavens no. Oh wait, that's from my absurd peace offer. But still, heavens no. Given how much they took from CK3, I'm very surprised this game doesn't also have taking prisoners. Alright, get stuck in there. A little bit of morale loss is no big deal, although I'm a little bit sad that they got theirs back. Out of my country, you casual scum. Yeah, the losses I'm taking, though, are significant. And I'm wondering why my losses have grown so much. Have they gotten better kinds of infantry, better research going on? I guess just, you know, using the same units as the start of the game. It stands to reason that advances would make others get better units. But this is why I call myself a bit of a glass cannon. I need to puff out my chest to make others think that I'm stronger than I am, which is why I'm so aggressive. And as soon as they're tributary, you know, they keep paying and they won't double think about why they're paying the tribute. Are you not shattered right now? You're just hanging around. Again, levies don't reinforce. They will keep dying. Maybe I should march on Pest, but there's also the idea that we just keep winning the battles. There's also the idea that don't get greedy, right? This is a war that could go severely wrong, especially with those Polish units, because Poland brings in all their subjects as well. Yeah, Poland's bringing in Block, Sia-Wotsits, and the other guys. But yeah, suing for Polish peace will prove difficult. Make them think you can lift more than that. Yeah, precisely. I need to do a lot of lifting. I'll bring over more units. Needs must. It's not a huge deal if they come back into me and we keep slaughtering them. I have the manpower to sustain this war for a while. A little while. Not really keen on taking on that 80,000 without my backup here, though. Hey, literate nobles, good. Also, I'm capped on diplomats. My money situation seems to have gone downhill since this war started. It's a good thing my subjects are always so keen to aid me there. I mean, look at Georgia. Georgia would love nothing more than to give me $68 dues. Thank you, Georgia. The idea that I can just liquidate my diplomats into money feels really good. It's not just diplomats, of course. I need to keep them happy to keep paying me. But Kiev look pretty happy to pay me. Another $46 dues. The sad thing is I can only do it once. Every few years or so, I think. Volhynia, you know, I love to eat Volhynia's money, but Volhynia is not very rich. Every time I try to do it, it's not even worth clicking that button. But Halik. Where even are they? Here they are. Halik always have loads of money to spare. Although a little less than normal. Maybe they saw me getting my arse handed to me, and they thought, why are we paying these guys again? Oh, it looks like they actually all collected here rather than doing a larger retreat. That's a problem for me. They are all collecting, in fact. That is a really sizable problem for me. I need them divided and conquered. Oh, it looks like they're dividing themselves. Well, let's conquer then. I have to cross a river for this. A clever person wouldn't cross this river. Wait, we lost? Who even marched over there? Oh, I didn't realize I was going that way. Well, looks like I am. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go through here. This could be a very bad war fight for me. And it doesn't look like I rebalanced my numbers either. Uh-oh. Oh, it's happening again. Oh, but their flank is absolutely crashing apart. Oh, thank goodness for that. Another nice big fight to give me a nice big chunk of war. Score would be nice, but it looks like battles caps out at 50%, so... Well, that's assuming I'm winning this battle. My numbers are going down, 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 down. It's okay, you know, we only need... we're fine, surely. Keep shooting, lads. Oh, wow, we did keep shooting. Oh, wow, they're not happy about that. Whew. All right, for God's sake, stick together this time. I don't know why you marched in piecemeal there, but you did. Wait a second. They are very much not keen on even a white piece. I guess that's the power of not occupying anything. So if I really want that tributary, they are very opposed to it. Yeah. It's such a shame that I didn't take this fort. Still surprised, even though I was not balanced, that fight still went far worse than I'd expected for a flat land. Anyway, we will take this land back and we will chill out in our own land again to get our numbers back up. It'd be nice if it told me just how many I need to completely reinforce here. Maybe it does. Oh, we need 899. Okay. I'm going to take this back. I'm going to reinforce, and then I'm going to go in another offense. I might just go straight for Buddha. Although that is risky. Especially since I need not just Buddha, but Pest. Not Pest. Whatever this is. Estawatsits. Because he's getting ticking war score from his capital. And I'm not going to get any more from... Oh, hang on. Now he does want white peace. I don't want white peace, though. He needs to become my tributary, or else this war is for Connaught. Huzzah, liberated. Who the heck are these guys? Oh, I took some prisoners. See those 200 that died in combat? Were they my actual good units? I don't think so. 18 sounds about right for this. Bring all of you over, please. Manpower is precious, but I better put it to use. Looks like our enemy is actually levies nowadays. Looks like a regular footman. Yeah, maybe they just got significantly better levy laws. Rush of merchants, burghers, trade capacity. Extra benefits from burghers, trade advantage. I don't really care, just do whatever. Trade is still largely automated. So when I move you, do you arrive together? Oh, hold on, I didn't mean to unpause. You don't arrive together, but at least the reinforcements arrive a little later. I'd rather just merge them together, frankly. Just have one big army, since clearly we're struggling. But yeah, no longer getting war score from battles is a problem for me. I mean, winning fights, if it's against Hungary, is still going to tear down their war enthusiasm. But we're fighting a lot of subjects and things, and that's not stuff that Hungary really cares about. Getting Poland out of this war, you know, that was going to be easier when they were busy having their riots. Now they're not. And yeah, Poland's not facing any real threat. Also, they have the audacity to have a fort on their capital, otherwise I would just rush their capital and get them out of this war. They contribute way too much to this fight. I think what I need to do is go into Hungary proper. So I need to take the long way around Bulgaria. That's a big risk, by the way. They could just come and attack me. I'd really rather they focused on things like my forts. Believe it or not, I do have forts. Alright, get these guys utterly sozzled. Reinforcements, how many do I need? 600 odd. Okay, well, let's chill out, get them, and then attack Hungary proper. Get some occupations in Hungary, especially in lands where they don't have... Oh, wait, what are you doing? Especially in lands where Hungary don't have forts. Which is not lots of Hungary. Well, we need to push them a bit through occupations. Oh, yet again, Turkey is doing God's work. Unfortunately, it's not looking good for them there, and I'm not sure I want to go and reinforce them. I'm trying to reinforce my own guys here. Wait, you think Turkey's going to win? Tarki and what army? There's no way Moldavia loses that, right? Moldavia is even flanking Tarki. On what grounds could Tarki lose this? Win this, rather? Stability is nice. Stability is very nice. I'll take that. Keep the Olama happy as well. Yeah, losing a fight here or there is not disastrous for the war score situation, though, so I'm not too unhappy if they lose. But they're doing a very good job handling more than 10 their number. You know, with being double flanked, no less. I want my numbers fully reinforced before I go on a rampage. Byzantines think of us as a rival. No problem. Yeah, it's such a shame that killing off all these subjects really does not contribute much to the war in my benefit. Doesn't tucker out my enemy. And it's levies that they keep re-raising, just making their own lands poorer, which is of little consequence to me, but I still don't like it. 162 still needed. I think my units are important enough that I need all 162 of those back in my army. You're not allowed money. Go away. But yeah, I need to start attacking Muscovy properly. And I need all my army so that if he comes together with all of his Polish friends, it's not a disaster for me. Wasting time on that siege? Wait, that siege is going very, very fast. Alright, let's go and deal with that, shall we? More slaves, Your Majesty. Don't want to lose the one fort I actually managed to take. Although it seems like Nagai have a similar train of thought. Oh wait, hold on. I said I needed those extra units and I have to be back in my own land for that. And we're going to be too late for it. Whoops, oh well. Oh well. Can't reinforce an enemy territory, occupied or otherwise. It's not... We're not playing your granddaddy's EU4. It's more like your great-granddaddy's EU3. That's more like it. Get out of this fort that I took from you. Right, so here's how it goes. We're going to go all the way around and we're going to strike the underbelly of Hungary. Hopefully they don't take the opportunity to come and strike me. That would be very unsporting of them. But if I don't lay any occupation on Hungary, they're never going to get tired of this war. And I need them to get very tired of this war. The idea was to hold this fort and then just do rampages through the Carpathians, but clearly that's not happening. Hello, picnic cloth country. Whew, I'm new to this entire series, says Nara Logi. I come from first-person shooters. I know it's very different, but I can't really decide between EU5 and Age of Empires 4. If you're completely new to it, I'd probably recommend Age of Empires. It'll be a much more casual experience. Paradox Grand strategy games are a lot to chew on. I know they're not as deep as strategy games can get before Dominions fans start crawling out of the woodwork calling me a traitor. But no, if you want to look into strategy games, looking into some Total War or Age of Empires is probably going to be a lot less of a shell shock for you. Once again, I kneel to the supremacy of Turkey. They just can't be stopped, and they don't even cost me much at all. Here's my diplomatic capacity, which is huge now, by the way. And then what do I spend on Turkey? They're the cheapest of the lot, and they keep coming along and kicking ass and taking names. Our cabinet is finished with Ryazan. Hey, we finally integrated Ryazan, and I'm sorry, but we need to start working on Muscovite lands as well, unless... Let me consider something about Sarai. Have we just... Yeah, we've only gained more slaves. We've not lost more. I might want to convert Sarai. I don't actually know if all this orthodoxy is going to be causing problems for me. Damn, that's a lot of Ryazanis. No, surely it's better to integrate the provinces. At some point, I do actually want to make this heartland of mine. So, sorry, cabinet. You're going to have to be dealing with horrible Russians again. Could I change you out for someone better? Maybe I should have given you an administrative task, but these admin tasks don't seem worth it to me. Yeah, far from it. In that case, I should switch you out with someone that can actually do things. Like Mr. Bale here. Although I don't like giving jobs to the that estate. You're already that estate. Does cabinet member actually increase the estate's power? The estate's power, rather. Chieftain... Yeah, cabinet member does improve their power, and I actually want to curtail their power. So, yeah, sorry, I'm going to be kicking you out of my cabinet and replacing you with someone that's... Ah! A good, nice crown member. You're not much better, but you're slightly better. Could put the Alema in, but no, let's just switch you out. And you integrated marginally faster. And that might even improve my own crown power. Knowing lots of little things like this really aid you in this. 58%, huh? It's still just so staggeringly high. Right, so we took a long walk over here. We need to start taking some lands. Starting with Modos over here. Although maybe I could just take a breather in one of their provinces. We need to gather ourselves regardless. Yeah, I need to take time not marching to regain morale, which is a really nice change in the game in my opinion. Death. I hope that's not the captain in charge of my entire army. It's the captain in charge of my entire army. Oh dear. Alright, Mr. Bale, how fast can you get all the way over there? The end of the year. Okay, we'll just have to avoid battles for that long. Like, I'm serious. I don't want to fight these with no fight these battles with no leader. No food either, as it seems. But this is about putting pressure on Hungary to bring them to the peace table. It's a big war. I could potentially pay off the Poles, couldn't I? The Poles would step out for 80 ducats. No joke, that is well worth it. It's going to get rid of all these crappy little subject armies that are threatening my own subjects. Typical Poles, so easily paid off. Wait, why is Forced Tributary here? They require this to be part of the offer. Wait, what? Clear everything. Offer tribute to Poland. Offer them 80 ducats. 80 ducats and they leave. Look at the pathetic horde paying tribute to the mighty Poland, says Resty. Just because you're an annoyance. Don't get ahead of yourself. The main target here is, of course, Hungary. But yeah, getting you out of here is pretty damn good. Yeah, that's a bargain, truthfully. And that should make Hungary far less keen on this war, but Hungary's going to be paying me that money back and then some. Now that they're gone, I see little reason that we can't push for a lot of dosh. Unless they manage to catch me with my pants down. Could happen. They seem to be busy in Moldavia. How many Hungarians are there anyway? That's their entire army now. Getting Poland out of this was huge. Yeah, they're going to waste their time over there whilst I'm busy conquering their land from within. Good, good. Knowing that they're over there makes it a whole lot easier for me to just split up my army and siege more. Get these levies out of here. Have them take that. Do I have other levies to kick out? I certainly do. Although these levies are really disparate. Yeah, 400 or so of you. Where can you go? Svatsi Watsits? Alright, go and take that then. The layout of these areas is kind of weird, and it's annoying knowing that there's a nearby fort, but stuff can still be done here. Titel needs to be mined, for example. Go and take Titel. By doing these occupations, it will not only give me war score, it'll just generally apply pressure on Hungary. And that'll buy me time to get my commander in place so that if they do turn around and start kicking my arse, I'll be able to kick it right back. So, Borgine, my unwanted daughter. It seems I struggle to arrange a good marriage for you. I guess I can just hand you off to the oldest, nastiest, creepiest guy I can. How about Father Damoon? And I really don't know why they put characters with this much depth in it. It's not really what I want to be managing in this. I'm very specifically not playing CK3 here. Here you go, Mohammed. Go forth and make many. I knew it. I freaking knew it. It changed the capital again. Over to Nagi. Please go and take care of that. Yeah, raiding has this horrible habit of changing what the province capital is. And it's going to keep happening because I keep making one place more or less inhabited. At least I should pause that. But it's something I should keep in mind. Like, for example, I've just gone and taken Tattle here. Fortunately, it won't move, and we can be quite certain that it won't move from there. I would really like to go and march on Buddha, but I need to secure some kind of supply line here. And these forts aren't making that easy. They're not, however, making it impossible. It's just this is a horrible to impregnate area. I think I will work my way around the south here, because there's more rich areas for me to savagely ravage here. Vaska! Alright, the Swedes will like that, but we're going to Belavar. Alright, all the way to Belavar. Belavar. Alright, good, we took it. Good, we took it. Do we have any reason to think that these are going to change? Well, you cannot change. And Debrecen is going to be ours as well. Move over to Debrecen. And then there's you. I don't know what you're up to there. And Savar Watsits is ours, so you don't need to consider anything else here. How about this area? Doboj. If you took Doboj, you have to move over to Glas afterwards. That's fine. Just more very dead Hungarians. You pay me taxes now, Balaton. How do you make the crown more powerful? I'm only at 10% influence. It's all proportional, right? There are little things you can do to increase percentage-wise, and you generally get a base out of your population. But take this, for example. I have a lot of problems with the chieftains, because I've got a lot of nobles. That's fine, you know, you kind of need nobles one way or another. But the vast number of privileges they have vastly boost that up. So you need to break away these privileges. Unfortunately, that's an incredibly expensive thing to do. Going to cost me 143 stability to pull one of these. But, you know, you're rejigging your entire nation here. It's going to come at a cost. Crown power is something to aspire to, not something you should click a button, pay 50 admin for, and suddenly have happen. Sorry, EU4, I'm not bitter. It's just this game is better than you. Okay, good. We took this back, but I bet Modos is going to re-become the capital of the region here. Maybe we can even watch it change in real time. No, it's still Nagi Watsits. Wait. This is being taken... What? I don't understand. The controller is being changed to Hungary due to them controlling the province capital of Nagysberg? Ah, that's over here. Jesus Christ, Hungary. Paradox, please fix. Shouldn't be able to move these while at war. Brichen is down. Do I anticipate any changes here? I certainly don't. Yes, I do, actually. It is probably going to move over to Salbach. Maybe we can even see it happen in real time. Well, I don't trust it not to happen. Well, Hungary are getting more and more keen on the idea of becoming my tributary. They'd probably do it without the costs here, right? Forced tributary, they're close, but we're not settling for just that. I want tributary and I want money. And if I can push it even further, I want war reparations. Where is the Hungarian army? I should have taken note of its movements, because it could be moving over here. I'm going to consolidate my army once we've taken these. Over here, Doboj was taken, but it's probably going to move over to Glaz. These guys cannot be trusted. Okay, very good. My numbers are dwindling, sire, but that is probably because I split off all these units. Don't really want to move on Zagreb. Oh, I do, actually. It's a nice town, but it's not fortified. More slaves, Your Majesty. Just make that population grow to my pre-Black Death numbers, please. It's all I ask. Alright, now is this going to change again? Nagibersk could go over to Modos. There's a reasonable chance it could become Modos. I don't know if there's like thresholds or something, but I know I don't trust it. Do any of these need to be taken? Soli and Terzits and whatnot? I'm not going to chance it with Soli. Besides, it's all about moving my army over here. I don't like having them over there, really. But who would have guessed the province capital changed over to... Out of my way. Province capital became Modos. Those guys are my good units, so I really don't like having them isolated. The Hungarians could just come out of nowhere. I do have a little bit of view over them, and I should be a little bit faster than them, but, you know. Hungarians crawling out of the woodwork is a reality I have to face every day living here. Don't pity me, I knew what I was getting into. Jashish and Livno would have to fall here. And even then it could change. Frankly, I need them all taken. Maybe I should be dividing up my army a little bit more, but it's not like EU4 where you have a lot of control over how your armies get split up. It's not all that bad that I take each of them, because I loot the lands that I come across, which aids a lot of things, including Horde Unity. On the other hand, I have a lot of Horde Unity, so it's not really a benefit for me, is it? So Greb is taken, and this won't change, so I need to start thinking about my march towards his capital, which, looking at that, I can go via Balaton! Hey, through my own region of Somogi. I still haven't figured out how you meant to say that, but if we're going to centralize our army, let's centralize it very much over here, or consolidate rather than centralize. Take that, hope this doesn't change capital again. It shouldn't, Modos is large. Alright, get your sorry arse over to... Actually, why don't you go to Somogi County? Well, I guess you're going over there then. Still don't want him caught unawares, but... We're certainly applying the thumb clamps on poor Hungary. Not so big without his friend, is he? Well, he's trying to puff out his chest. He's got an annoying amount of war score due to holding on to his capital, though. A swing of that would really win the war for me. But I really don't like spending my time sieging. Gaining cores, gaining slaves, that all sounds good. Yeah, don't think that I can't see those occupations. I see them. Just in time for this tune to kick in, huh? It's probably going to change over to Livno, but I need to consolidate my army, don't I? With him on the war march. And smashing that army won't give me the war score I need, it'll just tire him out. But sieging will tire me out, so what's a man to do in this situation? At least I'm pillaging him for his population, adding loads onto my own. I could stop being so greedy, right? If I didn't take the vast sums of money, he could become my tributary already. But let's push just a little bit more. Just a little bit. In that case, should I work on Livno? Has it changed over to Livno yet? Maybe it won't. Keep a close eye on this. I might be able to push a little bit harder. Especially with all these occupations flooding on in. I could easily change over to Zalavar or similar. Yeah, as expected, it changed province cap. Wait, no, it didn't. I just lost my view there. Then again, he's not having a good day of it, is he? He's going to pay me more and more money the longer this goes on. Good. Continue the pain. Apply more thumb clamps, not fewer. Just don't get caught in battle. That'll suddenly make him think that he wants to stick in this war. Says Ged, but I knew it would be Says Ged. Move over here as well, please. I should have taken Pesh. Pesh is a nice big town, but now his army has disappeared into the fog of war. No telling where it could be. More slaves, your majesty. Oh. Good, Livno went down. This whole area went down. Excellent. Still want Pesh, but too risky to do without the main army. Frankly, going here is too risky without the main army, but you're going there anyway. He's doing occupations that are still useful for me. Thank you, beloved subjects. Ah, it's actually time for Parliament. And I actually want to expand my road network before too long. Expand raw materials time. Raw goods. Is that all RGOs? Ivory, white, wild game, and fur. This might not be the worst thing in the world to do. But while the issue is being debated, we get this stuff down. That's only while it's being debated, so you have a very short opening to build all these roads, which are too expensive for me to do. Development, urban building costs. I don't like these short time modifiers. It encourages you to just save up your money and then boom, do a vast expansion at one go. Yeah, again, while this is being debated, that's not a lot of time to get the loyalty of subjects down. Even so. Tough one, tough one. You could stop being greedy, but then I'd stop being myself. It's quite true. Seems the picnic cloth people are back with a vengeance. I have to ask myself, how much further do I think I can push this? Yeah, I'm going to take these before they take those for now. Let's just see where this goes. More land, your majesty. Tatar yoke weaken. I'll see about that. The greed has already been paid off to a tune of about 20 ducats. How much more can it be? Is that going to be enough for this land? And what was it? I was eyeing up Pesh. I actually think Pesh is a pretty high value target to go for right now. I dare say that we should consolidate our army. Although I do want Belavar here. I want to secure all of this. You work on Belavar. Consolidate the army on Pesh. Do not get caught by the Hungarian army. It's tempting to slaughter the Croatians. I know. But I actually don't think it's a good idea. Wait a second. Maybe I could anyway. How do we think 200 of ours do against 600 of theirs? I don't have a leader. They have a particularly malicious leader. No sign of a Hungarian army to the eyes, but I think I'm going to have a very bad time in this fight. Even so, I cannot emphasize how much I want Pesh. It's a good city. I've even been there in real life. It's not very good, by the way. I think it's quite bad. No, he changed his mind about that. He's changed his mind about a lot of things. That's fine. I didn't actually want to engage him. But, you know, given the choice, let's wait until he's locked in here a bit. And then we'll go and give him what's for. Leader or no leader, I'm pretty sure I'm going to slaughter you. Kind of nasty for the main army to sit by and do the siege when the fight is going on. The clever thing is, of course, to detach a siege force. And then get the main army actually involved in this fighting. Boy, do we love fighting. Nice. We don't get the war score, but still nice. Alright. You guys get over there, but I want the main army to stand guard. Pesh won't secede to others because it's the actual city here. I'm quite certain about that. In that case, go to Tolna and just keep an eye out for any Hungarians. Hungarian armies, that is. You know, there's plenty of Hungarians here in Hungary. And then if I take Pesh, that should actually really bend Hungary over the proverbial barrel of my immense greed. So about that war reparations that I also wanted. We're getting the whole hog today. I just need to take Pesh. I have been informed that it's called Pesh. Oh, wow. My subjects did great work over in Moldava. Wait, what? So for every nest of heretics who root out in Persia, another 2 spring up. I feel like the quality of the events has improved in this game, which makes seeing these obvious EU4, I think this is an EU3 event, pop up feel all that more, It's also the fact that there are far fewer events, and thank goodness for that. It gives you time to actually focus on the game. You ever feel sometimes in EU4 you just get barraged with so many events you can't focus on playing? Alright, he's on his way, and I don't like that. If I can just secure Pesh in time, all will be well. He's coming. Oh, he's coming, alright. He's absolutely coming. Can he be convinced that that's a bad idea? When is he going to arrive anyway? At 8 o'clock. But it's 4 days left until this occupation is completing. Can I convince him not to go there? Should I consider killing more Hungarians? How greedy am I for this? I would quite like those war reparations. I could drop a little bit of my normal money, but there is always the possibility that he hurts me quite badly in this fight. There's even the slightest possibility that he could defeat me, especially if my formation is not balanced. Either way, it's going to cost me manpower that I'd really, really rather not have to spend because it costs quite a bit to get back. What happens if I just give it the monthly tick? I think I will not take this fight. So I will make peace before he arrives. So he's getting pretty close. Oh, or even better, Pesh just falls. Not happy enough. I'm still going to give him the turn of the month. Still going to give him the turn of the month. Yeah, I know. It sounds so much fun killing lots and lots of them, but... Nah, he's not taking it. Alright. I will acquiesce to a few bits of dosh. But having you as a tributary, and having you also pay me war reparations is pretty huge. Is it worth taking this fight? I mean, if I take this fight, I'm going to kick his arse. He's going to feel really bad about it. And then we could probably put a value on this fight. Oh, wait. The value isn't that high. The value is about 140 ducats. It's like a few RGOs going up. I'll make more than that back in tributary in no time. And since I foresee a period of peace for my nation, the manpower isn't that valuable. Alright. I've been goaded into it. We're going to have to kill some more Hungarians. You know, my hand has been forced. I really obviously didn't want to, but I guess we'll kill more Hungarians. Let's hear it in chat from people from the Balkans who don't like Hungary. Well, yeah, I suppose that's all of them, including the Hungarians. But even so, we'll do this. We'll claim this is being done for you. He is coming, right? Let's see. This is a woodlands, which is probably good for me, actually. Gives me a slight bonus in the fight. And it's still flatlands, so that my horse archers can do what they need to do. Permavast for money! No. You may not. Alright, how's this going to go? They still outnumber us 2-1, but we took out Poles at roughly 10-1, so... Yeah, I want to take the moment to actually analyze the units that we're fighting against. These are not saying peasant levies this time. They're actually... Oh, well, there's regular footmen for one. There's just feudal levies. I really do think that the quality of levies that we're fighting against is getting considerably better than we've seen before. We got a smidge of experience. How does formation work? Side fights side, and if you completely rout the other one, you end up flanking another part. Being flanked is disastrous, especially if you're being flanked by cavalry. Which is why we decimate so well. Our cavalry are good to begin with, so we usually win our flank, and then we decimate while flanking. I know we're clearly not on horseback here, but I got rid of the multi-unit displays. Alright. You know what? This isn't costing me too much manpower, and it might be worth it to slaughter Hungarians. Yeah, still simple, but better than the U4, that's for sure. Alright, get out of here. How do you feel about that, then, Hungary? They feel pretty damn good. They've got loads of war enthusiasm for a battle that they just lost. Interesting. Well, maybe laying siege to their capital will change their mind. One way or another, I'm going to get out of this war. These lands are still going to be occupado, and if I can grab a little bit more here and there, then all the better. Especially if it's a nice, unfortified city. That is a fortified city. Anything to the south? No, not really. Also, it's quite far away. In that case, take Zombatheli. I went to the north side of Balaton once, actually. It's actually nicer than the south side, despite the main city being on the south side. Let's make sure we keep our front line rebalanced. How I wish that was automatic. There we go. Oh, okay. There's no need to even endure this fight. We broke his spirit. He'll agree to anything we ask for, and I'm asking him for all of his money. Well, maybe I could take care of a fort or two, but I don't think that's relevant. Wait a minute, maybe it is relevant. That Soroka fort could just go, and then if I ever need to attack these guys again, I get more of a freebie in here. Sadly, he won't get rid of the capital fort, but yeah, not having that fort there allows me to raid this much more effectively. I think. I could be wrong, because it's an easy fort for me to take. Still going to get rid of it. You have to wait a day or two for enthusiasm to update. You always check it the second the battle is over. I know. I'm well aware of what's happening and that I have to wait. I just wanted to muse at it. Anyway, that's a terrific fight. That is our biggest prize yet. All of Hungary submitting to us, paying us for the privilege, and we can punch him in the jaw and take even more money periodically if Liberty Desire allows it. And to make matters even better, I think I have the capacity for it. To make matters even more dangerous, I think I have the capacity for even more than that. But yes, send my demand. War reparations, forced tributary, give me 500 ducats. Boom! I think I'm richer than I've ever been. Alright, fan-bloody-tastic. All of my levies can just go home. The locked-in movement cannot be disbanded, is that so? Alright, break off all the crummy levies. Is there a simple detach levy button? Or like a take all the levies thing here? Maybe shift-click, remove all levies? Now that other people have the game, they can answer my questions. I don't have to just answer all of theirs. It's wonderful. Not a lot of levies survived, by the way. If you're not a professional soldier, you're having a hard time in my army. Alright, bear in mind that my next target is Smolensk, and I should have been spending this time preparing for war with them, but get up to Ryazan for now. Smolensk, it's time for me to create a Horde expansion Casus Belli. I'm just here to kill you, your neighbors, and tear down your forts, so don't worry about it too much. Could always religious war. Why do I even have religious war available? I don't remember that being a thing. No need to waste my time building a spy network on them. You can dismantle all the levies with one click on the army screen. That's production? Ugh. I guess army screen we go here. Military. Raise levies, mercenaries, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Maybe I need to unpause a bit and let people chill out after all this warring. If you know where the button is, I'm all ears. Objective, general. Hey, there's a fort limit. My fort limit is huge. I'm never going to be having those. Raise levies, right click. Ah, disband all levies. Well done. Bye, levies. Do not disband my army. We disband the army, we collapse as a nation. Is there immigration? Like on high prestige, you gain people from other countries. There is... I'm not saying there is, I'm saying there's something else. There is migration attraction, but I think that might just be within your own country. It's hard to say. Oh, it's within the market. Move to the location with the highest migration attraction within a market. So maybe, just maybe, I can get that. Although you could always close borders to stop emigration. Which I have to assume that some people are migrating towards me. Or maybe my slaves are not allowed to escape, at least. Alright, so how's that doing for my diplomatic capacity? It's straining it, but it is within confines. They are more than twice as much of my next best tributary. I think we all know my first port of call has to be improve relations with Hungary so they don't hate my guts too much. They certainly hate my guts. I want to turn them into a tributary, and I want to enable scutage and explore the possibility of further siphoning their income. 180 ducats whenever I punch them in the face. Right, so that has more or less gotten me the money that I desire for doing internal progress in the Golden Horde. We're still going to bully the Russian princes, take their money, make sure that they're not getting any funny ideas about building forts. Oh, Muscovy. Muscovy. You're not allowed to have forts. How did he afford that fort? I tore half his country apart and tore apart his union. I suppose old Muscovasky is made of sterner stuff than Rurikovic ever was. Incompetent diplomacy and less taxes. Here's the thing. Look, their tax base is enormous. Muscovy is just one hell of a province. I think the obvious thing to do is just take it from them. Aggressive expansion be damned. I mean, after all of this, the Ottomans are not likely to want an alliance anytime soon because... likely target of a big coalition. Serbia, Wallachia, Byzantium, the Knights Hospital. And of course Hungary. Maybe eventually, but for now, no. The thing is, I don't want to centralize. And I certainly don't want more castle works, do I? It's not very relevant. The thing is, I could pass other things in Parliament, but I don't know what I'd even care to pass in Parliament. Maybe we just do the new hunting grounds, and then while it's being debated, we look at everything that we could expand. Let's leave this for now. We can begin Parliament when people start complaining about the lack of Parliament. I know it causes a malice if you don't do it for a while, but we'll take a moment to save up some money. And I could save even more money. Whoa, my inflation's going up. Yeah, save some much desired money. Consider taxing my commoners because they're way too happy. It's not a lot of money though. I mean, it's barely worth it. If I max taxes everywhere, the income's just irrelevant, isn't it? Yeah, forget that. I mean, yeah, just keep them happy. Keep them happy as can be. Happy as a little bee. Because the money's not relevant. It's all about this diplomacy money. I might just have to annex Muscovy at this rate. They're really not allowed to keep doing what they do. But look at that. Integration will be done in Colmas in 1428. It's so slow. I guess you don't have to integrate provinces, but what else is a man to do? Moskva is going to be a revolting mess if I take it. No, I don't think I'll take it off of Muscovy. Muscovy are clearly rich, so what I need to do is just keep killing Muscovy and taking all their money. But I do need to destroy that fort. I hope they haven't made any friends, though. That's unacceptable. Muscovy. You have a pretty big alliance here. Vladimir, Yaroslav, Theodoro. Smolensk. Oh, right. When I fight Smolensk, I'm going to be fighting a fair few nations then. No, no, it's just Muscovy and Vladimir. That's funny. I thought it was Tver and Vladimir. Whatever the case, I'm going to go in and kill them all. And I'm definitely taking down both of those forts and all of their money. So, you know, what better thing to do with money than to make even more money? Riddle me that. Jake, you were supposed to stop the war. No. I was going to stop expanding. Not that we've been taking land, but we've been forcing other people to pay us. It's important to display our might, but hopefully you can understand why I've done this. I'm not sure that within, about 30 years, I could have increased my economy to the point where I'm pumping out this kind of money without taxes. But now, just because of this incredible display of might, I have all these people giving me tons of money. I periodically punch them for more money, and everybody's happy because I say they don't have to pay taxes. Everybody else gives us the money. So life is good. Let's improve that opinion. Please tell me I did this to Serbia ages ago as well. Good, good. Yeah, very important that none of them get any ideas about rising up against me. Oh my god, Hungary are already delighted to be my subject. Oh, so are Serbia, so is Georgia. They're all so lovely. And look at that, Halik. Halik, I believe we had an idea about you giving me money. We certainly did. What's the plan for money? Yeah, this is the plan for money. But this money will be used on my own nation. We're going to debate establishing of hunting grounds so that I can expand. I guess at least wild game and fur RGOs will be cheaper. But that's not a lot of my country. Let's have a look. Ivory, well, we don't have that. I have some wild game. And I got some fur, but it's all far away. It's not in good lands. There is an idea that I could actually expand the gravel road network. Makes it cheaper, makes it faster. Centralizes my nation, which I actually don't want. But it would actually shave off a significant amount of money for building some roads. I want a road down to Astrakhan, and I probably want a road up to Kazan. You know, at least get some level of control here, because my control is dire. That said, I think driving a road all the way up to Kazan is a waste of money. Driving one down to Astrakhan, I think, is less of a waste of money. Alright, we'll do road building. We'll build a road down here. And I think I'll do it right now. I do not like centralizing, though. Decentralization is actually good for my country. Commoners become unhappy, but hey, look at that. We can tell Perm to be happier with us. I'm all about that. I could change a law, but are there any laws that I want to change? How do you like EU5 so far, asks Heaton God. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. It's got more Vicky influences, which I think are great. It's got more Crusader King influences, which I don't think works so well here. But overall, it plays well, it looks good, it is just great. I think it's so good that it's even better than EU3. EU3 on release, that is, so not compared to modern day standards. Is there any possible law that I would want to change right now? We obviously don't have access to levy laws, which is very sad. I'm okay with my legal laws. Remember, I want decentralization because it keeps my subjects happier. He's delirious. I never played EU3. Okay, well, don't start now. Play EU5 instead. And trust me that it's just as good. Religious teaching, common language. The nobles controlling mining operations makes them happier. It doesn't make them more powerful. We've thought about this before. Makes it faster to expand these. But it does cause me more aristocracy and traditional economy, which is probably bad. Plutocracy and capital economy might be for the better. Those burghers of mine are never happy. Oh, expand mining cost. How much of these things do I have? Coal, iron, copper, gold, silver. Okay, well, I got like none of this. I got stone to the south, funnily enough, but stone's not very valuable. Not surprising, it's everywhere. Why do the top right provinces have 15 control? Top right? Oh, there's one little bit here that has it, and that's because they are satisfied due to my culture, I think. Yeah, no, it's because it's a core. And it's a core because of cultural reasons. That's the reason all these have 15. It's not proximity, it's core. And yeah, unless I do some severe genocide, this stuff is not going to be core anytime soon because the culture is just not there. It's all Kazanis. I could actually accept the Ryazani people, and then I get a lot of cores over here. That might not be outside of the realms of possibility. Let's take a quick look over at our society. If I were to accept the Ryazani people, I'd get a lot of cores here. I wonder if that would emancipate the slaves. That'd be quite funny. The cost of adding them would be what exactly? I was looking at Crimean there, right. Adding you would cost what? That would add like 2 cost there. That would be unacceptable. I need to find a way to improve my accepted cultures. Wasn't there an estate thing for that? You'd think the Dhimmi would give something that allows more accepted cultures. How low will you go? Well, low enough to actually have a country and an economy. The Ryazani people do not want to seem to change to my culture, but I'd rather accept Muscovite, although they are huge. And I don't own that land yet. But yeah, accepting the Ryazanis would probably go a long way towards improving control around here, because I get all these cores, and it's not like it's completely depopulated. Black Death notwithstanding. Yeah, in the end, I probably have to accept Ryazani and Muscovite. I'm slowly trying to purge the steppe people and make them see the light of Mongolian, and we're making some headways, because I never chose to accept Astrakhan. What is this obnoxiously loud song? Forth to thy country. I don't know what playlist you're from. Crusader Kings 2. Alright, well, bye. You're no longer allowed. Give me the Highland Wanderer again. Love that. Right, accepted cultures. How do I get more of those? It's going to come to downsides, but I can accept that. Cultural capacity goes up by a half. The Dhimmi get a lot more power, but they barely have any power, so that's okay. More humanist. Is humanist good for me? What is humanism? It's not spiritualism. I actually don't care about spiritualism to humanism. I want right down the center, because one hurts conversion, the other hurts assimilation, and vice versa. So if I just have neither, then that might be okay. Antagonism, religious influence. I mean, I'd love to convert, but conversion is difficult. Either way, I might give that. Because don't I get a boost to the accepted cultures? Yeah, I get 50% boost. I would go over my capacity, but maybe that's okay. But yeah, accepting the Ryazani people should be a significant boost to the control of my country. Looks like you are slowly going more spiritualist, so going a bit more in the opposite direction wouldn't be so bad. Yeah, exactly. I'm just considering this. That cost is so high, though. Is there a way to bring it down? Maybe we should just do it and see what happens. Bong. Cultural tradition goes down, efficiency of cabinet goes down, cultural influence goes down. I don't think that's all that bad, but I certainly want to boost this up, so I guess I will ask the Dhimmi to help me out. So the Dhimmi have almost no control over my country. So I really don't mind giving them, what's this, 100% more? Yeah, big deal. Makes them more expensive to keep happy, though. Maybe with that in mind, I should... Whoa! Oh, that's commoners. I was like, wow, when did the Dhimmi become expensive? No, they're not. Keep the estates well lubricated. Because it costs me almost nothing to do this due to their low impact, but I think they have a nice boost for me. Look at that, raw materials output and food production goes up across the board in exchange for virtually no money. Right, so Dhimmi. Is there anything else good you do for me? Dhimmi in the cabinet? It's not bad, actually. Cultural capacity and humanism is probably the thing I'm looking for here. Pact of Umar. List of rights and responsibilities aimed at heathens within our borders. Sure, give me that. Give me the cultural capacity. Chieftains very unhappy with that, but they're overall very happy because I don't make them pay. And that should make up for my lack of cultural thing. I'm only a little bit over the limit here, so that's no big deal. All right, and like that, the maximum control of these provinces should go up considerably because it's going to become a core. It better become a core. Imagine if it doesn't. All right, what else am I considering doing here? I swear that was not the only thing. Yeah, now that I have money, maybe I can finally consider building that road. Road builder. I want a road from here down to Astrakhan. Please lock in. Please lock and stop getting rid of this for... Oh, jeez. I want to see this cost. Expanding road network is reducing this cost. It's so expensive, though. Maybe if I had more lumber and sand, I'd be able to significantly reduce the cost of this. But the base cost is already through the roof, so no, there's not much one can do about that, is there? At most, I can knock a third. Anyway, I do think this is worth the investment. It'll vastly increase control around here. Well, vastly. It will increase control. And it's not like I'm going to get cheaper any other time, so get it done. And then I'm going to make more money, and I'm going to invest in RGOs in everywhere that has control. And this is finally the moment where we invest in ourselves as a country and not as a military state. Did the Parliament thing pass? No, and it doesn't have to pass to make this cheaper. While we're debating it, it is cheaper. I'm contemplating if I want to do any law changes. But I'm pretty happy with all of my laws. And if I do a law change, I'd have to give in to more demands, which I'm not keen on. But yeah, asking for law changes, which of these would I even want to do? I'm very happy we federalized. Why am I happy that we federalized? What did that do for me? I think it improved control. Yeah, look at that lovely control. Okay, get ourselves a road down there. And maybe we need a bit of a before and after. Yeah, that's fine. I don't like that screenshot being in the way. And I don't like looking at my estates, but sure. Gonna do a before and after on my control after this road is done. And after it lets control raise for a bit. Yeah, the most significant engineering achievement in all of Golden Horde. It's no trivial thing to build a road all this freaking way. That's like going across all of England. To give a comparison that True Leveler could understand. And I doubt this land is exactly made for good roading. Why did we put the road here and not just through this, I wonder? Oh, yeah. Even Kazan. Oh, that's right. All those Ryazani slaves that we've been bringing in have been changing the demographics. So that means... Oh, what do you mean there's no core map mode? There's integration, isn't there? Yeah, Kazan became a core because we have so many... Wait, Ryazani non-slaves? Did they promote? I am certain I sent over 10 quintillion Ryazani slaves to Kazan. Look, they brought their orthodoxy with them. Did they actually promote to being useful? How? They don't have jobs. Oh, I think I see what happened. So the burghers have been creating jobs, creating promotions into burghers, allowing slaves to turn into peasant. Oh, wait a second. I think I know what actually happened. Emancipation. At last I understand. Okay, that is the way to make use of your slaves. Now I actually have usable population because I accepted their culture. Right, okay. Okay, great. Let's have a look at our hierarchy then. We're no longer like 40-50% slave country. Wait a second, does that mean that I'm no longer going to enslave the Ryazanis when I fight? Well, it's not like I have many more Ryazanis to attack into, is there? There's just the ones here in Pronsk. But I will be stealing lots and lots of Muscovites, and when I accept Muscovites down the line, then I can emancipate them and have them work. Oh, yes. Peasants are a big boon over slaves because peasants can actually migrate. So when I build RGOs across the country, they're going to be able to move and fill them. Oh, well, this is just fantastic. Okay. Where is my alert about pop needs? In fact, forget alert. Where would I see it in the first place? Maybe it's something best seen on trade or markets. I mean, if I look at the Astrakani market and I look for things that we don't have, wheat's a big one. So if I start doing RG... Yeah, I imagine food is one of the things people want the most, and it's something I can actually produce. Yeah, we can't get rice. I don't know why my people want rice. I guess they're Mongol to the core. We want wine. I know somewhere that I can go and grab some wine. But I guess I could RGO up some wine and some wheat. Wouldn't be a big deal. So. We go for goods. We go for wheat. What do you mean I can't expand any RGOs for wheat? Relevant. Oh, it's because it's looking in markets. Right. Don't look in markets. Just look for wheat. And then what I do is I go, where will I improve that? RGO per profit level. Multiplied by control. So, wait, whoa. Not in other people's countries. Is there a filter for that? There must be a filter. It's probably this filter right here. I don't want to sort it by market. I just want to sort it by my bleeding country. But I guess one step at a time, right? Start with the Astrakani market. There's no wheat. Ryazan. There's a bunch of wheat. And it claims that none of it is profitable. Why? Because I have no bleeding control. Well, someday I will have control. Especially now that they are of my culture. How much does it cost to expand these? Costs 30. Right, let's just do it across the board. In a bit of time, that will hopefully cause wheat to improve. Sturdy grains, I feel, is something that I had to import earlier. Friendly armies actually improve control. Interesting. We'll also get some extra sturdy grains here. There are doubtlessly people that can work that. Okay, so goodbye money, but everyone's going to pay me for the privilege. The road length is about 130 kilometers or 80 miles as the birds fly. Wait, this distance? It's actually shorter than I thought. Projections are a trip. Now, people will work here, but it's not like I'm going to be making money off of them because I don't tax them. But not taxing the commoners, is that better than taxing them? Nah, the commoners do give me some money, and I want every bit of cash that I can get here. Frankly, the chieftains could also be taxed. It's not like they have insignificant amounts, but... Nah, just tax the commoners. Everybody else gets a tax break. I mean, with this kind of money coming in, got to keep in mind that Hungary money is temporary. But the big Hungary money is not temporary. Curses. Okay, that's not a big deal because Parliament's already in my bag. Still working on Horde expansion, improving lots of relations, still have plenty of diplomats, life is good. The minor tribes to the south are consolidating. Oh, the Kingdom of Georgia is also getting bigger. And that is good news for me. Bigger tributaries, more money. The downside will be if the tributaries ever start thinking that they're too powerful to keep paying. But look, if even Hungary is loyal... Yeah, they massively boosted this, though. This is why I want decentralization. Country strength. Relative power is a thing as well. Did you scootage Hungary already? Thank you for reminding me. Hungary, I need even more of your money. Let's see what that changes to, by the way. We saw that in previous menu, right? Hungary currently pay me no manpower and $17.16 reduced. Does anyone give me actual manpower? Wait, Serbia gives me sailors? I wasn't aware sailors was a thing. Oh. Okay, very good. We have 2 sailors. Bill and Ben. Interesting that they actually give me soldiers. That's cool. I mean, nobody really does, but it must just be have value, but it's actually lower than 1. Anyway, Hungary currently pays me $17.16 dues. Not opposed to that, but how about they pay me more? Enable scootage. well now. That's not insignificant. That's all of my commoners' tax. Just coming from Hungary. Sailors only show up if you have sea access. Huh. I didn't notice this before, but that's not saying it wasn't there. Just that I didn't notice. Happens all the time. I should consider if there are other fights that I want to do. Did Kiev get even bigger? I'm happy. They must be demolishing Chernihiv, which is good because I destroyed their fort with this in mind. Just don't eat up too many of the Russians. I think I already accept the Smolensky culture. Accept? Maybe I just tolerate it. Cultures. I guess it's not even inside my country. There we go. Smolensk is tolerated, just like the Mishars. Yeah, we'd have more cores around here if I accepted the Mishars as well, but I don't want to pay for that. Hate paying for accepting my cultures. But it would be really nice to have more ways to accept cultures. Are there any other estate privileges that can help me out with cultures? Tribes? No. Dhimmi, we already checked. Also, wait, that's commoner. Damn, it keeps changing the scrolling here. Dhimmi, we already checked, but we can check again. I don't see anything here relating to that. The commoners, perhaps. This is a great period of time for me to sort out the estates. It's going to be very expensive to break the backs of the chieftains, but it does need to be done at some point if I'm ever going to have actual crown control. Peasants eat less food, but the RGO size goes, oh, I can't be having that. Peasants in parliament. And there's no way I'm protecting their faith. That's not happening. The traders? Building cost down, that's rather nice. Monthly inflation going down, that's also rather nice. Also innovativeness. And maximum tax down, I actually want this. I don't care if I can't tax you so much. Inflation going down means more minting, and I really want to be innovative. Is that true? Let me double check my value in innovation. We are working towards it agonizingly slowly, but we're going to need to get actual institutions here at some point. Traditional has served us well in the past, but that time is long gone. Let's actually invite the traders to control my monetary policy. How do the other estates feel about that? Chieftains hate it, but chieftains hate many things. I can always bribe them if they really start getting uppity. Anything I want to pull away from you? Burghers building roads is good. Centralization bad. But I like them building roads. That's tough. Decentralization very good for me. Because I need that loyalty of subjects. It translates to lots of money. Building road rights, parliament and capital, those both hurt it. I really don't want to stop them from being able to build roads, because roads are nice. But it's not like they are building roads, right? Makes sense. The Khan does not concern himself with central banking. Let the traders handle the money. Prosperity is good, decentralization is good. Wait, centralization, decentralization. Leading traders. Market attraction is good. Again, I don't mind the traders having a little bit of power. I just need to break all the chieftains down, so I take the chieftain power. Innovation is good, but I just made that. Capital economy, production efficiency, monetary policy and whatnot. This is painful, because this is absolutely something that I would want later. But right now, I really want to be decentralized. Oh, wait, not that one. That one. The burghers haven't built a single bloody road, have they? Show me my road map mode. Silk Road. Is the Silk Road so good we can have a Silk Road too? I wonder if you need to link up to existing roads for it to do anything for trade. It's not too bad to revoke the privilege. They won't be happy about it, but they're happy enough as it is. Yeah, I'm afraid you're no longer allowed to build roads. I don't want centralization. I'll give you that back in the future. Yeah, they're unhappy. What does that do for me? Trade advantage goes down. I'll give them a cheeky little bribe for that. The chieftains might get real uppity. I should probably consider giving them some money to speed this along, even though they don't pay taxes. Also, that keeps the traders down on their power. But yeah, to me, decentralization is really quite important. Which might seem weird, right? All your time playing EU 3 and 4, you think centralization good. But this is huge. So huge. In the Golden Horde, no road leads to Rome because we don't have any. No, the road leads to either Sarai or Astrakhan. Take your pick. Towns demand seats. An urban parliament seat. I have no idea what that even means. Parliament seat is a building in Kazan. An urban parliament seat is a seat of political power. The local burghers' presence of buildings increase the influence of guilds and merchants. They're happy and they give me their support. That's probably a bad thing to have. It sounds like the kind of thing that, yeah, it just gives the burghers powers. And I don't want them to have power in parliament, right? There is one Khan around here, not many Khans. It also requires this production method to produce what exactly? Not money, that's for sure. You guys are going to have to sod off. The traders become even unhappier. Brilliant. Did I ever improve relations with Perm? I'm at the point where I could. Oh dear, Perm. The clergy of Perm are not happy with what I just did, and I can't assist them in this war, can I? That's concerning, because it's probably going to switch them back to their pagan ways. Actually, are they still pagan? Where's all that Sunnism I gave you? No, you're still Sunni, but... Oh, even the clergy that are taking you over are Sunni. Okay, not my problem then. Just a little minor estate issue. Belo Ozero nobles no longer in my yoke, because they've been replaced with Belo Ozero nobles. Is there a way I can force people into my yoke? I mean, for some reason, Muscovy broke out of the yoke just because they had a rebellion, and a new rebellion doesn't join it. So how do I... No, it says they're inside it. Why are they colored differently? It says they're all in... They are in the Tatar yoke. Why the different color then? What does it all mean? I do not know. Chick, how much are you enjoying EU4? Well, I'm enjoying it a whole lot. Feels good to play. It's good to see. You know what doesn't feel good? Me. I'm really quite cold. Give me just a moment. I'm going to turn on the heating whilst you can enjoy seeing my glorious tax balance. That'll do nicely. It's slightly sliding away from tap-soft weather around here. I wonder if the estates weren't building roads because of something silly, like they want an existing road to build off of. No, they were probably just incredibly poor, like most of my country. Because when you look at the income of a place... Okay, maybe a a better example. The potential tax base is there. Then you lose 90%, and then it goes to the estates, and then you tax it. So it's very much a trickle-up economy. Because of the lack of control, even the estates don't have a lot of money to spare. But we're working on it. Someday there will be control in my lands. Look at this, look at this. 2 is infinitely more than 0. And it's going to climb all the way up to lofty ranks of 18.5. If only I could get that satisfaction a bit higher, but the pop needs are plentiful. Can you analyze other Horde nations, see if they fare better now? Well, a good example is the Chobanids down here. They might look a lot smaller, but they're a lot denser. Like their provinces are a fair bit smaller. And their RGOs, I think, are better, right? Wheat, gold. They also get horses and wine. Gems. Yeah, it's delectable. How are they doing anyway? Chobanids have a tax base of 27. They own Tabrits, which is a really good... Wait, I thought Tabrits was here. No, I'm thinking of something else entirely. Tabrits is here. Tabrits looking very nice. I wonder if you wouldn't mind paying me money every now and then. No, I wouldn't trust a Horde to be a tributary. I can't even trust a Horde to be a subject of mine. Emirate of Nagai. I don't know what to look at them to assess how they're doing, right? They've got 500,000 population. They have a huge standing army for their size. Egads. Right, well, kind of good to see them punch above their weight. Speaking of people that are not able to punch above their... Wait a minute. Timmy! I thought we were above having event troops. Well, you know, if Moldavia can get 4,500 event troops, I think Timmy can get his 1,750 event regulars. Quite terrifying. Let's see, he gets the Sword of Islam. His morale goes sky high. His nobles give less levies. He gets tolerant... Wait, tolerance to through 5th Dan? This must have been an event or something that he took. I'm hoping the Timurid Horde does not become a real problem for me. But even if they do, you know, they're surely destined to go south. I can smell India from there. Why is the tax base of the Sultanate of Delhi 3 ducats? Well, yeah, not having any control over your country will do that, but that still seems suspiciously low. Oh. Oh, what? You have 1 province, the rest of it is nothing. Heritable Iktas. And no satisfaction. Well, I think I speak for all of us when I say I'm glad I'm not Indian. And yeah, Yuan has a bunch of events to cause all these rebels to come around. Shen Wu? Talk to me when Yuan Shao rises from the ashes. Europeans seem to be doing okay, but remember, it's only been 30 years. Stands to reason not everything is coalesced just yet. I'm always keen to keep a lazy eye on who is willing to keep paying me money. Tributaries, of course. There's no point punching money out of people that can't really spare anything. I mean, Kiev, didn't I just take money from Kiev? Well, I suppose I could keep taking more. Thank you, Kiev. Who else has some money to spare? Yeah, the better I can get that that liberty desire pounded down, the more often I can take money. So in a sense, it can be paradoxically worse for me to have more and more tributaries, because it means less and less I can punch the big ones for money. But yeah, punching Hungary every now and then for 200 ducats. Wait, did that say 270? Or that they were 270 in debt? They need to have enough money to still have money after I punch them for it. But yeah, the idea of Hungary just paying me that privilege. They've already paid me more than I paid off Poland to get out of the war. Okay. So it is actually kind of peaceful time. We can even speed up the game, shockingly enough. Because we're waiting for control to grow, we're waiting for our Horde expansion, Casus Belli. Actually, I don't like going fast. Makes me nervous. because I don't know enough about the game right now. Our traders can gain that. No, they can sod off. I'm going to win anyway. Muslim lineage for Horde unity. It's unnecessary, but it's welcome. And then, what is it I'm currently working on? I was debating if it was useful or not. I think it's the satisfaction of my my estates. They all go up by 1%. I think that's worth it. I mean, in the end, that's a little bit more taxation, so it's always more money. And I guess it's faster sorting them out when they get unhappy. But once I'm done with that, I really need to consider where we're going with this. I would really like to make my way down to better diplomatic reputation, improve relations, war score cost and subject income. This is all really good. But I'm just beating around the bush here because what I truly, truly need is better army stuff. I need professional armies, which I currently don't have. Annexation cost. I don't plan on annexing anytime soon. Food production going up. Granting privileges. Well, they barely cost anything to begin with. Difficult. Clergy literacy is also really good to go for, and it might even be worth considering. Clergy and burgher literacy. Because I'm trying to transform my society into something that can support itself. Literacy will help, although it'll also push up demands. We don't demand that much in wars anyway, so pressuring diplomacy is not huge. But 2.5% additional subject income. Here's a question, and it's a pretty good one. Do you think this turns 100 ducats into 102.5? Or do you think it turns 10% payment dues into 12.5% payment dues? Because those are two very different things. I have a feeling it might be the latter, but with Paradox, it's hard to tell. Can I have a look at somebody's payment obligations? Halik's a good example. Maybe it's not a good example. I would love to know that. I'd wager it's 10% to 12.5%. Yeah, I'd also like to know exactly how much money are they giving me. Can we put a number on it? Preferably somebody that has an easier to read number here. So Georgia makes 55 ducats. They pay me 6 of it. I think they pay me 10% of what they make, and then they add the scootage of, like, well, probably maybe 20% more or something. Is Bulgaria in scootage? It absolutely is. This would be easier if we didn't have, if we found someone that wasn't in scootage to check. I think it might be more than we give it credit for. It might be worth it, because, you know, money is good. And it's not that much further down research to go to get my filthy Horde hands on it. Wish this zoomed out just a bit more. Where am I even looking now? I'm lost. Wait, I said it's not much. It's actually really, really far down. It's on a different branch altogether. And I gotta go through some naval stuff. Oh, man. Maybe I don't feel that way. Yeah, that is cool, but I actually think I need to get some literacy. Make my clergy literate, make my burghers literate. Give me some better trade range while we're at it. And then I can consider working my way down towards tribute and diplomacy. That's a lot of research to do. And as I'm sure you're well aware, we don't research progress very well. Although we are relatively literate. And wow, the clergy estate helped with that. It's not called clergy though, it's called it lema. Interesting. How much further up are you willing to go there? How much am I willing to pay for research? I don't even tax them, man. Is there anything I could do to make you happier? Well, I don't want you having too much power either. Temporarily. That's probably not worth it. Could you buy technology anyway? That's a good question. I mean, maybe I could buy from one of my subjects. I hadn't actually considered that. Seems like an economic thing. Request market preference, send economic stuff. I believe I've seen share knowledge. Yeah, but I think that's me give to them. I can't request it, although if I could, that'd be great. Maybe it's a friendly action. Trust, share maps, defensive league, inviting artists. Divert trade, enforce things, support things. I'm not seeing it, sadly. I was so obsessed with military quality in E3, I had to do a long way from becoming Manchu to Scandinavia just to gather all the plus discipline and morale bonuses. Yeah, but it was completely overpowered. I think they've reined in the amount of stacking bonuses you can do in EU5, but someone's bound to find a way to break it. And I don't think it's going to be me. I'm very curious if there's any way that I could more forcibly gain... Ah! Oh, we just get research progress and it costs a lot of spying, doesn't it? What a shame, because the institution spread, as I'm sure you're well aware, doesn't really know what a Golden Horde is, and it's not traveling very well. I mean, look at Hungary, just the great insulator of technology. It's going through Serbia, for God's sake. Well, on the plus side, maybe it can spread from Kaffa. I guess I might need those Italians more than I care to admit. On the plus side, maybe I'm a little bit more literate. Oh yeah, we know better reading and writing than the Hungarian scum do. Some people here know a whole lot. Metz. The Pope himself, of course. Good literacy. But hey, that's what I'm working on. Importing from markets you have institutions from can jumpstart you in market capital. Do roads spread tech? Yeah, I'd have to assume that they do. Maybe someday we'll have a road and we can investigate what it's doing for us. That's still just Perm that's unhappy, right? Yeah, Perm will see the funny side soon. I want my diplomats to grab me money instead. Why won't these Nogai Patriots go away? Like, what is their problem? It's just this one province of Bot Cool, I think. Yeah, there's not even that many of them. Oh, right, wrong one, wrong one. They're over here. Ah, and there's a few dotted about. Nogai Patriots. Yeah, but they're not even growing. I just wish they'd go away. I need to do something about this massive, massive list of different people that want to rise up. But I think the main thing is that their satisfaction is really low. Oh, right, the chieftains are causing bigger problems because I went and cheesed them off. But it's okay, I think it's fine. Monthly change is going up by over 1% due to my no taxes policy. Oh, I don't know who Lakia is, but they're tired of war. Who exactly are Lakia? Has anybody ever known or cared about Lakia? Wait, them? This minor tribe wants 36 ducats. I don't think that's worth the 5 prestige. Away you go. Useless. Hey, we're getting up there in great powers, by the way. Or even a normal power. Can I click on this to see, like, great power stuff? Is there even, like, a great power map mode? Not sure how the feature works in this game. Great powers include Yuan, Shen, Khmer, Bohemia? Unsurprisingly, the Mamluks. As Yuan continues to diminish, it might be my time to shine. Can I hover over people and see their score? Hungary? 166. They forfeit 25% of their great power to me. Really? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Wait, that doesn't look like 25% of 100 and something something. I guess it's all this other stuff on top. You know, I don't get to take their kingdom or their embraced institutions and things. Has Bohemia'd at all? They've been eating into potentially Polish land? No, Silesian land. But getting closer into Polish land. No, Volhynia. Volhynia's getting Lithuania'd. They're hardly my most impressive subject, but... You know, any of my tributaries getting chewed on is money that I'm no longer making. So I need to invest in myself, clearly. Building those roads, building those RGOs. Societal value is centralizing. No, I don't want that. I want to decentralize. It's okay, we're working towards more decentralization. And not at a slow rate either. Good. Keep those subjects of mine nice and loyal. And make Hungary loyal so that I can punch them for money. God, they hate my guts. Oh, jeez. Oh, well, nothing to worry about. Horde expansion's about halfway through, getting that on Smolensk so I can tear down Muscovy again. What's that question? Chat, is there something? What are the benefits of the Tatar yoke? It's really, really bad. Like, I feel like something's off by an order of magnitude here. I get 4 manpower and 45 ducats. And at the start of the game, it was half of that. So, yeah, keeping the Russians under thumb through this doesn't really help. I suppose one nice thing is that it's free. I don't need to pay to have these. But not exactly, because I have to spend 1 of my diplomatic capacity on the Tatar yoke. Even so, I'm not thrilled about it. Yeah, we're going to beat these guys up, though. Have you made a withdrawal from the Bank of Venice yet? It has been tempting, but it's not like I'm really in a position to exert influence over Venice. I am close, though, right? I'm here in Kingdom of Hungary. If I simply got access through Aquileia and Austria, I'd be able to go over and march on Venice. By the way, is it even possible to get to Venice? Or do they block straits the way that they do in EU 3 and 4? Doesn't want to show me that information. Venice. Coastal, grasslands, harbour. I mean, I can't imagine you just walk over. So ships probably block straits, meaning I won't be able to grab their capital and force tributary that way. It would be amazing having Venice as a tributary. Like, any small, weak, but high-income nation is going to be worth a bundle to me. Is there a map mode for that? Like, province country income? There's not, but there is a ledger. And I can sort countries by income. And if I see anything that might be a low-hanging fruit... I mean, the Papal State makes some actual pork scratchings. Wow, well, we already nailed Hungary, and they're near the top of the list. Oh, wait. Look, it's me. I'm not too shabby on the list of population, either. It used to be more, of course, but Black Death gonna Black Death. Use map mode muggable. Hungary has not yet been sufficiently mugged. I'm looking forward to punching them for even more money. But look at that, I'm struggling on keeping loyalty up. Not insignificantly. I really don't want it to go down. What I could do is give them some kind of diplomatic support. Because I can support loyalists over there. Costs me diplomats. But you know what? That is probably extremely worth it. I spread my institutions to Buddha, none of them. I actually think this is worth it. Let's do it. Proportionately, I should definitely be doing that for the most troublesome subject. And that's going to pay for itself, because that's the 20 loyalty that I can use to beat them up for more money. Because now, with them at 74, I'll be able to extract 200 ducats from them periodically. God, it's nice to think about, isn't it? Free money. But yeah, that's going to cost me some ongoing diplomatic stuff. Jeez, Yaroslav are on a rampage. I have to really hope that these people don't start getting funny ideas about building forts. That's the main thing they're not allowed to do. And I'll probably spit countries out of them. I got no problem rampaging through and just taking more off of them. When I deal with Smolensk, I'm going to deal with Muscovy and Vladimir, but I should probably also consider fighting Yaroslav. Yaroslavl? They're going to bring in Muscovy and Tver. It's Tver are more interested in getting involved in. You're not allied with Muscovy, are you? No, but you're together with Yaroslav, so I actually think we're going to go back and punch Tver again. So to that extent, I want to build a spy network over here. Never have enough bleeding diplomats. It's a feast or a famine with them. I think if you're Catholic, you very early on get something that pushes up more diplomats. Although I don't know what, if anything, I have access to give me more diplomats. Diplomatic range is not more diplomats. Monthly diplomats. Yeah, that would be very nice. Integrated elites. But in order to get that, we need to embrace the Renaissance, and we don't even know what that is. Thank goodness we somehow already knew what scholarly treaties were. I guess that's just a freebie that you get in the Age. There's not something I'm missing in Age of Traditions, is there? Is there anything that I haven't actually embraced here? Quite a few. Maximum RGO and rural could go up. Cost of pilgrimage? I don't really care about that. Can invest in culture? Yes. I haven't even thought about doing that. I don't know how artists work either. Just never seemed worth our time. Institution growth is probably something I really am going to need. Add it to the queue and maybe even move it up in the future. Are you max sliders on the balance sheet for diplomatic efforts? Always. I think since day 0 we've maxed diplomatic spending because it's huge. 30 loyalty of subjects. Costs a bundle. But, you know, they pay for it, so I guess that's fine. Hey, Hungary, you got enough money to give me money yet? Come on, stop being poor. That money belongs to me. Cybertron and all its inhabitants belong to me. Merge you all together. Everything looks fine over here. Not chuffed about having to siege down, but at this point I could actually just use my regulars to siege. It's no big deal. And I will. I'm going to tear down that fort on Muscovy. They're simply not allowed it. Certainly I'm slow at building up spy networks, but I guess my Mongolian cultural influence is quite pathetic. Traders causing me troubles yet again. Kill them. But they're not happy. Well, that's okay. Actually, maybe that's not okay. That's the 3rd time in a row I think the traders have had an issue with me. I guess I will bribe them into submission. Stop being so unhappy. I'll even bribe my tribes, because it's practically free. I wish I could actually just bribe them to 100%, because they give me the food and the RGO output. And that will surely aid satisfaction somehow. Do you have gold RGOs in the Urals? Yes, but we haven't actually expanded into most of them, and the one that we do have over here belongs to my dying colony. Wait, they're constructing even more gold. The reason I call them a dying colony is because of this. Wait, what? So I investigated this country and they had like 100% inflation. Where'd their inflation go? Maybe they went bankrupt and bankruptcy reduces inflation? I could have sworn. I could have sworn they had a gorillion inflation. How strange. Anyway, these guys are making gold, which is nice. So gold enters the Chimichanga Tura market here. So I could always bring it over, if only I had trade capacity here. Which I could have. I could get my... hold on, who exactly has the market here? Zarkal has it. What I could do is force Zarkal to give me market access with not siphon income, with divert to trade. If Zarkal is very loyal, I'd be willing to do that, just get access into this market. Let's check that. Relations, manage subject, we're looking for Zarkal. Zarkal love me to bits. They have no representation. Why is no representation -6? I thought no representation was meant to be -20. I was looking at it early and it said -20 for no representation. Yeah, look at that. Why do they not care? That resource map mode, do they scrap random colony trade goods? I haven't colonized anything ever in this game, so I honestly couldn't tell you. Anyway, be that as it may, I'm going to take this from you. Diplomatic actions, divert your trade. Loyalty to Overlord -33, not a problem. Yoink. And with that, I miraculously have... Where's my market access? You're meant to give me some of yours. Is it a turn of the month thing? One can only imagine. Feels like the improving relations that I'm doing is just absolutely not happening, but we'll get there. I just don't want to do minus 200 in these people and have them think that they can revolt against me. Come on, Shimgitura, give me your gold. No, okay, for some reason I just don't get market access here. Is it out of range, perhaps? We don't own any location in this market, but we have a trade presence of 4.72 market trade capacity. Huh, well I have it. So I could bring over all their silver. And I think that's what we're doing. Yeah, we can't actually add any more in this. I want to really look into how trade works, but it's defeating me for now. Someday I will fully understand it like I did trade in EU3 and EU4, but in this one, it's still intimidating. There's no coring range limitation. What's up with Bulgaria inside the vampire lands? I don't think there's a limitation on that. Let's have a look-see. Have they managed to integrate it? No, they haven't. So I guess they just took it but haven't been able to integrate. There was a war of succession going on here. And although it looked like Bulgaria was kicking Walachia's poor buttocks, Wallachia remained independent. Well, I think they remained independent. Let's see how they're doing. Yes, they are. They're married to Serbia. Okay, great. And they have a truce with me because I came over and kicked their arse in the past. I wonder who's all giving me war reparations anyway. Yeah, Wallachia are still paying me, so Serbia and Hungary. Those will die out eventually, but I gotta say my money's looking pretty good, especially knowing that Hungary is paying me so much money. And they will very soon be paying me even more. Oh, I cannot wait to just siphon off their income. But they keep not having enough money for me. How dare they? Maybe supporting loyalists in Hungary isn't worth it until I start siphoning them off, because I need those diplomats for other things. But to cancel that interaction will cost me one as well. What is this? Creating Casus Belli, active Siam Orc, in and out, shake it all about. Yeah, my diplomats are very busy right now, which is why I wish I had more of them. Yeah, loyalist support, 4 loads of opinion improvement, and 1 spy network. But yeah, we are relatively rich. So whenever I have a good bundle of money, I want to go and increase RGOs to keep my people busy. And hopefully maybe even do something about my severe lack of satisfaction in the markets. If I look at all the goods around here. They're lacking slaves. Are you telling me you want slaves? Apparently there's a demand for them. Who is demanding slaves in Ryazan? Maybe it's the Ryazanis themselves, right? Now they are, now they're hungry for them. I could actually establish a slave center in Muscovite land and start enslaving local Muscovites. I think we can all get behind that. Maybe I could even conquer Muscovy and set up a slave area. Trouble with Muscovy is it's never going to have any control. So I won't make money off of it, but I will develop slaves. Alternative thought is I just build it back home. You know, maybe we can enslave people back home that we don't care about. Can you push slaves to that gold colony somehow? Again, unsure. I'm unsure how to move people around. I'm pretty sure slaves cannot be moved unless emancipated. But slaves can work RGOs, so I think slaves can... And I'm pretty sure they can be pushed into the New World, but there's a lot I don't know about it. I do want to get slaving, though, that much is for sure. Yeah, why in the world is there a demand for slaves? And what's my best way to check pop demands? Check demands? No. Probably the best way is just to look in the market. I guess anything that there's a deficit of, there are demands for, but I don't know who's demanding them. It just tells me that there is a demand. Oh, well, there we go. Ah. Why is slaves the trade good used in RGO? And what RGO uses slaves particularly? Like, I can use them everywhere, but who is actually demanding slaves in their RGOs? Is it the whole buildings missing employees thing? Oh, geez, man, I am really short on people here. We are promoting, it's just promotion happens very slowly. Lack of control severely hurting promotion, even though that's close-ish to Sarai. It'll take a long time for these to fill up with people. That's why I only built up my RGOs by 1. RGOs missing employees, buildings missing employees. Maybe it's Ryazan itself. You know, the sturdy grains are asking for slaves. But yeah, that promotion is slow, even with literacy and free subjects and stability. Lack of control really hurts bringing these in. So you really want control before you up the economy. But it's difficult to get control. Maybe I really do want to build a road from here all the way up to Ryazan. But my roads are no longer nice and cheap. And I'm not entirely sure it'll help that much. A road can only go so far in reducing proximity costs. Time to contact HR, the horse raiders, and recruit more assets. It tempts. It ever so tempts. But here's the thing, it's not like this is going to take forever. Although, did I actually up this to... No, I think I upped it to 3. Which is maybe 1 more than I should have. Yeah, 203 months is not forever in a game like this. That's not even 10... That's not even 20 years. Ah, child is a prodigy. Very good. So yeah, not too afraid of that. Not too chuffed with it either, though. It feels like the best thing is just to blanket increase all RGOs by 1, wait 15 years, and then blanket change them again. Increase for places that have good control. I mean, these places... I mean, they've got high control. I should just be RGOing them up anyway. And you know what? I will. Gimme, 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 gimme. Yeah, I guess like anywhere with more than 50. Medicaments? Medicaments? Not a term I've heard before. Well, I heard it during the Black Death, that's for sure. But these keep people employed, so it's probably worth doing. Wool also gives food, is worth also considering. But yeah, along this road and this river, we get good amounts out of here. Although I'm already out of money. Wool was always really, really worthless in EU3, and I think in EU4 it was also pretty bad. In this game, it's not great. It also has a transport cost. Not everything does it? Oh, it costs to transport you as well. Yeah, it's not like I've got very good trade goods around here. We don't have gems and gold. But in the end, it feeds us. In fact, I should really up the amount of wool that we have in Astrakhan. Because wool is food and Astrakhan is food deficit, I think. Yeah, look at that. Location rank, wetlands. If I get more wool, more food. And it should be very quick and easy to staff these RGOs up. Have I got any RGOs worth knowing around here? Coal. King Coal is here. Not very valuable right now, and what is this even? Doesn't seem particularly... Wait, does that mean 7 things demand it? What does number 7 even mean in this context? One, two, three, four, five, six. It says me that 7 things don't demand it. I'm not sure what to make of that. Ah, right. At long last, we've actually been called into the Permian Civil War against the clergy. I mean, do I even need to get involved? I could just send a few... I could just send a few levies to take care of that, because there's almost nothing to fight against over there, is there? Bring the peasant levies over. Some steppe militia wouldn't go too far either. Don't make me tire out my own units. There's no reason for me to pay maintenance for this. That's army maintenance, it's not levy maintenance. Or at least I hope that's the case. Oh, now there's a question. Are we going to enslave these people? Also, I probably didn't need to get involved. My subject will go and do the fighting for me. But yeah, very curious if I'm going to loot the Permian clergy here. Right, what's your capital province? There. Permians coming home in chains. Perm really doesn't do much for my country, period. But recently we changed them into Sunni in the hopes that they might actually convert some lands for us. 7% taking hold around here and there is already a pretty big boon. Because once this is all Sunni, then it's going to be pretty good for me to integrate. Till then, I don't want these weird, backwards tribal people chanting in the forests and doing God knows what. The Vatican clergy, not to be confused with the Vatican clergy. Not sure that's a mistake we'd make. Poor Perm raising 3 and 6 levies. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, I'll help you out in no time, Perm. It's just you're a big and annoying country to go through. Best thing I can probably do is slaughter their troops so that we don't have the back and forth thing going on here. All the while, my country continues to make mad loads of money, and if I ever get good relations with Hungary, I'm looking forward to demanding even more money from them. I have to consider, to what level do I not need any more better relations with Georgia? I wonder if I could favorite this screen so I can come back to it all that much easier. I mean, Georgia love me and they got loads of money and I'm happy to take even more of their money. But maybe it gets a little bit dicey if I start bringing it down to 55, because then that's just, you know, one bad event away from being disloyal. And then, you know, start joining coalitions, and I do not want to let any of my big tributaries away. I wouldn't mind losing any of these small little crummy vassals that I don't care about, but the big paying tribbies, I care about those a lot. But yeah, Hungary is so happy. It's just they don't have any bloody money to give me. They've only got 44 ducats. What are they spending their money on? I suppose it's not all that bad, right? They become richer, meaning... You really took this? Oh, jeez. Now I don't know where their army is. Let's go over to Kurs. Ah, no. We'll take this then. It seems to be the capital anyway. Also, there they are. Time for you to die, and I didn't balance my army. But they do die. Right, this time remember to hit that button. It's very important. I was thinking there was no such thing as a worthless trade good in EU4, but looking into wool, its only benefit is not being the lowest base value. Wait, what's lower than wool? Slaves are really low, but they go way, way high. No, guy, you're not allowed gold. Nobody's allowed my gold. Wait, maybe I could do this for once. Just tell you to carpet siege. Can I tell you to carpet siege everywhere? Yeah, just go for it. Hopefully they're clever enough to figure that one out. If this works, I'm going to be very, very impressed, because this is not the kind of action I want to be doing myself. Also, it's very funny that they use the term carpet siege. Kind of sad to think that I'm not taking them back as slaves. So what's that crunchy noise? Is that me finishing constructions or something? Oh, another daughter! How many does that make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... Yeah, wait, how did I miscount that? 6 kids, all daughters. I'm going to call you unhappy, because that's how you make me. How am I going to marry off all my daughters when all I'm having are daughters? I need males for them to incestually marry off to. In a safe place, this is working out pretty well. Of course, these would easily get picked off by a fast-moving regular unit, but I was pretty self-assured that we destroyed the clergy ecumenical army, so nothing to worry about. Would be a shame if you died without a male heir. Well, I bent over backwards to change laws to allow my daughter to be my son. And she has had a male. Oh, thank God for that. Just trying to keep the bloodline alive. Wait, what was the pop-up that just came and I dismissed? I tried to press escape to close this, but I got rid of a pop-up, but I don't know what it said. I'm sure it wasn't relevant. If it wasn't slaves, it can't be relevant. Your Casus Belli on Smolensk. Okay, well that is very relevant. Thank you. Alright, let's get ready to kick some ass. I hope these guys do fine in their fight. Also, the Vyatka? Republic of Vyatka? They're not having a good time. A lot of Russians not having a good time. I don't know why this is, but I'm impressed that Novgorod was able to bounce back. I tore down all their forts. Tver and Muscovy decided to double team them. And they still pretty much have all their land, apart from Tver's takings. And it's not that I'm not tempted to give that back to Novgorod, but although I want them strong, let's not make them too strong. They are essentially my buffer against Sweden, who is annoyingly colonizing up there, but what can a man do? Smolensk, I believe you have to die. Muscovy also has to die. There's a lot of dying that needs to be done here. To remind myself, when I fight you, I'm also going to be fighting Muscovy and Vladimir. Vladimir has Murom as a subject, right? Unless I kick them out of them. Vladimir has Mormon and Nizhny Novgorod as subjects. Concerning. In that case, I might actually focus you down, because I can just occupy, and kill, and if these guys go on an attack against me, they're going to get stopped by the Fort of Ryazan. Well, hopefully they get stopped at the Fort of Ryazan. I'm going to be very unhappy if they just bypass it and siege me down, because I don't want more forts. Don't want to pay, because who pays? What overpowered buffs does Sweden have this time? Capital question. Fair laws, firm hands. These are temporary things, though. I don't know what buffs Sweden get, but game made by Swedes, even if they are now based in Spain. So let's assume it's horrifically unfair, and no sane person would agree to them. I'd love a toggle to not make the tooltips appear at all, but sadly it's all in or all out. Alright, Smolensk, so long and thanks for all the fish. We need war. You people have decided to build forts, and I'm not going to allow you to build forts. Can't imagine you guys have much in the way of an army, so I don't mind splitting up. In fact, I'm quite certain you guys don't have an army, so let me split out 300 for Nizhny Novgorod. 300 is enough that I'm quite certain they'd be able to handle anything that they get into. Also, let's make sure it's balanced. Auto-balance should just absolutely be a thing for armies. And then we are going straight for the capital of Vladimir. And then we'll spread out as needed. No need for levies. I'll let my people just continue to work the fields. We're a professional army for a reason. Hey, Perm's looking pretty good. In that case, I can disband all my levies from here. Wait, gather? No. I right-clicked. Right-click is raise all. What? I thought right-click was remove all. Ah, contextual. We're at war, so that's probably what's going on. Alright, well, I guess I could go to you one at a time. Is there a hotkey for disband? Not that I can tell. I mean, it would be delete in old games, but no, not happening. Let's not miss this one noble cavalryman. Get back to work. Every pop matters. Hello, Vladimir. So yeah, I don't like the consolidation that we're having within the Russian Principality, so I will of course make him release his subjects and pay me money. Mormon is one thing, but your Tuma also needs to fall. What do you think you're doing? Less of that. And then I'm going to take whatever is top up here. It's apparently caddy. Sure. Go my golf caddy. Feels good bullying these Russians. Really good. Did you manage to clean up your Coxon borders? Clean up. I'm quite happy having the buffer state of tribes here. I don't care about them. I wouldn't be able to exert much control over them. Culturally, they are... What the hell are they? Caucasian, surely. Oh god, they're all kinds of whatnot. You know, I don't want these people in my realm. Dear lord, they're not even Muslim. So yeah, I'm just leaving them there. If I ever need someone to beat up for whatever reason, we beat them up. The main thing was that Georgia pays me. I tried to think how that tribute gets to me. Maybe they sail something over here with permission from Chobis? Chocobis? Chobanids. Not a name that I'm familiar with. Maybe they have gold. I don't think a single gold province makes or breaks things for me. Right, Vladimir, Suzdal, take whatever else. Jurisprudence. Clerics. Mysticism. We are currently mystic. Do I even want to be mystic? I'm unsure about that one. Not a value that I tend to think very highly about one way or the other. Mysticism gives me morale and conversion speed. Jurisprudence gives me research progress, which is very, very nice, but I really want to convert my country, so I am actually pretty okay with mysticism. Good. See you all in the morning, says Tarkin. Well, it's 2 PM for me, but yes. See you in your morning. More slaves, your majesty. More Muscovite slaves. Excellent. So we're switching gears. Back in the days of having loads and loads of Ryazani slaves, now we enjoy Muscovites. So is this telling me that we do not enslave people of accepted cultures? I think that's what it's telling me. Because I don't see any more Ryazani slaves, unless they were brought into another location. Romani Jewish slaves. Muscovite, Hungarian. Yeah, I suppose you just don't enslave accepted cultures. Or maybe you enslave them and instantly promote them. I mean, that would be good, but it sounds too good to be true. Alright, let's begin the Siege of Moscow. It's going to take a while anyway. Hopefully they don't have an army that can kick us out. And if they do, well, I've got an army to destroy them with. Yeah, it doesn't tell me exactly who became slaves there, did it? It just says more slaves. I'm very happy to hear that, but still. Suzdal's down. You want to come to Vladimir? I'm all for it. And then I will move in and kill whoever needs to be killed. Ah. Slaves, so many slaves. I'm so happy. What's the capital province around here anyway for you? Kirzash. I guess I could stop by Kirzash. It's good enough to protect Muscovy. As in, protect my sieging force arriving in Muscovy. Who's actually going to begin the fight anyway? I'll take the opportunity to destroy Muscovy's army. Poor guys didn't know what they were getting in for. Maybe they did. Not much going on over there. Kadi was capital and remains as such. Over here, Shuya's gotta go. What's your road network looking like? Roads! Hey, we just recently built a road. Cost us like 800 ducats, but it connects Sarai and Astrakhan. But the control over here is ever so slowly growing. We now have a maximum control of 43. What was this before? We took us... Oh, maximum of 64 over here. I'm still going to give this a few years and then double check how the control looks, but it's improved. Also, look at this control. Next stop would be a road up to Muscovy and see how that works. Of course, the real clever thing is to just move my capital to Muscovy, but I won't do that. I'm not going to strip the soul out of my nation. I wonder if they have other military access to get to me. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. You guys aid the operations here. I have work to do. Kind of annoying how they just keep popping up more and more levies. I want them to just raise their levies, they die, and then stop thrashing about. You know, they're not difficult to destroy, they're just annoying. Feels kind of CK2-esque. I don't trust this. I'm going to go and destroy their people entirely. Huzzah! All of our estates are even happier. I mean, they're pretty happy already. Commoners just love being taxed, and everybody else loves being not taxed. Glorious. Alright, go kill them. Oh, they want to come to Moskva? Yeah, please, please. Oh, Moskva. What'll I do? I'm so vulnerable. Please be gentle, ex-Rurikivik. Maybe I wasn't kidding. Do be a little bit gentle. Hold. Right where I want them. Mad peasant with not quite pitchfork. What's the name of that thing? Hooked blade of sorts. But the name does escape me. You get it in... Ooh, it's going to take a different army to siege down, isn't it? You get it in battle, brothers. Don't want to run myself too thin here, but... chase them down, kill them all. Billhook, thank you. Yeah, it's like coming in with a billhook rather than a pitchfork, so it's a good sign that they are becoming slightly better levies. Oh wow, I didn't actually expect to catch you here, but catch you I did. And yeah, the power of destroying the flanks and moving on in. Is there an extra flank damage, by the way? Flanking ability 200%, so double damage on the flanks. There was a Muscovite army here once. It's largely gone now. I'm going to chase it down and murder it so that peace with Muscovy might not even require me to siege their fort down. And if that's the case, then that's all the better for me. I mean, I could just go around and siege the rest of this. Dimitrov being the somewhat capital around here. 100% a country, and they will peace out despite the 1 year wait that it normally takes. No silly buggers going on here. Alright, siege around Muscovy then, and then we'll take them to task. Oh, well, somebody's been taken to task here. Bye-bye, Smolensk. Capital around here is who exactly? You. Jake, what culture is your general? You mean this weirdo? Yeah, good question. Who are you and where do you come from? He is a Sidama. He is... Ah, of course, the Kushtiks. How could I forget them? Explain further. The Kushtiks. Of which there are 37,000 in the whole world. He's Muslim though, right? And if you're Muslim, you're a brother of mine. He's a nubile individual. God, he came a long way. Come all the way up to the Golden Horde and I instruct you to just kill Russians. He could have done that back home. Well, not Russians, but I'm sure in Nubia they have their Nubian equivalent of Russians. Oh well, whatever works. Actually, he is, for some reason, one of my chieftains, or he belongs to the chieftain estate. I don't want that. I need to switch him out and not have him lead the army, because that adds too much power to the chieftains. I need to really, really strip them politically. And possibly literally, right? Let's not rule anything out. Vietzama. Muscovy, how are you feeling about this war? They don't really care because I've not occupied them, but I'm working on that. Here's somebody who cares a lot. They're 100%ed so they can make separate peace even before everything is up. I'm not tributizing or vassalizing anything here right now. I am here to humiliate. I'm here to take all of your money. I am here to release Mormon from captivity. And Nizhny Novgorod. Oh wow, this is already costing me a bomb. I guess that humiliation might not happen. Be really nice if you could also... Wait, what? I thought I already asked for these. Release and release. Oh yeah, of course, they're already selected. I could liberate countries out of Vladimir. That would add more to my yoke. The thing is, they would just be absorbed by other countries, wouldn't they? Well, maybe not. I mean, I could do this. That's pretty brutal. Their war reparations are really pitiful. It's probably not even worth taking. But... but... I don't really need to liberate all these countries, do I? There we go, how's that? Another country rejoins the yoke. I weaken you. We take all of this. Bish bash bosh. There we go. YP stands for YouTube poop. In the meantime, we continue to put the Muscovites to sword. We continue to enslave more Muscovites. Remember, they're just resting in our accounts, right? There will be a time in the not too distant future where these Muscovites are getting their own proclamation. And then they too can taste freedom. But only after they've served as our rent boys for a while. I like to think that there's Slavic viewers right now that have some kind of ancient ancestral fear of hordes baked into them. They're watching this and they're feeling remarkably uncomfortable. One can only hope. Alright, heading over to Yartsevo. I'll have it all. I know you're chased down there, Smolensk. The goal is to not need to take Smolensk... whoa, don't you give me the reach around. That's not how things work around here. I don't want you threatening my besieging armies in Muscovy. I don't want you existing either. Come on, kill him to death. I like to imagine that was a unit that they sent to slow me down. It only made me angrier. What losses. I don't even know where they're going to go, but I'll have them wherever they end up going. I'll just let you completely rediddle yourself. Yeah, where are you going? How did you come here and then manage to right yourself? What in the world happened there? Ah, more and more slaves. Horde, I have really got to take my hat off to this one guy. I did not have high hopes for him. He stumbled in, low Horde unity, nothing but daughters, not that special, pathetic at military. And what has he done? He's seen through the absolute golden age of the Golden Horde. I don't like implying that this is the best the Golden Horde will ever be, but never will there ever be a bigger shift in power for us, I think. Complete domination of all of our neighbors, fostering good relations with the Ottomans, making us rich, and finally starting internal build-up. It's good. It's really good. You know, I dream of a day that we could actually get this alliance going. Otto's scum, before you get too big to even consider me possible use for you. There we go. With that, this is all done, and I can resume sieging you down. How far do I have to chase these bloody guys? All the way to Smolensk? Well, yes, actually. There we go. No more you. I don't plan on sieging down Smolensk. It would take too long. I'm just looking for a good war school here. Is that Roslav? Roslavo. Except I'm stuck in your fort, aren't I? In that case, please go to Lucani and take these lands. Oh no, don't you do this to me. We've been stuck in a fort before with no way out. I think I understand now. think I understand what's happening. No, I actually don't. How am I stuck here? Yeah, there's no escaping the fort. I think what happens is if you chase an army, the game forgets that it's entering fort zone of control. Okay. Well, I'm glad that's not my entire army. That happened to us before. If I'm not mistaken, it happened right about here. I think I chased an army over to Wieden, and then I killed them. I was like, okay, well, they don't actually want to siege Wieden. I tried to leave, and I couldn't. And I thought, is it mountains? No, there's no mountains here. So be careful if you give the order to chase. It looks like it makes them ignore forts until they're stuck in a fort, which is bad. Like, very bad. Anyway, Muscovy, you're surely not very happy about this war, so let's tear down your fort. So, Muscovy's continued existence bothers me. Should I just eliminate them? I mean, Moscow is an amazing province, which I can't take unless I siege his fort down. But hold on, if I fight Tver, Tver is also allied with Muscovy, so that would bring them in. Is that the case? No, they're only allied with Yaroslav. I'm sorely tempted to just annex this outright. You should take Moscow and build a road there for infinite cash. The alternative thought is I could just keep punching Muscovy for lots of money that they have. Because, you know, we are almost certainly going to be having war with them again. The land doesn't do me any good, but at least when they have it, I can just come in and take all their money. And in this position, they can't expand. They can't beat their neighbors. I can humiliate Muscovy. That's pretty good. Why can't I send a demand? Oh, right. Needs to be a year. Okay, I'll just get that done by November then. I can also liberate a country. Liberate Dimitrov. And I can do horrible things to Muscovy. It feels good. Enhances my yoke as well. Yeah, no need for any of these provinces. It's not like I don't have entire provinces here, do I? No, all is well. I might take Midian off of you to complete my province here, so maybe you should take that, at least after the turn of the month. 31 days of May. And continue the attack. Yeah, gonna suck if they manage to get their numbers back and my entire army is stuck in this siege because I can't get out. Door's stuck. I might actually need to combine my units together so we can fight this. I mean, they were only slaves, etc. But I also don't have a leader here. Did they just yell? I thought I just heard, ha! Perhaps they also agree that they're only slaves. Where am I going? Over here. That's the capital. Well, at this rate, I might actually take Muscovy. Terrifying thought. Check the stuck army, click the white flag, and run it away. Shattered retreat back to safety. Reduces the army by 379. No thank you. I'm doing good on manpower, but manpower is still more precious than it's ever been, except maybe very early EU3. Remember those days? I remember those days. You play as like an Irish miner, base manpower of 12. You need 1,000 for an army. That was before they added minimum manpower pool for all nations, which proportionally made miners so much stronger. So I was happy, but in another sense I was sad. Every time something you like gets buffed, you feel good for the recognition, but then you feel bad because part of what you enjoy is the challenge, and the challenge will never quite be as virgin as it was. It's like the hunting horn in Monster Hunter. I love the hunting horn, and as long as it's been in the game, I've been a Hunting Horn main. But because the Hunting Horn has virtually nobody playing it, it has constantly received buffs, probably in an attempt to make more people play it. So now you play Hunting Horn and you just keep destroying monsters with it. It's almost overpowered. I guess the takeaway here is there's just no satisfying me. It's impossible. Ooh, well that satisfies me. Moskva's down and out, so I really could take it, but no, I think what I should just do is tear down the fort. Dismantle Moskva, release that. I'll release it if it's a full province. It's not. I don't like dividing provinces. Feels bad. But, they all die in the end. I guess I will tear them out. Don't want more subjects, though. More subjects is just going to make things hurt in terms of diplomatic capacity. Although, that's going way down. The thing is, as these people get stronger, as they build up more, that will go up. And if something hits that temporarily, then that would also be bad for me. Could I trouble you a request to turn the map sound back down again? The right-click move is disproportionate. Let me hear. Yeah, you're right. I turned that up hours ago. I said if there was any problems, I'd put it back down. But yeah, you're right. That is really loud. I didn't notice. I must have been blanking it out. Dimitrov aren't long for this world anyway. Tver will probably take them. Meaning it's not even worth doing that. As long as the fort goes down, I don't really mind what else happens around here. Although I suppose I could block you from building. Block Muscovy from building... Wait, in our territory? When and how would they ever build buildings in my territory to begin with, though? I don't understand that. Heavens knows. If I'm not mistaken, Muscovy has some troublesome alliances. Things that might be worth getting rid of. Yeah, you've got an alliance with... does it list it, or do I have to look at each of them? Smolensk, Vladimir, Yaroslav, Theodoro. Theodoro? I should probably just cut off all your alliances. It's no skin off my nose. And I have plenty of war score for it. Although I'm not sure I care about Theodoro that much. But Vladimir I think I care about. Yaroslav I think I care about. Alright, good enough. We'll just beat them up for a bit. As long as I don't have that fort all as well. I can always come back and take more. But yeah, taking Muscovy and building a road up to it does seem like a capital idea. Oh, and with all that done, I find it hard to imagine that Smolensk has anything they could possibly do to me. Remember, I'm just here to dismantle your fort, which I haven't even managed to take. Let me do that. Let me take all of your money. You've got a surprising amount of it. I'll humiliate you while I'm at it. I want more prestige. And you are annoyingly large. So let's release... Wait, that... Okay, sure. Liberation. Give me money. Don't have... I don't care about military access treaties. But I do care about other treaties that you have. Can't quite do that one, but the rest is fine. Alright, not bad. That absolutely put the Russians in their place again, and that absolutely makes sure there's no forts. Beautiful. What was this? Oh, these countries are being given land because I'm breaking them out, and they will owe me favors. How can I use these favors? You there. It's not a subject action, but maybe they could give me some money. I can send them a gift, but can I ask them for money? No, we would need favor. Wait, what? Favors? I thought it just told me that I was getting 30-odd favors from people. I should have read that closer. It's okay, I can always review the footage. Alright, back to Ryazan. If nothing else, we've got money, we've got slaves, and warring is just good for us. The only thing it really costs me which are important are diplomats, and they are important. I mean, those are valuable diplomats that should be punching money out of Hungary whenever possible. Oh, would you look at that? It's Hungary. For God's sake, stop being in debt. I need your money. Siphon income. Jeez. Okay, well, who can give me money? Bulgaria could give me money. But Georgia could give me more money. Oh wait, Georgia don't have money? Why no money? Why are all these people that are forced to pay me as much money as possible so poor? Helek, come on, you're always good for it. Yeah, that's what I knew. I want to double check that that isn't going to be a problem, and it won't. Whoops. Why did it... What just happened? I'm spooked. Get me out of here. I think it changed the menu that I was on there. Helix, siphon income. Gimme, please. I need that money to up my RGOs in anywhere that has good control. Control is certainly rising around here, isn't it? And especially in Astrakhan, I think I could make good with putting down lots of wool. Because there are loads of slaves that could work it. Yeah, in these places that have all these slaves, why not just max out? But the slaves only go to the cities, don't they? No, there's even slaves here. Fiber crops to feed my people. And that's not a lot of control, but it is some control. Fish is certainly lots of food, right? Yeah. Low value, unbelievably low value fish. Very sad. But otherwise, yeah, let's get that food rolling. It's really, really not worth much money, but in a sense, wool is quite good then, because it gives you food and it gives you money. Whereas these things, they give you virtually no money, and the food is just the same as wool anyway. I love eating wool. What about you? And if I got space for more people, we should be building more of these. There's definitely a macro builder that'll give me a better view of this, but this is what I'm seeing right now. It's tempting to even build more direct jobs here in Sarai. Look at that, I got a load of labourers that are waiting around for things to do. What labourer buildings could I give them? Clay. Clay or sand? Wait, I think I saw that sand was quite expensive in one of the markets. Maybe it's good to build sand pits. Tell me more about sand. Sand is barely worth any money. I can't imagine this being profitable, right? It is work, though. Work has got to be worth it, right? Although I could do burger jobs, and making burger jobs makes that available for promotion as well. And if I recall, there's always a shortage of wine because I can't import wine. I think I also heard there was a shortage of... Well, I've got a lot of livestock, so building tanneries will create demand for the livestock as well. How much to make this? Only $34 reduce. Man, I should really, really build up Sarai with a lot of this stuff. Why is the Potter Guild closed? Probably because it's deemed unprofitable, right? How can I tell that? Well, clay is very expensive in the market, so maybe a clay pit's not all that bad. If I have laborers, and well, why is clay making so little money then? If clay is selling for a massive value, I don't know. Let's build a clay pit and find out, shall we? Yeah, I guess it was deemed unprofitable because of this, but why? I think it's counting the initial building costs in that calculation. Quite possibly. Naval Supply Guild for all those naval supplies that I need. Paper also seems to be quite the bundle. Oh, there are a lot of things that I can build around here. Like a tailor's guild. Wait, does that use wool? Because better believe I'm making tons of wool. Which one looks like wool? That looks like wool. It makes less, but that's still got to be good for me. Alright, sure. Let's have a bunch of stuff, shall we? Anything that looks profitable, we just build it in our capital. And if they lack the employees, don't worry about it, because surely we will have promotion. Just build a lot of stuff and we'll see how it works. You know, I want to learn about it anyway. There was one final thing there, wasn't there? The slave market. Do I dare? Yeah, go on, I dare. I think the idea is you build that in someone else's territory. I remember reading a dev diary about it, but let's just see how it works out for us. States will build their own buildings. You can automatically build stuff with your own money too. Yeah, hopefully it's not like Vicky 3 where, you know, their control is troublesome and you want to buy it off of them. Hopefully buildings just exist without being tied to an owner. It's just that estates will build things that they like because it'll generate good income for them, which you then tax. You know, if you're a normal country and you tax your estates. But who would do such a thing? Have you found any spicy text for building tons of dukes? I don't know. I think you're losing it, Snowtoad. One of us is. And those diplomats of mine are hard to come by, but it's important to improve those relations. I'm finally no longer minus 200 with Hungary, which is a good start. China's having more problems. Hey, Wu is doing pretty well. I don't know. Well, better than Shu doing well. If you build marketplaces, you get more trade capacity and you can make some more money from trades. What a consideration. Tell me about marketplaces. Slave market... No, marketplaces. Marketplaces. No, not market Ds. Looks like there are limited places you can build them. Ah, I see. It can only be built in built-up areas. It costs... peasants can promote into these. What does it do? The marketplace gives the burghers power. It assimilates pops faster. That's very good. Gives me trade advantage and a flat trade capacity. Alright, well, marketplaces sound pretty good. Yeah, who would have thought they've always been good in EU? That's only in the Astrakani market, though. There are other markets where I need more power. I would rather filter to another market. Here we go. The Ryazan market I seem to lack quite a bit of power in. Oh, I see. It's opening that, whereas what I need is the filter that gives me that. Yeah, there we go. I think I have temples everywhere I can, but they are good, right? They give more control. Where the heck's the marketplace? Ah, it's near the top. I could build one in Kursk, which is within the Ryazani market. Alright, I'll do that. Once I have some money again, I'll look into temples. Are market villages bad? That I don't know. What's a funduk? You have a building called a funduk. It's a duck that's a lot of fun. It's a trade building, which gives me trade advantage. A public building found in important trade cities where merchants can rest, meet, and store their wares. Notably, this gives me trade advantage without empowering the burghers. Interesting. Also lets me stockpile, I'm assuming anything. Nowhere I can build it in the Ryazani market. Don't open this. I can build it in Astrakhan. I don't know what its prerequisites are, though. Well, that's something for somebody with money to concern themselves with. I don't currently have money. Loans are still tiny for me. I think it's because it's based on my tax amount. The estates will loan me 1,800, but that's okay. I make money from Hungary. I'd like to make more money from Hungary, but they're busy getting themselves into debt. Please stop fighting wars and things. Just make money and give me that money. Very simple arrangement. We can all follow it nice and easily. Gonna fight Tver again. I think I'm fighting Tver so I can get to Yaroslav and then force Yaroslav to break up a bit. I don't like the size of them. I would also really like to grab more markets. It's very tempting to steal the Kaffa market. Yeah, you having the Kaffa market is a pain, but you remain a subject of Genoa, and I'm not happy about that. I mean, what the hell is Genoa going to do if I fight you? The thing is, I'd still need to end the war. Oh, but I can end the war through show superiority. Surely Genoa would bring a boat over with some soldiers, right? And then I could just pulverize them, and then I'd say, haha, I have won. Yeah, gotta keep in mind though that Bohemia is a great power. A great power with literally 2 professional soldiers. Genoa's got a wee bit more. Also, Genoa has money. That would be really cool if I just win war score. I just don't know if they're going to come over. And I don't want to have to wander over to wherever. It is very, very tempting to wage a war with those. And yeah, I'd want to steal the market so that Kaffa belongs to me. I want to know about destroying markets, by the way. Is such a thing even possible? Not that I plan on doing it, but the curiosity is there. EU3 taught me Bohemia is your greatest enemy. Yes, they love to blob into the Golden Horde in EU3. But we're past that point, one would like to think. I can create a market, but can I destroy a market? Food stockpile, pop needs. The pop needs that aren't met. They need more wheat. The pop needs don't seem as bad as they were before, though. There's got to be a way to destroy it. I wonder if you can just make one single market for the world. I also wonder if that would actually be good or bad. It was very, very good in EU3, but that abstracted a lot of things. That slave uprising is still ticking up. How big of a problem is this actually going to be for me? It's a lot of my country still, and we are bringing in more slaves, more Muscovite slaves. Control going up should bring up the tax base. Well, it's growing in the Riazani place after I made them an accepted culture. And it's slowly growing along my brand new gravel road. It's just hard to justify the cost of that road. It cost me $800 dues, but you know, it's all an investment in the future. What is this? So, I thought I wouldn't be called into my subjects' wars. But I get called into the war against Trebizond, against Georgia. That's weird. That doesn't feel like that should happen, but it happened. Also, I'm not war leader, am I? No, I'm certainly not. We cannot abandon our allies. Alright. I have little doubt that Georgia's going to handle this one just fine. So I'm not going to concern myself with it. In fact, let's make sure that my army and my forts are unpaid. Could probably get away with squeezing this all the way down to nothing, right? But I won't push it that far. Just in case. Just in case what? I'm starting to wonder if I should even have open and close buildings automated. If something is unprofitable, I actually want to learn why it's unprofitable. So don't close buildings on me. And hey, look at that. We've created jobs. People will promote into those jobs. Beautiful. Ugh, more Shiites. No perm, you're not allowed money. Stop asking for my money, County of Perm. And get with the conversions. They're doing it. Wow, they're doing it particularly well. I'm impressed. I just told them become Sunni, and they're doing a great job of it. I could do that to others, but somehow I think Hungary would not stand for that. Just a sneaking suspicion that I have. What is that? The Astrakani market lacks glass. Well, how are we meant to get glass? Can I build like a glass blower? Clerics, can you make glass? Is that required or something you make? I think that's required for building it. Scriptorium will make books. Okay, how in the world do I make glass? Game, I need to learn about glass. Glass mill uses laborers from lumber, sand, stone, tools, and coal, and alum. I might struggle on the alum part. But you need to research the glass mill, which is an Age of Revolutions thing. So where are we getting glass from? A glass workshop, perhaps? That's Age of Reformation stuff. The Glass Guild just below. Aha. Do I have the wherewithal to make a glass build? Well, as it happens, I could. I could build a glass guild over in Sarai. I think. Hold on, Market Village. Market Village can make glass. Cool. But I imagine this is something I want in a rural place. Trade hubs, gather, fulfill rules. Do they do all of these, or do you pick one of these? I imagine you pick one of these. This is something that can be changed in a building to change the goods required to perform da-da-da-da-da. It's a way to make jewelry. Interesting. These seem pretty bad. They just seem like something you want in a location if you have nothing else going for you. Food capacity is nice. A little bit of trade advantage is nice. Peasant power goes up quite a lot. Whether that's good or bad, well, you tell me. Employs a bunch of people, though. That's got to be good. Yeah, it employs peasants. That's very good. Peasants who are working, and I tax my peasants. So market villages are probably very, very good for me. And they still make goods. There's got to be a downside. Anyway, for now I want a glass guild, so build me one glass guild in Sarai, please. Maybe do it in Astrakhan? Where's the glass missing, by the way? The Astrakhani market specifically needs it. Alright, there you go. You know, maybe put it here anyway? Go on. Yeah, but after this, I'm curious what happens when I put down those markets everywhere. Yeah, it's a way to spur on economy in places that don't really have much going for them. The required goods cost almost nothing, and they sell for a bajillion. Huh. The advantage of guild over village is that guild makes way more with less resources. Yeah, sure, but I can only have so much of that. I can have market towns damn near everywhere. And I think it's a pretty good idea to employ my people so that I can tax them. It increases the soldier pop. That means more levies, and more levies are more good. This is all quite true. You know, I really like this building. The downside is that it costs me money. Yeah, there's always something. There's also the idea that it's going to be bad in places that have low control. But it's all got low control, so what am I to do anyway? At least it produces goods to build up satisfaction, which also builds up control. Because, yeah, average satisfaction is still really low. Well, it's not that low. But yeah, we need proximity to capital, which is hurting ever so much. So many bleeding roads needed in this game. The idea we have the road here and it's already 0 along here. I mean, why is it so low here? You might be integrated, but you hate your life. What market are you in? The Astrakhani market. The Astrakhani market's not that bad, surely. It lacks wheat. Okay, in that case, import some wheat. Look at all the wheat they've got going excess here. Yeah, this is what confuses me. What in the world? Okay, a few things. The market capacity. Is this capacity that I have with Sarak or with Astrakhan? Must be Sarak's. Wait, it says I have no trade capacity in there. We have unused trade capacity in this market. So why is my automated market not bringing in this good that is in high demand? It even makes incredible money. That's the market's capacity. Oh, Well, could I still not just take this? This interface confuses me greatly. I'm not saying that's the interface's problem. I don't understand what's going on. I mean, now it's become a slider. Can I, like, get out of here? Clearly what these people need is some wheat. And I assume I'm not actively importing any. You change the values. It makes it into manual trade, huh? Could I just bring this down and say, I want to bring in all of this? clunk. Create that trade. Is that confirmed? Is it happening? I've stared at the trade interface for 20 minutes and given up. Clearly I need to play more Vicky. Yeah, I don't know how to parse the information that's going on here. I mean, I do want my people to be happier so they can integrate better. It's hard to get my hands on these goods. I mean, they want rice. Sure, how about I give them rice? But is that going to arrive here? When is it going to arrive here? Try the trades tab. Does that show me the wheat that I just ordered? Yeah, here we go. The trade is not active. Ah, they don't activate until the end of the month. Oh, but this is where I can bounce them up and down a bit. Aha, interesting. There we go. Now there is a load of wheat here. And now would you look at that? Suddenly they're pretty happy for... Wait, beer became happier? I guess the wheat is needed to make the beer. I don't know. I set this to automated so I don't need to think about this, but the automated trade doesn't seem to care about my pop needs. I think it's trying to maximize profit, but the real maximization of profit are happy pops who integrate into my country. So, I don't know about that. But not automating my trade sounds like it's a huge headache, or at least the potential for a huge headache. Maybe there's automation settings for that. I think this is the only automation setting here. Allow the game to make trades for you on all available markets. Now, they have been doing trades, and those trades have been making me not very much money. But maybe I need to not do that and then fill in pop needs. But, oh my gosh, there are a lot of those to do. You can set them to automate only half of the capacity in the market. Yeah, I think currently I'm letting them automate too much. You have assigned 5.72 out of all your trade capacity. Only this can be used because of our locked trades. Automating trade will not use more trade capacity than assigned. So there are ones that I can do. I had a question come up last night. How do you influence population growth? I've had a pandemic or two last night. That I don't know. My only way of doing that is enslaving people and bringing them into my country. Oh yeah, there's immigration attraction, open borders. That could help. It still says that there's a huge demand for wheat here. So does that mean I need to increase the amount of wheat coming in? I just opened this thing. I'm meant to be bringing in all of this. But do I need to bring in more? Not enough trade capacity left, so I need to lower the amount of automated trade and then import more wheat. Okay, good, I think. Oops. I think I just killed off some trades by getting rid of the automated stuff, and now all they have are the ones that I put in. Maybe that's okay. Maybe it's better that I take care of the trade. Although it'd be nice if the game told me if I had unused trade capacity. Maybe it does. I'm trying hard to learn this, but it's not easy. Alright, so for example, anything I still need. I know there's no tea available. For some reason, furs are not rampant here. But I can't bring you? Why is this? Import fur to the Estercani market. And I can't do it here because I cannot assign more because I don't have more? Are there recommended trades tab in the economy screen? Well, that's in Wiki 3. I don't know if there are here. You think you saw it earlier? What else do we need around here? Apparently they want cloves and pearls, which I'm quite certain we won't be able to get our hands on. Surely the main thing is getting them... Oh, some wine. I should probably start considering building some wineries, since I have trouble getting my hands on more of them. What do they take? Fruits, lumber... Yeah, notably low on lumber, aren't I? If I want lumber, I have to go north. But I can get that from the Kasane market easily enough, surely. Profit doesn't matter to me because my crown power is so small I don't make much profit on trades anyway. This is more about making my people happy. Alright, screw it. It's going over my head. Automation can come back. Someday I'll figure it out. For now, I'm more about building more immediately understandable things like my RGOs and roads. Don't know why this pops up. There's literally nothing I can do about weird weather. So why it's a huge alert like unpaid army maintenance, I do not know. Go, 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 Georgia and Armenia and co. Zero control just removes all income, more or less. But we are very slowly getting some control here. You know, the Ryazanis are kind of happy. The road that I'm building is having a positive effect around here. The road up to Kazan is a tall order, though. It costs 2 grand, and the land isn't integrated to begin with. It's probably more important to build a road here. These are core territories. I should be making more of them, more out of them. I'm wondering if maybe what I should do is consider building up a bigger city along the way here. I mean, I could found a proper town over here in another kind of sarai. Oh, but here's the thing. Ishmael is already one. But isn't Ishmael demographically a waste? Actually, because of all the slaves I took in, it's Ryazani. Wait a second. Big-brained move here, isn't it? By taking in all the slaves into these places and then accepting them, I've just managed to core my major cities. I wonder if I put a road over to the water here, would that somehow propagate things better? Could I even do a road builder? Infrastructure, road builder. From here to here. $66 redos of testing. Yeah, big lobe moves. The thing is, you can only... I can only let the slaves go once, can't I? I assume the docks are also expensive. Have I thought much about docks? How do I even build docks? Do I even know how to build a dock? I can build fishing villages, farming villages, irrigation. I like those market villages. I want to get on that. Surely it's not clerics that manage docks or nobility. Slaves, even? Slave buildings are hard to come by. How does one build a dock? Tell me about building a dock. I don't know what docks are. Sea things? Overseas trading port. Wait, that's a real thing? Trade advantage. It's an outpost of ambitious merchants seeking their luck and fortune, traveling away. I'm assuming this is one of those things you build in your colonial territories, right? Or maybe just another continent. But, you know, I could build these over in my subjects, and that would give me trade advantage over in those lands. That's actually quite good. Fishing villages are apparently docks. Let's look more into that, shall we? Fishing village. Maritime presence, sailors, food. Whoa, get away. Oh, that's cool. This seems to be overlapping with the tooltip here. What I'm curious about is control. Don't like giving peasants power here. Maritime presence, does that affect control? Oh, it does! It's vital for trade and control. Maritime presence builds up over time. Although apparently I already have maritime presence here. To build ships you need wharf. Oh, I hadn't considered wharf. Does wharf do anything? All I'm looking to do right now is increase control of my country. Get the control, then I can build up industry and tax my people effectively. But there's a whole swath of land here which could contribute a whole lot more to me if I had control. If I have control, I build RGO, I get people working, I get them taxed. I get my slaves out of indentured servitude and have them contribute towards the economy. But somebody mentioned wharf. No, that's a warehouse. Can you take the maritime presence map mode? Yeah, in just a moment. I'm curious how much exactly I get out of this fishing village. Stop that. Maritime presence plus 0.01 hardly seems amazing, considering my existing stuff here is... Huh. Maybe there's an amount that you fight over. Yeah, or maybe not. Ah, there's a decay. So how much does this affect control? It doesn't seem to be affecting control at all. The only thing affecting control here is the fact that these are cores. They still have maximum distance to capital. I don't know what I can do about that. I mean, do I think a road that goes all the way down here is actually going to raise the control? I'm unsure about that. Although, to be fair, it did raise Astrakhan. No wonder you don't have control over the seas. Their horses need to swim to enemy ships. I can see it. Proximity to capital ain't so bad going there, but there's a huge investment to drag a road across here, which is why I'm a little unsure about doing that. Yeah, road does reduce the effective distance. It's just roads are astronomically expensive. This road here cost me 800 ducats, and that was with a discount. It would cost about $1,000 otherwise. I could just save up money, right? It's only a couple of years of other people's money. Speaking of having other people's money, if I've got spare diplomats, maybe I'll let the diplomats build up for a bit. How does Hungary feel about me, by the way? This would only be 55 if I were not giving them loyalist support. So I need that declared war malice to go away and the relations to be better. But once they are, I can start milking Hungary for money. I think for now I can stop doing loyalist support. Because they never seem to have any money to give me anyway. They're busy being in debt. And I got 53 ducats. In that case, should I cancel support for loyalists? Please don't cost me a diplomat. Okay, good, good. I needed that diplomat back. So I can punch money out of other people. Like Kiev? Oh, Kiev's always got money for me. They're a good lad. And we can spend it much more wisely. Have you not considered conquering Azov? I don't know, but I'd surmise that owning a coastal town would improve our ability to propagate control through sea tiles. Oh, I'd certainly like to grab these right here. Which one exactly is Azov? I thought this was Azov. I'm quite certain it's Azov. Huh, look, I already have Azov. Gaz and Tana, though. Yes, I do want it. The problem is that Gaz is subject to Genoa. Now, that's not to say I can't handle that, but Genoa also gets protected by Bohemia. And I'm not sure I can just... I think it's worth doing, actually. We should probably just do a horde war and take these. Especially if culturally they're Crimean. What do you mean they're Ligurian? What did you do to all the Crimeans? There's majority Crimean over here, at least. And there should also be a day where I deal with Theodoro. Nobody ever wants to be my subject. That's why we have to fight for it. Yeah, I'm sure I can handle Bohemia easily, because they'd have to come all the way over here. They'd be way out of their depth. The problem is I might not get much war score from show superiority if they don't give me any fights. Is the new player skill creep terrible? What do you mean new player skill creep? That is not a way of using skill creep that I have heard of before. It's an enjoyable game, and I'm having a great time. If that's enough to go by, then great. He means the learning curve. Learning curve's kind of tough. Still waiting on that spy network in Tver. What a shame. How goes the conquest of the world? We're certainly conquering the world around here. But I would say, in terms of carving out our niche and securing our legacy, we're doing great. All these people pay me just for existing. And we're using that money to fix our country so that we no longer need this money. We'll still take it, of course, but like, we make 73 ducats, of which 63 comes from our arrangements with others. The war reparations from Hungary will run out. Although I don't know when. It would be nice if it told me when it will run out. The way the proximity from capital works is base is 40 per location. So if it's 3 away, it's already 120. Basic road slashes this to 20, but it's still a lot. No matter what you do, you can't get high proximity around Crimea from Syria right now. Yeah, so it's probably not worth investing in all that road. But it's still probably worth creating RGO for market supply around here. Give pops better happiness. Get commoners tax, because even 15% of taxing my 2.5 million people still helps out. So yeah, I think it's still a good idea to RGO up right now. But I must say, this road down to Astrakhan has been useful. It has not been useless. And the control is still growing. That's good. Natural Harbour is already good. You technically don't even need the port building. Natural Harbour. Is that something that that they have over here? Harbour capacity. Natural Harbour suitability. Yeah, these buggers smiling at me with their high control. How dare they? Hey, by the way, I've been chilling out, Ottomans. Are you sure you do not want to be my friend? No, they really, really don't want to, because I'm at war. It's not even my war. But once Hungary, Wallachia, and Byzantium chill out, I might be able to get them. Wait, why do you think that Hungary would be attacking me? They have no antagonism. Oh, that's towards the Ottomans. Yeah, they hate my guts. Okay. Are they ever going to chill out on that one? Why can I not scroll this? Okay, there we go. There we go. They're gonna chill out in due time. In fact, look, it's already below 50 now. What do you think of that, Otto scum? Legitimately made a difference. I might be able to get this alliance soon enough. Wallachia and Byzantium just need to chill out. I need to not be at war. And well, I think we've got enough mutual trust right now, but maybe some better relations would go a little bit further. I should invest in that, and I will. Yeah, go on. Actually, I should check and see how long it's going to take before Byzantium chill out. 50. What is with this tooltip? It doesn't want to stick. I'm trying to scroll the tooltip. It's locked. I try to move on to it. Okay. No, not okay. How strange. What if I'm closer? It just hates me, this one. Come on. I think you need to keep the country underneath the box, or else it's failing here. It's going to take 3 years before Byzantium chill out, and Wallachia are going to take another 4 years. So give it a few years. I can get the alliance with the Otto scum. Hopefully before they grow too big to think that they want to not have me. Does EU5 worry about your lack of navy in relationships? Doesn't seem to, thankfully. And yeah, I know how annoying that is in EU4. It's like, hey, you have no boats, minus 20 to alliance. It's like, I have 1 port. Or even worse, I have no ports, but I don't think they penalize you if you have no ports at all. Alright, I am debating about building some more roads, especially on integrated provinces. Starting to think I want this pinned. I mean, look at all this land down here. Think how much better control we could have if I just run a road over here and then down a bit. Or even just through here. Additional privileges to nobles over my dead body. The chieftains looked 20. Okay, maybe something about my dead body. Alright, your rightful claims. Nobles are happy, peasants are not. That's fine. Also, you call it peasants, but they're not called peasants, are they? The peasant estate is actually the commoners, so I can see how that would be confusing if you didn't have a galactic brain like mine. Who are we fighting? We're not fighting anybody. Georgia, our tributary, had a revolt from Trebizond. I don't know how I got called into that war. You know, tributaries can fight amongst themselves. I don't get involved, but for some reason this one did call me in. Yeah, I actually think it might be beneficial driving a road down here, especially knowing that this land is integrated. Is it? Oh, I was wondering why the road had this kink in it. It's actually following it in a pretty cool way. That is pretty cool. Yeah, you know, I could bring it down here and then start bringing it along. Or do I just want it to go further down? It's hard to say. Hard to know what the best thing is. It's just so expensive. Look at this. This tiny road is $400 dues. And if I want to extend it one more, it's going to cost an ungodly amount. If you look at the proximity map mode, you should be able to see how it's propagating. We have a specific proximity map mode. Wow. This is going along a river, which is, of course, being shown here. And this is also going along a river. But yeah, getting proximity to Sarai from other places is proving difficult. This is why Muscovy would make a much better capital. Or I think even if I held on to Gaz here, Gaz would be pretty cool because I could extend my reach by water somehow. As it stands, this is a really awful capital location. It would be a really nice capital location, except for the fish that it produces. Well, I assume it would be nice. What's the population capacity? It's like 200,000. What about Theodoro? Theodoro has a huge population capacity. Closeness to the equator helps. Saratov looks fine a capital. If you try to go backwards into Central Asia. Yeah, maybe I shot myself in the foot a bit by releasing the guy so close to my capital, but I did make good use of their assistance earlier. Theodora being the only actual city in the area. Ach, it's a fine enough place. What's this? You're at war? Gaz is fighting on the side of a noble war here. Okay, well, that's hardly my concern. But I do still fancy taking this one way or another. But yeah, Bohemia gets involved. Upper Bohemia less concerned because of civil war. Can't you found a proper city or metropolis and get that, get more pop cap? Pop cap's not really a problem. We're still growing our population fine. My main concern isn't getting more people, it's about getting more control over the people that I do have. And we're not doing a shabby job of it, I'd go so far as to say. Yeah, some of these people could still stand to employ more people and get to more work. But yeah, these places where I have control, I'm going to build up the RGOs. Get more people working, more people taxed. And more goods in the market. Although, actually, maybe what I should do is build up market towns. just thinking about more market power being useful for me, considering that we seem to struggle on the needs of my population. And I got a fat stack of cash, so why don't I look into that? Market village. Don't like that local peasant power, but I guess it's not the end of the world. Thing is, it's hard to know how exactly this is useful for me. I mean, where is best to put it? There's so many options for where to put them. Better reduce the control loss from distance. Cities improve control. How? I'm not aware of cities improving control specifically. I mean, we have good control over here, relatively, 22%, but that's because it's a core. Satisfaction is good as well. Would you look at that? I tell a lie. Towns do inherently give control. That's also a nice reminder about temples, which I was tempted to build earlier. Temple. And I want to build it in any market. Although there's already a temple here. You tell me I could build a temple? Oh, right. Kazan doesn't have a temple. We cannot build another temple in Kazan. There's already one here. I don't want to give my subject a temple. Apparently I'm templed up. Except for you? I'm not really sure there's any control to be had in Soldia. Oh, well, apparently. Apparently there is a sliver of it to be had. Yeah, the goal is always to find money, of course. Alright, we'll take a temple. I'm assuming that's a clergy thing. Max literacy for the clergy locally looks better. Alright, good. Local max literacy for clergy also going up here. Also, pop conversion speed goes up if I build up madrisas. The clergy eat more food. The tribesmen become peasants. Do I even have a lot of tribesmen? I don't think I do. I have 200,000 tribesmen. Where are they even hiding? They're practically all here. If I was reading that right. Not quite. Oh, Jake, I have a question. How do you find cities in this? I've tried a settlement. Not sure that's working. I kind of suck going 20 to 30 years, having done it wrong. Oh, don't worry, the game is long. I haven't tried founding a city, but I believe it's this button right here. I can found a town. Can I pick somewhere like you? Look at that. Left click, found a town. I can also downgrade my towns into rural settlements. Does that improve the control from you being a town? But yeah, it takes money. Is there a downside to having loads and loads of towns? Also, it doesn't help us out here, does it? What's even the advantage of being a town? Somehow this is a rural settlement. Where... Is that really a rural settlement? Why has it got that fancy symbol on it? I guess it's because it's the capital of the area. I guess. It still looks unusual, like there's something fancy going on here. Why does it get that fancy little round silver thing? What is it trying to tell me? Cities and towns have a penalty to food production. If everyone is towns, play in Italy, you see how you starve. Oh, we've got loads of food production though. Surely we'll be fine. I mean, this is a proper town. And this is good. More soldiers, more laborers. More control. But how... I'm wondering what in the world is going on here. Why do I have this little image here for rural settlement? And what makes you special compared to Yalnets? Why is this here? If you care about the RGO, leave it rural. Ah, that's good advice. Completely unsure what this little symbol means. Did I favorite it or something? Oh, that's a good idea. No, I thought it might be market capital, but no, we're far away from Kaffa here. It does make fruit though, and we like fruit. Oh, well, there you go. Have some extra fruit. I don't know what to do with you otherwise. Well, lots of peasants. I could actually maximize the fruit, but the money I make from it is virtually nothing. Yeah, settlement becomes town, becomes city. Here's another one here. Kitschkas. I could make that into a town, but I could just as easily make this into a town. What a mystery. I can only assume it's a weird bit of zoom that just tells me it's the capital of the province. And if you're going to build a town, I imagine you want it in the most populous area, which is, go figure, the capital. I think it might be that you're zoomed in far enough to see the province capitals. I'm willing to believe that as well. I wonder if you can only have one town per province. You cannot reduce an urban location when there's separatism. What? No, the requirement is that it's expensive, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's expensive to build up around here. It is indeed a distance. Guess I still just want to keep building up the areas where I do have control then, but I long for a way to have more control around here. As for now, I'm just going to everywhere that has any real amount of control and building them up. Clay. People were complaining about lack of clay somewhere. Sure. Even 24 is enough for me to consider. Hold on, that fibrous crops that I just upgraded there, it ate into laborers rather than peasants. Are laborers better at jobs or something? People who work manual labor in our urban locations, they work the land as I wonder why it took from them instead of peasants. Mind boggles. Takes laborers or slaves, but not peasants. Ah, of course, because peasants promote into laborers, I understand. Yes, I think I understand. Does control propagate from cities? No, control propagates from the capital. It propagates along roads, along rivers, and through water if you have maritime something or other. I know, I'm going around in circles here because I don't really know what's going on, but hey-ho. I still want to try out some of these market villages. It's just hard to get a good idea of what's worth my time here. I mean, I could sort it by profit, as long as it's inside my own country. I don't like the fact that it's offering me to build in someone else's. So, make sure it's an owned location, please. Hey, let's just give it a go in profitable places. The game probably knows best. I hope I'm not just screwing over my country by giving the peasants too much control in my world. Oh wow, it really focused on the market up north. That's too much to offer them. The jewelry. Interesting. Yeah, there's a lot to learn about these systems. But it feels good. It scratches happy parts of my brain. It reminds me of firing up EU3, and sometimes it even makes me feel like Patrician. God, I love Patrician. It's focusing on places you have good control over. Probably. Not sure about good, but there is control here. There's actually rising control over here, which is a good sign. The city of Sloviansk. Custodians and Sloviansk were not only responsible for a holy shrine, but honors and whatever. Some say that the Khan has not been paying attention to these cities that they deserve. Pilgrims are no longer safe. Tax efficiency is hardly relevant. Take it. It is not for me. Not for the Khan to concern himself with such trite matters. I'm happy to see the control going up a fair bit. Who would have thought that accepting the Ryazanes could have such positive effects on, for us? Wish I could tax the commoners more. The rest of these taxes are not even worth collecting, in my opinion. Certainly not tribal tax. One could argue for trader tax, especially as the traders gain more control. But I'd rather just keep my my estates happy. And something I'm building up towards right now is ripping the spine out of the chieftains. Unfortunately, the biggest spine to rip out is primacy of the nobility, but that is just immutable. Discipline 5 and quality 0.1? No, heavens no. We're going to get rid of nobles as leaders, but it's going to cost me... Well, I need to get to 144 stability first. And when I do that, I'm going to be at negative 100 stability, which means no wars for a while, so we need to be braced and ready. How is Georgia losing that war? It's just because they're struggling very hard on taking this capital. It is a coastal capital, and we're before the ages of bombards. This is why I tear down forts in war, by the... This is why I tear down forts when I go to war, by the way. Tell me you're allied with Tver. You're not. Are you allied with Yaroslav? You're also not. Alright, well, Vladimir's going to need another visit from me, telling him that forts are not allowed. But yeah, forts are a pain in the bum. You should take over Tana and build a new city there. Name it Rants or something. This is a desirable province. It's even a desirable place to move my capital to. That or here, but at least here it's a bit closer to the Russian things. Honestly, Moscow is also not a terrible place for it. Sarai is just such an awful, awful capital location. So far inland, so far away from the directions I want to be going. Oh, great, I'm closer to the wastes. No, no thank you. The slight problem with putting my capital over here is it's quite vulnerable to attack from seas that I don't control. And if the Ottomans ever thought they wanted a piece of me, then that would be bad news for me as well. Otherwise, though, we're just building up money and building up the economy, and that does feel quite good. It's been a long time coming. The newfound age of peace for the Horde. Bailiffs, you say? Don't mention bailiffs had... Oh, somebody said that bailiffs add proximity sources. Thought you were trying to tempt me into something. Well, if bailiff is a thing, then we have another term for it around here. Noble buildings include embassy. Oh, are there any more embassies we could build? We can build an embassy in Buda. Oh, that's well worth it. Excellent. And that's because we've got good relations with Hungary, no doubt. Yeah, we love embassies because they give us diplomatic capacity. And that means if I wanted to go and make myself some new tributaries, we absolutely can. Not just tributaries. It's not unthinkable that I could start subjugating around here. I wonder if I could ever subjugate just Novgorod as a vassal, a proper vassal. I mean, I do love Novgorod. They've been through a lot, though. And for some reason, they have no tax base at all. So maybe they wouldn't be a great target, but, you know. Pin my horse to yours and all that. Might actually be better saving that for making my way into Europe. For example, if I had a subject and a little bit of land next to the subject, it could be a nice little place to kind of hang out as I subjugate Italians, which could easily happen. But there's also a part of me that likes just being cozy here in my waste. You start expanding a bit, and before you know, it's like, well, you know, what if I had France? What if I had Iberia? Crazy conquests are nice and all, but I am just here to learn the game. The Austrians might not be rich enough. Austrians have 61 base tax. 175 on Hungary. What is that crunchy noise? I have to assume it's buildings being completed. I certainly hope that's even more commoners to tax. Klong. Distillers Guild in Astrakhan. Ah, they can figure it out. Trickle up economy. The bailiffs are a building, you just misspelt it. Ah, there's an I in bailiff. Local nobles' power increases. I do not like that. Local proximity source goes down, gets increased a lot. A nest of wickedness and laziness. And that's without the bailiff. That's an expensive thing to build. And I really don't like local noble power. But it's hard to know how I want to place these, especially when they're so expensive. This will act as another source of proximity in a location, help you improve proximity in neighboring locations. So maybe I just shove one of these down around here, and then it's going to improve the control around all of this. I consider it's that or roads. Yeah, I'm considering it's that or roads. Employs 200 soldiers. I wonder if it only does its job if it gets soldiers. Yeah, I'm considering putting it somewhere around here to propagate. If it wants soldiers, is there somewhere that I already have soldiers? Rather than having to wait for promotion, because promotion takes forever in rural areas. Yeah, labor. Here we go. We got 100 soldiers here in Soldaya, but that's kind of tucked away. You'd think I'd wanted a bit more out here. But maybe Soldaya with its already existing port here, so the better. There's a natural harbour map mode. Might be useful for it. Natural harbour suitability? What do you mean suitability? How well the coastline lends itself to being a harbour? Well, Azok looks pretty good, but it's relatively close to my capital. Seems to be saying that these aren't too bad. But again, there are no soldiers here. You can't just build super harbour everywhere. There are locations that are better than others. That's what I'm seeing here. Notably, Theodoro looking quite good for it. Port buildings and harbour capacity. Whoa, that's a really nice one. Alright, we're going to try building one of these bailiffs in Metropole. This is how we learn. I'm going to spell bailiff correctly for once. How many nobles are there here to begin with, anyway? Not a lot, so it's hardly going to shift the balance of power enormously. But yeah, as soon as I have loads of stability, which is hopefully after my war with Tver, because I need to put Tver and Yaroslav in their places. That's going to cost me a whole lot of stability. Innovation. I want innovation. Yeah, I do want innovation. Goodbye, yet more stability. Again, how much of that stuff do I need? 144. So once we're at 44 stability, I can yank the power out of the estates for a bit. But yeah, it feels good actually having control around here. Remember when we had just this tiny little dim light here and everything else was 0? I remember. And look how far we've come. Look at that, 60% in Astrakhan, and it's still rising. Ever so slightly. Such beauty. I had to get rid of a really horrible estate lot to even raise this to begin with. For the love of God, Georgia, I really, really hate sieges in the early game. And compared to EU4, the early game's a lot longer here, isn't it? It'd be interesting to see how the promotion goes there. It cost a ton of my money. I should ease up on the spending, especially if war is being considered. Ah, my unhappy child is ambitious. We'll have to give them swimming lessons. Right, I'm willing to believe that Georgia is happy enough with my rule right now. I've raised their relations a whole lot. Yeah, man, they love me. Absolutely love me. Perhaps we could put a number on that love. They 92 ducats love me. I 92 you too. But let's stop improving relations. Still quite important to get Hungary, Bulgaria, and Serbia more on my side, though. They need to see things my way. Oh, wow. That is dangerous. The subject loyalty of Hungary is barely there. It might actually be something I have to permanently keep a diplomat on. Because if that dips low, they're probably going to seek support for independence, and I can't have that. Ooh, I really, really don't want to dedicate some of my very limited diplomats to. Yeah, we only get half a diplomat a month, and I'd be losing 0.1 per month to that. Tricky. Tricky. I think Hungary is too important not to do this to. So yeah, we're just going to accept this as a tax. There we go. Yeah, so about that road that I built over here. I think it actually improved this. This wasn't 27 earlier. Yeah. Now I'm not so sure, actually. Might have been that, because the road didn't seem to have done anything there. Honest to God, is U5 any good? Is it too early to tell? I'm having a lot of fun with it. You've got to invest yourself a bit, though. There's a lot to learn here. But I'm having so much fun learning it. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I'd want to sit down and test a lot of different ways of improving control. I do think that dragging a road over here is just going to get degrading values of improvement along the way. So let's see what the bailiff does. The bailiff might be really what you need. And if it is so good, I could slam a bailiff down here, and then all of this might become a lot better too. We'll see how well it propagates. Do you have a fleet? No. I got 4 sailors. 4 sailors could maybe man a single rowboat. No, we're just going to have to ride horses and water. Seahorses, you see. Hey, I could even put a bailiff up here if I think I want better control. I'd love to take over Promsk as well, but integration is hard. Yeah, look, we're still integrating Rostislavel. And we've had that thing for years and years. It's minus the 20 per location with a road. Does that mean it'll only span 5 provinces without other bonuses? No, I don't think it works that way. To be honest, I have a hard time figuring out how it works. Jurisprudence, but I like mysticism. Yeah, there we go. Strengthening the guilds for... No, that's fine. My poor guild people barely have any power to begin with, so they can have that. So, Hungary, now that we kind of see eye to eye a bit more, give us some bloody money. No, they're still in debt. By the way, you get this option to pay off debt. It does not tell you how much debt they have, which is a bit rough. I wonder why they're in debt. Who could they possibly be spending all their money on to cause all this debt? What a mystery. Volhynia, you never have enough money for me to begin with. Yeah, you're not even worth siphoning income off of. Gee, how could Hungary be in debt? Must be disastrous wars with the Horde. They better keep paying me or else they're going to have another disastrous war. Yeah, I love these trickle-up economics. But it is good, you know, without this guaranteed income from my tributaries, there's no way the Golden Horde could have paid for this improvement itself. No way, Jose. And I wouldn't have a nice big army to show off either. Ooh, a navy! First time seeing one of these. Trebizond spawned as a breakaway, and yet somehow they got this navy. How bizarre. At least I think they spawned as a breakaway. Speaking of war, how's the army? The army is big and menacing. 2,000, that's including our auxiliaries. They're fast and murderous. However, the enemies are getting better quality units. So we don't have the enormous overwhelming advantage we once had. Even so, I'm not really in a position to just consume all of the Russians. You know, there is a real idea to just have a Muscovite vassal. Maybe even subjugate Muscovy. I do have spare diplomatic capacity. What I could do, hear me out, subjugate Muscovy, force them to be Sunni, let them go, subjugate them again, so they don't have that minus 100 liberty desire. This time make them a vassal, and then I feed them Muscovite land. And then later on I will integrate them, and then I will accept Muscovite. That feels like making a deal with the devil. It also means I can stop integrating this, because this is going nowhere. I would far rather do beneficial things for my country. I would try a different nation. Muscovy tag without all the lucky nation stuff. Why not just conquer them? Because conquering the land does very little for me. It's the wrong culture. It's the wrong religion. At least Muscovy probably will get some help with religious unity. I don't know what kind of help they get game-wise. Yeah. We're playing with fire. I know. I didn't say why not conquer them. No, Ali B did. I mean, I could do somebody else. I could do Vladimir. Subjugate Vladimir. But the nice thing about Moscow is they're small. Oh, but if I annex them and spit them out, then they're going to be a horde. And I certainly don't want a horde under my command. Or do I? Hold the phone there. Tribals are cheaper as subjects. Well, Nagai certainly isn't because they're an emirate, aren't they? Is Tarusa Muscovite? Is this Tarusa? Certainly looks Muscovite. Yeah. But Amantai about to go to war with Vladimir. Takes so long to build up these spy networks. Also, it'd be nice to have somebody that has a lot of cores in the region. Although that's less of a concern now, isn't it? They're going to get cores because these are their culture. So they'll get them easily. Maybe Vladimir should be my subject. I'm just considering that right now. Because what I could do is I could annex Muscovy. I could subjugate Vladimir and just give the Muscovite land over to Vladimir when they're my subject. And but I would need to keep feeding them, and it's difficult to get conquest. No, it's not. I can just conquer Yaroslav and then do similar things to Tver. I would have to keep this little corridor to have an adjacency with Tver, though. But yeah, I think I should abandon trying to integrate this stuff. It's going to take forever. And it's keeping my my guy here a little too busy doing stuff that doesn't matter. So instead, what's he better off doing? He doesn't have many good skills for what it's worth. You know, being replaced would be nice. Ah, no, but I want them to be members of the crown, so I don't empower the nobility anymore. Alright, what can you do then? Development, societal... Improve relations going up? That is actually quite relevant, I think. Diplomatic endeavor sounds good. There we go. Now that should boost up a wee bit. Yeah, I think there's something to be said for subjugating Vladimir. Then again, if I subjugate a small person, it doesn't cost so much to do that, but I still have to annex the land, don't I? Yeah, sod it. Vladimir will make a fine enough subject. They also built a fort, and I don't mind my subjects having a fort. So yeah, we can do that. Vladimir, who are your friends? Because I'm gonna make you a very special friend. Vladimir appear to have no alliances? Interesting. They view Sweden as a rival. That's ambitious. I'm about to go toe-to-toe with Tver. There is also the idea that I could subjugate Tver. Is Tver Muscovite? They're also already eating into Novgorod. And it's far easier to feed them, isn't it? Yeah, you know, I quite like that. I was eyeing up the idea of subjugating Tver earlier, and I'm just making my Horde castles with them right now. Ooh, that sounds good. Alright, so we make Tver our new subject then. And they're going to be fed Muscovite land. And that way I can finally annex Muscovy and not have them breathing down my throat the whole time. And I really don't care about losing the yoke, because the yoke is virtually nothing. I wonder if they'd still count as being part of the yoke. Alright, good. We made a decision then. Subjugate Tver. The issue with Vladimir is the minus 190 relations right now. Minor note. Also, Tver is going to be made Sunni. But they can stay Muscovite. We don't mind Muscovites around here. Fund farming estates. Hang on. Wool farms can employ more laborers or slaves in Astrakhan. How does that work? Because Astrakhan's already at its limit. Wait, no. That's Sarai. Astrakhan might not be. It's 5 out of 6, so that would be increased. However, a 33% cost reduction in a bunch of my RGOs, of which I have not really many of these. Clay, sand, salt, medicine, pearls, amber, fish. And it's only it's a 1/3 reduction. That's not too shabby. Salt fields, fish gathering. Ooh. I like that. I like the idea of pop conversion speed. And converting a bunch of these guys. What's pop conversion across the board anyway? I'm not really sure it's going to make much odds. Some of these are really, really sad. Monthly conversion of 2. Well, I guess, you know, when there's 1,000 people, it's not that long, right, in the course of the game. But it is really, really sad. Like, how are you meant to get this higher? I feel like going from 2 to 2.5 isn't all that much. Damn, all these orthodoxies. Yeah, I'm struggling to see how that's going to proportionately help us at all. Feels like a false choice. Jake, you control the occupations of Trebizond because of your vassals. You're stuck at war because of Georgia won't peace out. I could peace out. No, because I'm an overlord and a subject for Revolt War. Alright, in that case... Can I change occupation? Occupied by Golden Horde. Great. How do I change that? This is an important thing to learn, so good that we learn it if we can. Ah, here, this is a button. Didn't notice. Transfer occupation to Georgia. Good job, Georgia. Now you can end the war. Thank you kindly. And well spotted. That's a button. I've had a fair few moments of going, wait, that's a button? Typical paradox stuff. They've got to cram in as much as they can. Georgia annexes. They took over the market from them as well. Was there always a trapezus market here? Constantinople is a large bloody market. What was I just thinking about doing before we got rudely distracted by Trebizond? All right, the Parliament. Expanding hunting isn't much we can do either, because there's not a lot of wild game to be had here. Are any of these worth my time, then? I guess the farming estates, right? We like it. It improves prosperity. And it's already backed, so sure, give it to me. It's not like the roads we care... Oh, hold on. Bolster government. Crown power. No, let's do those farming estates. It will already pass. But is there anything useful I could do while we're here? No, because there's still no laws that I'm keen on changing. Wait, no, we still favor the elites. I don't want that anymore. Favoring the elites gives us aristocracy, which I'm not caring that much about. But if I favor me, then I can tax my people better, and I get more crown power. That's excellent. All right, we're going to use this opportunity to change the law. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about this before, but I've always wanted things to be more about me. Yeah, sod the elites. They don't exactly get any power out of this. In fact, I can tax them more, which is funny. But since I don't tax them anyway to keep them sweet, I'd rather they ate less food and I got more power. Yes, crown power for me. Cha-ching. Of course, if I still want this law to pass, I'm going to have to give in to some demands. Horde unity is no big deal, so I will give in to this. And if I really don't want to lose that stability. Ooh, but decentralizes. Right, I'm all for it then. Actually liking decentralization in this game is kind of crazy. Tax more, but you don't tax. Ah, I see this is not a member of the commoners in chat, Anon Finn. Good to hear from one of my fellow chieftains. Yes, the commoners bear the entire tax brunt because I don't care how they feel. Everybody else I do care how they feel because, you know, there's a lot of rebels wanting to rise up. Those Nagai Patriots are finally going away. Oh, nice. Now, if only I could do something about the slave uprising. All these pops. Are they members of any particular group? Commoners, commoners, commoners. I'm seeing a theme here. Yeah, I bet they'd chill out if I stopped taxing the commoners. Commoners, 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 commoners. I'd like a little icon to see which estate they belong to. Okay, so I treat everybody well apart from my commoners, and the commoners are the ones that want to rise up. And you know the thing about commoners? They're going to have a hard time fighting my professional army, so continue to tax the commoners. And life will be good for me. Jake's such a Tory. Listen, if the poor people didn't want to be poor, they'd buy more money. Alright, not too shabby, and I'm now in a position, or next month I'll be in a position, to subjugate Tver. Now maybe I can actually subjugate them, change their religion, and still keep them around and sweet. That worked for Perm. Perm were pretty unhappy for the time being, but now they've come to understand that Sunni is really the way forward. And Tver will feel the same way. Although they'll probably revolt now and then, I will help them with their revolts. Karaman got gutted like a fish despite the Mamluk alliance. Autoblob grows ever larger. Yeah, one of the slight problems about going to this war is it will vastly delay my acquisition of an Ottoman alliance. We still have our defensive league, which is cool. But I want a proper honest-to-God alliance with them. How long until Wallachia and Byzantium go away? There's nothing saying I have to do this fight right away. What I should probably do, actually, is fish for that alliance. I'll improve relations with them. I will let Wallachia and Bulgaria chill out, and then I should be able to get this with them. One can hope. Yeah, because we'll get 20 out of that, and I'll get a few more from relations, and then I'll be able to get my Ottoman alliance. Hopefully that's good for a long time, because you just know they're going to unite Anatolia and be an absolute menace. Unlike me, I bet their nation's centralized. Ooh, I am jealous. Adjacent to your capital with 81 or so, and you've got this very clear run of agreeable control. Just wait until they get all this stuff. Why is this stuff 0, though? What's the cultural situation here? Greeks! Sorry, Greeks, you're a dying breed. Also, I'm not sorry. Someday I'll come back to Labyrinth of Lies. Maybe feed Wallachia to Bulgaria. That's not my choice to make. They're only tributaries. I don't control them in wars and such. They can fight their own wars all they want. Very curious to see what happens when this Militopol is done. And I'm also very curious if it works at all without soldiers. I doubt that it does, but maybe. Every single stream of yours is a labyrinth of lies, says Andarius. I don't know. I'm very, very bad at lying. Whenever I tell a lie, I feel this enormous sting of guilt, so I very, very rarely lie. You know how it is. Sometimes one of them slips out here and there, but no, I do not lie very much at all. And that includes being on stream and being true to myself. That is clearly a lie. You just lied again. Well, if people keep falling for it, they're going to keep happening. What's a man to do? It's only natural. Through your freaking teeth. Oh, me, oh my. Jackie's saying, lots of people today. Is anyone sure Dark Young is alive? He was streaming a while yesterday. I think he laughed himself to death playing Robocop. Alright, finally I can get this Casus Belli going. Is religious war perhaps better? Why does it show stability? I have military access to them. I'm going to have to cut that off. But never mind that. Subjugation cost is actually more expensive in a religious war. Nothing is cheaper. So good thing we have Horde expansion, which will absolutely be used to subjugate them. And I had better cut off military access. Access actions, and you need a diplomat to end military access. Oh dear. I needed that because I thought I might want to go up and beat up Novgorod, and I was even considering making them a tributary. But given that they're in a permanent state of being dirt poor, I don't think I care that much. I'll just feed them to Tver in time. Although, how in the world can I do that? I just had a thought. If I were to create a tributary casus belli on them, it looks like I can still conquer. Is that just superior to Horde expansion? No, because Horde expansion shows superiority, which is probably the best war goal in the game. If not, absolutely is the best war goal in the game. He likes it a lot. I'm wondering if Bulgaria are happy enough that I can stop improving relations, because improving relations is taking a hell of a long time. On the other hand, I should probably just be a little bit patient. There we go. Exactly. Ticking from fighting is great. In the later game, ticking from sieges is actually rather nice. When you have a lot of bombards, you walk in and you just tear down forts like paper. Assuming your enemies don't have good forts. And the wonderful thing is you can tear apart their forts. That is such a nice war goal. It does cost antagonism, as it should, but it doesn't cost much of it. I mean, hell, if the walls of Theopolis are causing you a lot of problems, just tell them to tear them down, right? Is there anything stopping you doing that? Fort level 2, tons of fort defense. Just remove it and then walk in. The ultimate way to play the Ottomans, no doubt. Right, no matter what's going on, though, I can't start this war until I get my Ottoman alliance. And that's going to require this coalition to go away. Otherwise, we're poised and ready. If this coalition could just kindly go away, we're all set. Also, it's good to see my culture continuing to propagate. Bello Whatsit's becoming a core as well. Yeah, that is because it's Mongolian. I thought it might just be more of my slaves moving around. Turning everywhere Mongolian's not an easy task. And annoyingly, we're turning the Crimeans Mongolian. We don't want that. They're an accepted culture. The Astrakanis need to Astra die, so we're gonna have more Mongols. I never wanted to accept the Astrakanis. I don't see a future in that failed culture. Weird seeing some mixed cultures over here in Ryazan, though. What's that all about? Oh, good. I got my farming estates. There are Greeks up here? Excuse me? Did I bring them up here? Maybe they got an event from Greeks fleeing the ERE. What are Moshkas? Oh, you're Moshkas. Say no to Moshkas, please. How's your culture faring in the colonies? They're there. They just kind of exist. I don't know what really these colonies do for me. I'm starting to think it would have been better for me to hold on to the lands. But on the other hand, if I had held on to the lands, I would have had to maintain the cultural holding on to of the Uzbeks, which seem to have been killed off. I wonder if colonies have a really good bonus to spreading their culture. Assimilate pops into our culture. That must be something you're doing as a task, right? Yeah. Yeah. So if I want to really spread my religion, that's probably the way forward, right? It's okay, we have decent tolerance for orthodoxy. And honestly, I don't see the downside here. In fact, that's a bigger issue. What is exactly the problem of having wrong religion? The Tengri zealots are unhappy, but that's because I hate Tengri, and I don't care, right? Old, crappy religion is dying out. But it's not like we have Orthodox people rising up. And I'm not entirely sure how unrest even works. And I'm very, very grateful that we don't have the whole rah, 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 random pop-ups of rebels, or even the ticking up little rebel pop-ups. They're actual real events here. Much better than anything we saw before. 3 pops want to join this. Could those 3 pops kindly sod off? Jesus. The chieftains, you don't even want to join. They're lacking fur, pearls, amber, furniture, fine cloth, salt, sugar, tea. You're in the wrong place to demand these kinds of things. Savinka, Nogai, jeez. Disgusting me. Less religious unity causes unhappiness amongst your priest caste. Well, cast them into the sea, I don't care. Almost finally have this integrated. Yeah, we'll make the CB, but we're not going to use that Casus Belli until my antagonism here is gone away enough. So that's next year for Byzantium, and I think it's 2 years. Yeah, just over 2 years for Wallachia. So we've got a couple of years to chill out. And that's fine, because in time, I simply make money, and I like making money. So we can go around and we can look at all of our places which have fully functional RGOs. And continue to build up, unless I want to continue building up Sarai, which maybe I do. So many peasants that could really do with growing up, but... Oh, that's right, I built all of these... Oh, well, I was building all of these places. Seems it's a bit slower than I thought. I thought these would be done in parallel, but maybe I was asking for too much. But nice to see the brewery is here and making potential money. The winery has been, what, shut down? A lot of these places don't seem to be working. Why is that? The building is closed. Are you still opening and closing buildings for me? No. I'm having a hard time reading this. I mean, take this Potter's Guild. It is closed. How do we unclose it? There's this, of course. I can subsidize my buildings. Oh yeah, come on. Make me tiny amounts of profit. Tiny profit's better than no profit. Maybe there's a better way of looking at this. Something like looking at all of your buildings and telling what's closed and what's not. Or can I just tell you to open all the bleeding buildings? What is this? Automate production methods. That's fine. I want that on. Subsidize might mean negative profit. Yeah, that's why I'm not keen on subsidizing them. Provide necessary resources for the economy. Is it really that necessary? One of the problems about this not being Vicky is Vicky has far more focus on this kind of thing. The building is open. Good, it should be open. But yeah, we have stuff like this closed winery. Surely I want the wineries open. Why would I want them closed? I'd rather just have everything open and then the game warn me when I have things that aren't profitable. Yeah, like we have here. I don't mind zero money coming in. It keeps people working and it gets them taxed. That might not be true. But whatever, it keeps people working. So yeah, don't you close on me. I will be the one who decides what gets to be closed. Maybe there's a filter here, like filter for... Oh, it's filtering for not profitable buildings. You're telling me these are not profitable? I won't believe it. Maybe they don't have inputs readily available. Yeah, maybe things need to be brought into market. Who's to say? Whatever, open up and get to work. I want my people working. The amounts of money are hardly worth considering compared to the might of what Hungary gives me in tribute. Still dreaming of that day that I can turn to Hungary and tell them to pay me extra money. And that day would be today if they had any money to give me. Wow, they would give me 300. If only. Perma's asking me for money. No. Absolutely not. Change polity. Well, at least they're not in debt. But Hungary need to make more money so they can give me more money. How's the bailiff doing? Right, so the bailiff has been created. It's right here. It's, It's promoting surprisingly quickly. 9 per month. But what are you doing for control? Maximum control, 17. Proximity to capital plus 2%. Okay, I have to hope that it's going to be having a bigger effect once it's fully staffed. Yeah, there we go. That's still not much. We lose 12 stability. No! I just lost like 2 years of stability there. Maybe 3. I'm trying to make my stability high enough that I can rip out the chieftains. I need 42 and a bit positive stability to remove one of their things here. I could stabilize my nation using my... where is he now? Using my cabinet. How much will that affect us? Stabilized country barely does anything, so I don't think it's worth my time. On the other hand... I wonder if you could destroy the Nagai Patriots with this. Rebel crackdown on the Nagais. It says it's 0. There's one member. Ah, man. What if you work on the Golden Horde slave uprising? Like, that is not something I want to happen. 500,000 people rising up against me. What happens if we put you on this? Is that actually going to bring this down? Or is it just going to raise slower? Because if it raises slower, it's something I'm just going to have to deal with someday. Ooh! Borderline effective. I like that. Right, so we don't need to worry about the slave uprising. We can just tell our people to go and enslave them harder. Much better, yeah, I'm happy enough with that. That Distillers Guild is really, really unprofitable. Why is that? The highest profit that it could make is good, but it could make not much profit. I mean, is that actually coming out of my pocket? If I look at buildings... That distiller was something like -3 something or other. It doesn't seem to be here. It's probably not that bad. Probably. You're a Muslim nation. They might not be drinking distilled drinks. Oh, that's a thought. We can't export them, so it's only local use. So I would imagine there's not a lot of demand for that. Let me take another look at that distillery. Yeah, that's the problem. I could make huge money, but it's only being sold locally, and there's probably plenty. Okay, in that case, I suppose I can deign to close my distillery. Otherwise, we don't care about these other ones. There's Distillers Guild in Astrakhan as well. Who built that? What numpty built that? Who built 2 of them? Alright, Distillers Guild get closed. Ban whiskey, switch religion immediately. Not true. Right, sure, I'm looking forward to having an actual alliance with you, Otto Scum. Uh-oh, they'd have to pay more to have the relation, so now they're even less keen on it. Once I get that 20 out, I don't think the 50 from here will be enough. Well, it might be. I think if I can get the relations all the way up to plus 200, which might take a couple of years, then yeah, we could get there, right? Might struggle a bit. Can I offer them something that will give them... Ah, look at that. Opinion up if I give them... Ooh, the Ottomans spread institutions to me. Yeah, I need that, right? We should integrate ourselves like this. Yeah, you can absolutely have fleet basing rights with me. Good. Good, very good. I'm going to need these. This isn't something I can do with my subjects, is it? No, as an overlord I already have these things. Institutions, you might notice, are not looking so good for me. What's an institution? There's this tiny little possibility of it spreading here, but not a lot of it. Renaissance Bank. I need professional armies, by the way. Well, hopefully by the time they have that, I can just take it off of them. It's a shame that you are subject to Genoa. Nice that somebody kicked Genoa's ass and freed you. Or if it spread to Theodore and I annex it from there. Oh, I love crushing that golden slave uprising. How the hell you play as OPM in this game? Monthly income 0.1 ducats. You raise 200 levies. It's not enough to siege a province, says Swippier. Maybe day 1 declaration of war ain't for you, but it sounds a lot like playing EU3 back in the day, and we could do OPM World Conquests in EU3. But that's the thing, you're asking the question, how? How, indeed? There will be a way. Find it out. Oh! This guy was so freaking good. Very, very mediocre, and yet he did everything right for our country. Wait a minute. Anybody notice something that isn't right? Why did I lose like 55 Horde unity? I set a law so I only lose 5 Horde unity on inheritance. Wait a minute. I think I just realized something. You lose 50 by default. You lose an additional 5 with this. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Ah, okay. Well, I would say it's better than Tribal Succession Crisis, but we're probably having Tribal Succession Crisis as well. Yeah, no lass can be Khan. Yeah, we are mourning over that last guy. I hope you live a very long time, and I absolutely hope you have a bunch of children. You've already had male. Male is good. Although I suppose it doesn't matter anymore with non-committal things. Well now. Looks we're back to reinforcing spending into Horde Unity. Fortunately, it goes up even faster these days, right? We got some boosts to it. Oh, of course it goes down. Yeah, we're gonna need that. Hopefully Tribal Succession Crisis is not around the corner, but it could be. We'll see at the turn of the month what the game has to say about that. Because there are a bunch of different things that affect that. It's like stability plays into it, your Horde Unity plays into it, having an heir plays into it. This is the equivalent of throwing her into the wolf pit. If she's your son, she'll survive. I think she'll be fine. I've left a good, strong country for her. Speaking of which, I still have loads of money to be spending on more. I need you to be better at what you do. I'm not even sure if that stuff is spreading particularly well. Is it spreading at all? I will give it the benefit of the doubt. We'll wait until it's fully built up, but that bailiff needs to do good things for me. Alright, any more RGOs well worth my time? Come on. Wool might not be worth a whole lot, but getting my people working is surely good. Medicine can't be bad, right? There'll probably be other diseases down the line. But yeah, I just like the idea of getting my people working. It's not quite as viscerally enjoyable as in Vicky 3, seeing all your people contribute glorious taxes, but unlike Vicky 3, there's some actual payoff in this one. Why are they so unhappy? Oh right, I think I caned their satisfaction equilibrium. This one then I can automate. Automate to bring them up to 50%. Because they do need to be taxed. Has anything changed since yesterday? The map looks the same. What I like about this game is there's a lot going under the hood. If you imagine an EU4 player just like chewing on their own thumb going, blob goes bigger. In this one I really like what's happening beyond the colour of your country on the map. But yes, we have achieved rather good things today, especially nailing Hungary as a tributary. Yes, yes. And actually making my country turn into something profitable. It's an uphill struggle. But we've also let free so many of our slaves. We'll have to get new ones from Muscovy, of course. No estate taxes, Monaco Horde tax heaven. There's no point taxing them. It's better that they are happy. Man, I bribed the tribes so much and they're still not that happy. I'm surprised. No tribal succession crisis. I guess that's what happens when you actually have a secure succession. Almost unthinkable. Taxes might actually be good now that he has some control. I wouldn't go so far as to say good. But the thing is, if I don't start working towards this, we're never going to have a country that can survive once these nations realize that they are strong and I am weak. When the age of the hand gone comes and makes my day of the archers gone, then I'm in for some deep doo-doo. The wineries are becoming even less profitable. Yeah, maybe I should not be paying for these. The pottery I can see being useful, like places will want that, but maybe the winery's not doing what we need it to do. I'm just curious if I got enough Whoa, look at that. Looks like my trade capacity has gone up a whole lot. The market village, yeah, those market villages are adding up, aren't they? Same with the marketplaces. That is good. Are there more marketplaces that I can build? All markets are shown. Oh, but you can level up the marketplaces, can't you? Yeah, employs burgers. Peasants can promote for that. What does the marketplace do for me again? I keep forgetting why it's considered good. The marketplace gives the burgers power, which is fine. It assimilates pops, which is great. And it gives me some much needed trade capacity, which is probably very, very good. So why don't I just max out the marketplace here? And here. And frankly, in all of the markets where I have access. Probably because it's expensive. And there comes a point when you probably have enough of it. Yeah, there you go, Kursk. Have a little bit more. Here you go, Kazan. I cannot, because there's not enough glass in the Kazan market. Couldn't you import some glass for it? Is that something I'll have to manually do? That's a decent enough question. If I want to import some glass here, I can take some from nowhere because there's no glass available. I could set a production method to make glass, couldn't I? The little... Oh wait, no, there was someone else that could make glass. Use your brain and remember these things, Jake. The Glass Guild. Hey, I could put a glass guild down in Kazan even, but I would severely lack control. Yeah, go on, have some glass and see what you do with it. Hope I'm not running into problems by building up too many things, especially in a place with so little control. 23 control is not the worst. Hey Jake, are you going to be doing any more State of Decay long plays? Some people have been mentioning Darkside to me. In particular, I saw a comment that said Darkside is alive again and harder than ever before. So I'm very tempted in checking it out. Of course, not right now, because EU5 has my undivided attention. In fact, the only other thing that's likely to squeeze in this week is the weekly one-shot. I just want to sit down and play EU5 all day, every day. It's really like I'm playing EU3 again. Except back in EU3 days, I ignored my studies to do this. Fortunately, I don't study these days. We're getting there. We're absolutely getting there. I just need Wallachia to stop having a bee in their bonnet about everything I've bloody done. And that's only going to take a year and a half tops. So a year and a half, then we go on the rampage. I will have my Horde expansion casus belli by then. And maybe Hungary will actually have some money to give me. Come on, Hungary, you love me. I also love me, so give me some money. No. The amount that they're willing to give also went down, which is rather sad, but that's why we have other tributaries, like Kiev. Oh, Kiev's a little bit too on the fence there. Current strength of all tributary countries versus Overlord is a bit trepidatious, to say the least. And again, Volhynia is not even worth squeezing the money out of, but that's okay, the passive money is fine. The big chunks of 50 or 100 gold feel good, but really, I'm already making 66 off of them per month. Can't wait Jake giving us the best of the hands of runs. I've seen some stuff on YouTube that made my head turn. I'm sure Jake could do even better. Yeah, but would I do even better? Traders are never bloody happy, but I don't mind them having power. Sure. Maybe I should consider taxing my traders at some point. Having them happy gives me trade advantage, which is great, but that's just a percentage. Money is also good. It's not enough to be relevant. Yeah, none of these taxes, other than the commoner tax, is enough to be considered relevant. It's better just to keep everybody happy. Especially someone like the tribes. Alright, there really isn't terribly much going on in our country right now, but that's out of choice. There are things that I need to do. Secure the alliance, subjugate Tver, Force them to be Sunni. As soon as I subjugate Tver, though, I think we're going to end not just the yoke over the Russians, but just end the Russians altogether. I'll go on a rampage and destroy all of them. Unfortunately, it's going to require diplomats, but fortunately, during the time, my relations with the Ottomans will be fine. I can pull that back, hopefully, forever. My relations with Serbia and Bulgaria are good enough. I certainly want to pull them back at some point. Improving relations takes a long time, though, and the ongoing diplomat cost is heavy. I would really love to get more diplomats. Wait, I hadn't considered. Maybe one of my states gives me access to more diplomats. That sounds like a noble thing. Bring back banal lordship over my dead body. No, nothing happening here. Maximum rural control to down by 5% sounds rough. And cheers, Worm. Does anybody or anything give me access to more diplomats? If the EU5 wiki exists, maybe somebody would be so kind as to go and check for sources of diplomats. There's a Christian age thing, which obviously I don't have access to. But anything that I could reasonably have access to that gives me more diplomats would be useful, because I'm struggling really hard on getting diplomats. Maximum diplo spending does not give me anywhere near enough. It said religious diplomats right there. That sounds like a lemma. One! Oh no, that's maximum. Right, no, that's not what we're looking for. We're not looking for maximum diplomats, we're looking for monthly diplomats. That just means that I can hold on to more. Which is not what I'm after. Oh well. Considering that you are partly to blame for introducing us to Sarah, I'm sure we can afford a few subs. EU5 has a lot of words in it. I don't like responsibility. Surely it's not up to me. Consider your own strengths, Borum. Alright, nobody's finding us any source of diplomats. I couldn't find any in the Ages Advance either. But I do find more food. Why did I want this more food? It must have been on the way towards something more important. Not that yet. What are we working on, actually? Literacy, good. Literacy. That'll allow me to do more monthly progress, hopefully. And then we're working our way towards improve relations, subject income, institution growth. Yeah, we've got some ideas of what we're working on. That's fine. The Bank of Bardi to subjugate. I think Bank of Bardi is the lowest population start you can possibly do in the game. Tiny little, off the top of my head, Italian bank. Come on, Ottomans, you know that Wallachia is not really a concern. That's the thing, they really do know they're not really a concern. It's so close. I really hope they don't make another relation, otherwise I will certainly not be able to get this. It's so close. I just need Wallachia to sod off. The thing is, Wallachia hate my guts, but more than that, they're still remembering. To be fair, you know, I subjugated all of their neighbors. So why would they not be mad as a hatter against me? The Chinese do things. We continue not to care much. This flickers in and out of existence for some reason. Stability. Ooh, that is good. Yeah, stability good. Research progress good as well, but stability considerably better. That was like 2 years of stability, making back what we lost earlier. And I'm probably, you know, in the middle of war, I will rip apart my my nobility's privileges, because I need to weaken them to strengthen myself. Crown power of 15% is a lot better than what we've had in the past, but it needs to get much better. At 25 or more. Not a daughter, no. I don't care about you, Angel. I think I'd had anger in the name, actually. Let's keep those tribes nice and happy, because it's virtually free. You can really see how much proto EU5 stuff... Whoa, that's not the one I want. Is it? Since when do I have to pay the Dimmy 70? I guess it was giving them the Pact of Umar to vastly increase their importance. Yeah, it used to be the Dhimmi were free to bribe, and now they are anything but free to bribe. The tribes still are, but yikes, that Dhimmi power. Yeah, the Dhimmi have grown tremendously. I think it's because the wrong religions decide to side with them. I'm really happy to see Sunni grow as much as it has. Look at that total Sunni dominance in some places. But a lot of this was Tengri when I moved in. Making it Sunni has been a long, hard job. Oh, it's so nice to see Sunnism grow and wipe out the pagans. And soon we will wipe out the Orthodox. I hope Tver are good for that. It's interesting, you know, you used to think, oh, this vassal has religious ideas. I'll use them as my little religious conversion pig. Wait a second. Maybe. Can you see a country's values? Because that could be relevant. I might find that they have some kind of law preventing conversion, in which case it would be a waste of time. Don't know where I'd look for that, though. Feudal nobility, loyalty of subjects, yeah, good for you, but it would actually be rather horrifying to find that Tver, who I'm planning to do something with here, can't actually do conversions. Yeah, the values are right there, great. Where are they? Oh, here we go, societal values. Spiritualist. Pop conversion speed increase, so that's a good sign. But I also have to make sure they don't have anything that stops that. You know, they could have a law that just says will not change or something like that. Alright, I'm sure we're going to be fine. What's this song called? The Battle of Zama, you say? Goodbye. Some songs get grating after a while. That's the problem with the soundtracks over the years. They're very varying. But I think it's mostly songs that go ha, kind of drill into my skull after a while. Otherwise, Waldetoft has some great music. I like that one, says Zanzibar Palm. Well, you could certainly grab it, although I just deleted it, so I don't know what it was from. It's from an EU game, though. Maybe CQ2, actually. Can you have a Caspian Sea Navy? I certainly could. I don't know how to build a boat, though. Oh, hang on. We got a navy builder. I could build a ship. The Golden Horde is expected to have a navy of 12 ships. My younger sister. Okay, I don't really care what you're up to. I could hire mercenary ships. Hey, 125 for some buccaneers. Or my very own cog. Alright. We cannot afford the 40 sailors it would take. You can store up to 5 years of sailors. Our maximum is 3. Well, if I'm going to have a navy, it would have to be mercenaries, but I don't plan on having a navy anytime soon. Cogwall returns. Bed Chamberlain William gains favour with the Queen. That's the Khan to you. What's a female Khan again? We were talking about this earlier and I've already forgotten again. Alright, we have a Casus Belli. Do not get excited. We're not allowed to use this yet. We must ally the Ottomans before we do this war, because once we do this war, we are going to be permanently antagonized with every living Russian. There's a very key word in that sentence that dictates what we're going to be doing. In the meantime, though, if my diplomats have nothing better to do, I need to prepare for what happens after Tver gets consumed. Or subjugated, rather. During this war, I could probably just annex Yaroslav. Wait, is it Yaroslav that they are allied with? I'm trying to remember now. But why remember when we can check? Hang on, you subjugated Belo-Ozero? Oh, cool. But they're going to go free, though. Oh, maybe. What happens if I subjugate someone that has a fiefdom? Fascinating idea. But yes, you're still allied. Oh, would you look at that? But yes, you're allied with Yaroslav, and I'll be eating them. But I really wonder if this game has any kind of non-co-belligerent things. I think what I want to do, though, is make Casus Belli on Muscovy, provided we don't have a truce. We do until 75, but that's quite a bit of time, so I think we can make it, but use it later. And you are allied with... who the hell is that? Temergo. You allied with one of my minor tribes in the south? Potentially over a mutual hatred of me? That is adorable, Muscovy. For that, I kill you next. Gotta be a bit careful about feeding Tver too much land when I'm going to be converting them. So maybe I shouldn't be going balls to the wall, but on the other hand, come on, it's not that bad. I've had wrong religion land my whole run. So, that means we will build up a spy network inside Muscovy. Yeah. Subjugate Tver, feed them the Russians. Now this is something that could be done a long time ago. I could have focused all of my might on crushing Russians from the get-go. But you know what I wouldn't have had doing that? Wouldn't have had all of this. At least I don't think I would have. Then again, when I first was playing this, I had no idea what I was doing. I cut off all this land, which was probably not a good idea, in retrospect. Felt good, though. Funny how just as the Horde starts having an internal economy, it gets a lass. Traditionally, for the Mongols, they had influence over domestic affairs, but the Khans over foreign affairs, notably war and tributy. Tribute sounds good. Which is great, because it's what we're getting. I reckon our income's gone down due to... I was going to say the war reparations from Hungary must have ended, but they haven't ended yet. Hungary, what are you up to, and why are you raising your army? Oh, that's good news. Wallachia's dying. If Wallachia just got annexed, that might speed up the loss of antagonization towards me. They only have one fort there. What's the nature of this war, Hungary? Show superiority. It's just a war. No CB. So to all those people saying, how do you expand? You don't get CBs. Just use no CB. Show superiority is a perfectly good casus belli. Losing 20 stability is like losing 0.4 stability in EU4. So who cares? It also goes up for free. So yeah, no CB was always the best CB, but now it's even better. Which is surely possible. Man, Hungary getting Moldava for free is just bonkers, man. They stole all of these tributaries away from me. I had to fight for, frankly, nothing. What did I get out of that war? I think I got a lump sum of money. Can you show us the aggressive expansion equivalent and how to find it? Yes, it's called antagonism. Antagonism. It'll even give you a legend here if you want. Here's everybody that could be in the coalition threshold. They're colored like so. In the coalition is reddish, and actually that is you. Well, no, there is no coalition. Sorry. This color means in... Why is it black for risk of coalition? Because I know these guys could join me. Couldn't they? Okay, so I'm trying to explain this and I'm failing miserably. Point is, you click on this and you can see which countries have antagonization towards you. So Lithuania have some, even Bohemia have some. And the tooltip here doesn't lock for some reason. They have a little bit, but look, it's getting better, and it'll be gone. All because I subjugated Hungary. Jake's committed many atrocities without coalitions. We had a small coalition of Russians, but it dissolved. Muscovy was usually trying to lead one. But I've been playing quite gingerly. I knew I couldn't really bite off too much. You saw what happened when we had to fight Poland and Hungary before. I got bodied horribly. And I was confident I would win. It was not as clean a win as I would like. I had to use all my stealth and cunning. This is quite nice, though. It says this is a bad thing, but I think it's a good thing. It's all the more reason for my people to promote into meaningful jobs. I'll start saving some money, though. Heavens knows it might be useful at some point. I'm not convinced on the merits of this building. So I gave the nobility a whole lot of local power here, and it's not even propagating one province. It's actually not propagating, it only affects the province it's in. I don't think I want them everywhere, especially not when they cost 100 each, so... Road supremacy. Even though roads are expensive as all hell. Toll Castle. Ah, see, look what we've made them do. We've given them all kinds of fancy ideas. What is the Toll Castle? Oh, wrong province. A small fortification. Making more nobles and increasing the amount of food that they eat. Where's the good side? I wonder how much it costs to demolish the estate's buildings. I wonder if it costs or just makes them unhappy. Roads are a one-time investment. Bailiffs have an upkeep. Yeah, that's even worse. I don't like this bailiff at all. Destroy the bailiff building is free. Okay, that's nice. And yeah, it has an ongoing cost. Why do I want this? It doesn't give me anywhere near what it costs me. Is there some hidden benefit to this? It's just awful. Hooray, I get a tiny fraction of control, but not enough to do anything. And I just have to spend it all into here. And I give the nobles more power. Check the proximity map. Yeah, look at it radiating out. That is so bad. Might be good if it's a really, really rich province. Yeah, Melitopol is not. And even if it was, the difference is what? Instead of being 15, it is plus 15. If it were an incredibly rich province, that might be... For example, this could be worth putting on Moskva, if I hold Moskva for myself. But yeah, rich province only. Well, that's why we're here. We're here to learn, and that was a 100 ducat lesson. A rich province with no roads, I guess. Yeah, all roads are something we suffer on considerably. Man, it's so nice seeing Astrakhan actually have some control here. Would I consider it on Astrakhan for what it's worth? Astrakhan makes decent tax base. I lose a fairly significant amount of it. I don't think I'd want to because there are a lot of nobles here and it gives local nobles 100%, so I wouldn't want all those nobles to become twice as strong. Remember, I'm trying to break the back of my nobles in my country. I still think we build up Azov so it becomes the western port. I think I'd rather have Tana. Which means taking it off of these guys. And I am considering that. When I do a bit of my reforms here, I'm strongly considering fighting for this. Just kick Genoa out of here entirely. Although maybe I should consider that once the institution has reached Kaffa rather. Which we are still waiting a little bit on. It grows ever so slowly. Bailiff is not plus 20%, it's 20% minimum. Minimum what? It was plus 15% control. Oh, you mean proximity, right? Yeah, it still just didn't seem to be doing what I needed to do, which was anything. Alright, come on, Wallachia, it's time for you. Oh, it is almost time for you. Excellent. They will no longer be antagonistic towards me, and the Ottomans will just rush into my arms. Oh, they actually will, that's good. Yeah, turn of the month, there should no longer be any target of coalition risk. And then life is good. It costs diplomatic capacity, but hey, wouldn't you know it, that's one thing we've been investing heavily into. Oh, that's one thing our enemies didn't need. Trying to break the local nobles, truly a Victorian Trojan horse. The more I break them, it's easier to break more of them. You want to reduce their power to make it cost less. So I should probably see everything that I could still do to lower their power. I won't do it until after I declare the war, though, because you can't declare war at below negative 50 stability. So, right here. Oh god, they've got someone in command? Not on my watch. Wait, that's me. How am I in command? But But I'm not in command. This guy is. Yeah, the warrior queen. I don't think so. Let's remove the general. And then away I go. And then I want somebody who's a member of me over there. Who's this guy? Oh, right, the traders can be leaders. No, that's not right. They're blocked out. Working in the cabinet, working in the cabinet. Ugh, the only people we have are nobilities. But I'm still not going to allow the nobility in charge. I'd rather have no leader than one of these treacherous individuals. Even so, the point is, by doing that, I reduce their power. And that makes it marginally cheaper to revoke the privilege. In fact, I could do it now. That's good. It means I don't need to build up more stability. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I hope not having a leader isn't going to be catastrophic for the war, but I think it'll be fine. Alright. There we go. No more antagonism. And now we go to you, and we believe in a full-on alliance. Both countries will be called, if attacked. They can be called to each other's declarations. Military, fleet-basing rights, capacities. They spread embraced institutions to me. Beautiful. I mean, they are far more likely to get them than I am. Cannot declare war on each other. Lift fog of war. Gain opinion. Trust. Good. Alright, there we go. Whew. That was a pretty big investment, but we got the Ottomans on our side before they became so massive that they wouldn't care. Let's hope that we have such a great relationship that they don't think to turn on us. I don't even care if they fight my tributaries. However, I should absolutely check to see that that doesn't call in others. I'm pretty sure my tributaries have been attacked before and it hasn't called me in, but what worries me is that King Georgia called me in for a war that they had. Surely they shouldn't be able to allow that. Absolutely oh, this tiny little nation here. Oh, yeah, maybe I should have allied the Mamluks. That would have been better. We're weaker than them. We're a fair bit stronger than them. Yeah, look at that. I'm stronger than the Ottomans. It is nice of me to protect them. These freaking people. Anyway, now that that is done, I can go on a rampage. And I came to get down. Pay for the army. Even pay for the fort, because I got one hanging around here. Actually, since I'm not pulling their things right now, maybe I could start the war, then pool their privilege, then put them in command. That seems like an agreeable order. Because I really want to get rid of only nobles as leaders. It's going to make everybody happier. And it's going to reduce their power considerably. And it's going to mean that they're not going to get power from being in charge of the armies. It would be very good to get rid of the primacy of the nobility in terms of their power, but very, very bad for my armies. Are there any of these that are better to remove, by the way? Serfdom is pretty bad. But I think the leaders is the worst of the lot here. Elite council is... I mean, there's not much I can do about the aristocracy. It's very powerfully backed right now. Yeah, we push quite hard into it. And the tribal host is actually just good for me. Just more horses, that's more money, more food. Wait, do we eat horses? Horses are not food, damn. I don't think I've eaten horse, I'd like to try them someday. Anyway, declare war, pull that out, put someone in charge, destroy. All sounds like a winning combination. Hey, I could call in the Ottomans, they don't want to though. Border distance is way too far. I'm glad that they actually have that in as a sanity check. Uh-oh. I didn't actually remove military access. I hope this doesn't give you a truce. Could you imagine that? Jake, please save me. I cannot find the setting. How do you turn off the pop when you hover over the C tile? I will help you out right there because that screwed me over quite a bit as well. If I can remember. Here we go. Map tooltips. No C zones. Disabled removes way too much information, and the C zones are worthless, so it just gives me a place to hover my mouse when I don't want bleh in my face. And that window is still far too large. Like, why is it so big? I swear it's getting bigger the longer I play. But yes, right there in the interface options. Right. Doesn't want to let me declare war because we need to wait until 1st of February. Fine by me. A quick reminder to myself about who I'm fighting here. Principality of Tver is allied with Smolensk and Yaroslav. Yaroslav has an entrance into my country here. Could be a problem. Problematic enough for me to send over, I don't know, 500, maybe 600 units over there. That way I can have them split up accordingly and react to anything that happens. They have no forts, so I can just cleave my way through. Does anyone have a fort around here? Well, no, I guess that's part of the reason that I'm doing this kind of war. Johan personally turning the knob, the window says every hour. Yeah, that's right. We managed to pull through and get ourselves a female Khan. We did not, as I thought we had done, reduced our tribal unity loss from 50 to 5. We had increased it from 50 to 55. So we're clawing that back up. It's okay. It was all for the right reasons, I'm sure. Do you have less soldiers than when you started? No, I've got many more. I started with 650, including auxiliaries. Now I've got 2,000, including auxiliaries. You might be thinking of levies, and maybe I have less than I started with. I started with 6,000 available levies. No, I got 8,000 now. And that's including after Black Death and cutting off this chunk of my country. So I'm kind of satisfied with what I've done militarily. I have focused on it, and it's paid off. Do hordes have their crises? Yes. Tribal succession crisis is a big one, but we managed to avert that. It was tough. There was a chance it was going to fire on me, but it didn't. And we were able to get our horde unity up before it became a problem. Alright, now, finally. Still unsure about this. Like, why would you call someone in? Calling this country is a co-belligerent. A country that is co-belligerent will be able to call its own allies. Taking locations for co-belligerent will have the same cost as the war leaders. Right. Now, here's the question. Am I taking Yaroslav? And what would bringing in Yaroslav's allies do? Yaroslav has Smolensk and Mormon. Do I just eat Yaroslav and give it to Tver? It's a genuine consideration. I mean, I could kill all these people, no problemo. Smolensk doesn't look so good. I mean, James, what am I afraid of? They're all going to die. I thought I took this fort off of Smolensk. Did I misremember that? You don't have any control there, do you? The point is to give this to Tver. Tver is going to be my Sunni holder of the Russian lands. And because he'll be a subject and not a... Sorry, because he'll be a vassal instead of a tributary, he will not contribute to my tributary's desire to rise up and fight me. So yeah, probably going to be doing that. Yeah, there's Teutonic Order if you want to fight with lots and lots of soldiers. Why Tver, not Muscovy? I have a bad feeling about Muscovy, to put it simply. I mean, they're Muscovy. They're surely going to get some kind of tremendous help. I'd rather just see them wiped off the map, to be honest. No more Muscovy means a happier me. Because as long as they exist, I always feel like there's going to be some kind of, Rise of Muscovy. Minus 50 stability golden horde. Muscovy gets 3,000 event troops. I'm going to die. Why would I think that? Because it happened in Moldavia. Sudden event. Moldavia, which was just a bunch of disparate fiefdoms under my overlordship, suddenly united, suddenly got 4,500 troops, called in Hungary, called in Hungary's allies, and pushed a fair bit into Crimea before I finally dug mass graves for about 20,000 Poles and pushed them back from whence they came. So until I'm a bit more assured that Muscovy's not going to have that moment, I'm unhappy with them ever being on the map. So I'm currently spy networking them. Then I will annex them and then give all of the Muscovite land over to Tver. And then Tver can take good care of it, convert it, and eventually I will integrate Tver. Although I would also like to have, the ability to go around the back of Tver, but I think I can use my tributary thing for that. I'll have to try. Yeah, don't want them to use their power bonk. Anyway, what I was thinking about was whether or not we call in Yaroslav, and I think I will. I think I'm going to eat Yaroslav's land directly and give it to Tver. It's the right thing to do. Whom. And because we have no fear, we're going to do this war in massive negative stability. So only nobles as leaders, we disagree. They're going to be very, very unhappy. Okay, well, who's not? Is this going to have any downsides to me? That's fine. I really hope that's going to update at the turn of the month. Couldn't help but notice that their power didn't go down at all. It was at 50% before, right? Well, damn. Do I want to bribe them just to stop them from tearing apart my country? Because, I mean, they are cheesed off massively. Well, I don't tax them. And their equilibrium will increase. They'll be fine. Anyway, just like that, I'm going to need some actual leaders here. And now we can have non-nobility in charge. What a wonderful occasion. I can have this guy from the Golden Traders in charge. I'd rather have my own people, but I only seem to have daughters, and they can't fight. Who are you? Who are you part of? The Golden Commoners. I'm starting to see why it was the nobility that's in charge of my armies. All right, you get in charge of these ones. And I still want somebody over here. You're pretty crap, but go for it. No forts is what I like to see. What am I taking on here anyway? Going over to Latisho. Plenty of slaves that I plan on bringing back home with me, right? But bring on the fight. I still wish it was easier at a glance to tell which of these was the capital in a province. Can't believe that nobody else has had this issue, which makes me think that I'm overlooking something very obvious. Speaking of overlooking obvious things, Mormon were called into this war, and now they're just going to have free reign of attacking me, aren't they? Maybe knock out Mormon quickly, rather than dealing with Yaroslav. Why is he avoiding nobles leading his troops? I don't want to give them more influence over my country. They're already cheesed off. Alright, there we go. That was not the massive reduction that I was hoping for. But every reduction I have makes it cheaper to reduce every further one. So even though Tribal Host is good, I'll probably strip out Tribal Host. I will strip out Share of Spoils. That's not a big impact, though. I may someday have to get rid of Primacy of the Nobility. It's so good for the country, but it's so bad for my crown power. But we're getting there with crown power. It's a long, hard fight. Maybe as I promote more non-nobility, that will weaken them. That's certainly a way of thinking about it. Alright, one goes down, 900 slaves. And the issue is that now... No, that's still going to remain the capital. Very good. Then move on to Tver. Yeah, just the Russians have to die. Novgorod's too busy killing itself, though. Look at that. No leader. We still did fine. Excellent. Yeah, Novgorod's just been really sad. It's a shame. Novgorod is my favorite Russian principality, and it might even be my second favorite nation in the game. I'm sure people expect me to say stuff like, oh, Ryukyu or Ulm or Hansa, but no. Golden Horde is my favorite. Novgorod's probably my second favorite, and then beyond that, I don't know. Horde Unity is nice. Stability is also nice. But we gain stability constantly. Horde Unity, we also gain constantly. I'll take the Horde Unity. More power to the other estates will bring down the nobility. Yes, but it also means when I want, you know, laissez-moi, it's going to be even more of an uphill climb if I've got to take it from all of my estates. Koryzhov, that's not really in the direction of where I want to be going here. Move over to Kashin, because it's the noise that makes when my slave traders see all my new slaves coming in. Kaching. Mormon's going down. Honestly, Mormon, I just want you out of this war. Unless you have people to enslave, and you don't have regulars, then I'm fine just separately suing you. Oh, that's right, I need 100% to kick them out of the war. This ain't your EU3. Forgive me if I'm incorrect, but did they ever add that into EU4, where you can't just siege out an enemy in a very short period of time? I mean, it's good. It's good that you can't just intimidate somebody and kick them out, because otherwise, that's exactly what you do. But at the same time, I'm just going 100% to achieve the same effect. Kashina's down, the pops are mine. I'm tempted to remove that pop-up about slaves, because, I know there are slaves. But at the same time, it feels really good, right? Just more slaves, Your Majesty. And it means that if something goes wrong with the slave acquisition, then I will notice it. Whereas if I remove that pop-up, I will definitely not notice. In EU4, there's length of war. Yeah, but I don't think it was a hard block on people getting out of your war. Length of war, I think, has been a thing for a long, long time in EU. There are none of them left. How are they even anything here? Well, they're trying to retreat. They're not doing a very good job of it, though. Okay, Captain... Wait, the Captain just got there, and I'm not even sure if he arrived before he died. Poor guy. Alright, how about Prince? Level-headed Prince. Get in charge of there. Okay, what year does EU4 end? EU5 end? I actually don't know. Feels like if we play for another 5 months of this campaign, we might finally get to it. Malinki is down. The others are being integrated. Like, are you telling me this still isn't enough to kick these guys out of the war? It is, actually. It's only 80%. Oh, right. No, sorry, it's not. You actually have to 100% them if you want to force them out early. Again, I'm not opposed to that. Kind of wish that Perm were able to bring a bit more than nothing to my fights. On the other hand, my colonial nations are able to bring a fair bit more, and Nagai's also kind of pathetic. Why isn't Perm so bad? They rule over 200,000 people. What's their tax base? Oh, God. So why is Perm so bad? And to be fair, I did also force them to change religion. That's probably causing some problems. You can build mustering fields in the Permian lands and they'll have more soldiers. Yeah, but I didn't buy Muscovy. Sorry, I did not subjugate Perm so that I could pay for them. I subjugated Perm just so that nobody else would have that land and it would all be mine. I didn't want the Russian principalities expanding in such a way that they could blindside me. Excellent. More slaves, Your Majesty. Where are you going, anyway? You're moving over to Kieln. Well, Herr Dr. Kielnman, I will take you down. Unfortunately, I can't increase the volume of the fighting without increasing the volume of some really annoying map noises, so we gotta live with that. Alright, time for you to go. And no, I'm not going to absorb you, moron. We'll simply take all of your money and I'll be back for more in the future. I will still humiliate you, of course. I don't know why that just gives me the same amount of prestige as humiliating France. You don't have anything to get rid of. I suppose you have some things going on here, but just give me the money and get out of here. There's no big hoo-ha going on. Click on the title about internal affairs. First audio, slaves, Your Majesty. It's what we do. Oh my gosh. The shattered retreating in this game leaves some things to be desired. I mean, he just retreated one province. It's a pain in the arse for me to deal with. And now I have to go and retake this. I should do more carpet sieging. I'm not very good at setting that up. To be honest, we are just obliterating them, so why not just divide and take. This is what I would do in EU4 after all. What's the capital around here? I mean, if I'm hovering over this, just give me this little sheen around the capital of a province. It would make this so much easier for me, rather than having to do something like this. Did I miss this whole place? Possibly. Bernevo also needs to be taken. Donk donk. Into Bernevo you go, and the main army... Make your way into Yaroslav. I don't really care what's happening over in Smolensk, but if I get the opportunity to kick Smolensk's face in, I wouldn't mind telling him to remove that fort. Russians are not allowed forts. Forts are actually open rebellion against... Oh, crap, I needed this province as well. Forts are open rebellion against the Tatar yoke, which they are not allowed to do. There should be some silver star in the province, as in on the map. Yeah, I think you can see it if you zoom right in. Oh, maybe that's only on friendly territory. Yeah, look, I can see that here. But, here? Oh, well, we see it there. But how often are you giving army commands this zoomed in? Yeah, I don't know why it is the way it is, but it is the way it is, so... We'll have to make do. Ah, perhaps I forgot about you. You know what? You've got a new job here. You are going to carpet siege this... Huh? Oh, I can click on tell you where to carpet siege. Cool, but I need you to do entire areas. Hop to it. Hop to it. Maybe I need to click some kind of confirmation. There we go. Now they'll get to work. Excellent. These ones I'll manually control because I'm pretty sure there's an enemy army hiding around here. Can't be doing with enemy area. And around here it's Spas na Komlu. Alright. This is a whole load of Muscovite slaves that we're bringing back home, by the way. Maybe we can see our slave population gradually increasing. Just as our Orthodox community is increasing hilariously. The Muscovites are now quarter of the population in Sarai. Wow. Still don't understand this. Like, it looks like they are gaining social status and losing social status. I'm unsure what to make of that. Nothing good, I'm sure. Alright, Ugly's gone. I'm sure you have an army out here somewhere, but where is it? Could have sworn I saw it walking through here, which is why I don't want to peel my main army away. Aha, there we go. Yeah, some impressive main army that is. Go and kill them. Are you going to end up sending Paradox new suggestions? You're not going to be trapped by the Swedes a second time? No, I'm not interested in being a voice like that. Let other people state their case. I'm just happy to enjoy the games. Don't want to cling on to any past glory. Or do that journey again. Like, this guy's got a lot of suggestions. Maybe we should bring him in-house. A missionary we sent hasn't been having much luck. I'm doing missionary stuff. Local conversion speed over in where? Well, does anybody know where Askino is? Oh, not this thriving metropolis of my country. In that case, I'm happy to be more mysticism anyway, because that's overall more conversion speed. So that one little guy isn't going to matter much. That seems strange, though. Why is helping him more jurisprudence? I want mysticism for conversion efforts, which might be misplaced, right? It seems like we're pretty good at tolerating others in general, so maybe going mysticism is a bit of a trap for me. Hard to say. Hard to say for sure, at least. Kill them. Is that Smolensk? Wait, this army belongs to Muscovy? Explain further. Why am I at war with Muscovy? Better question, why did I not get a notification that I was at war with Muscovy? Maybe I did and I didn't notice? Who just allied Muscovy? Yaroslav? It's possible I'm their rival and they intervened in the war? I think that could be what happened. Unless someone's saying, no, it was Tver, you were looking at rivals. Yeah, look at that, they got a new alliance with Muscovy. Well, guess I don't need my spy network in Muscovy. We'll just annex them here. Non-co-belligerent's going to make this more expensive, but I don't care. They need to die. Muscovy need to die for good. Yeah, for the good of all Russians, there will be no Moscow. Well, or rather, there will, but it'll be under Tverian command. Question for those in the know. Can Muscovy be formed? I hope I'm not running into a trap where I actually allow Tver to form Muscovy. Now that sounds ridiculous. How could Muscovy be something formable? But I've heard more ridiculous things in my life. Wait, are we already taking the best one here? I guess we are. Okay, good. I would say death to the Rurikovics, but we've already dealt with them. Excellent. It feels really bad without the sound effects. I wish I kind of missed the pots and pangs clanging from older EU games. Wow, they fought to the last man, and they died for it. We should celebrate by destroying Muscovy. Just a thought. Oh, I don't like this. Carpet sieging, but they don't manage it? That's not what I asked them to do. Carpet siege, not carpet, whatever that is. Alright, but at least there are lots of dead people over here now. And many, many more slaves being brought back home. Man, Sarai is becoming slave central now. If only I could think what to do with all these slaves. Uh-oh. It better not be my units there. Those are my units there. Who are those guys? Yaroslav still had a bit of fight left in it. See, this is why I don't like automating armies. Get out of that. I hope they don't dissolve because they're down to 0 units. Concerning. More than a little concerning. Looks like I need to go over and deal with Yaroslav. Didn't expect the additional headache of Muscovy, that's for sure. Yeah, I hope they still exist as a unit come the turn of the month. Looks like they do, but they might be getting chased down, which could be a problem. There's also no good leader, is there? Alright, Torzok is down. Take that place for good measure, just in case. Once this is done, we move out to finish off Yaroslav. It's not on the list of formables on the wiki, thank you. So many slaves. If I just went to the slight effort of raising my my levies. Please stop moving the camera like that. I don't have a lot of peasant levies to grab here, do I? But I have enough. These guys alone will be able to siege down Muscovy. Just to spare my real units from the headache of doing so. Sure wish I could have slave soldiers, though. I want my own janissaries. Also, while we're at it, make sure that you're balanced. You are better at flanking than not, so a strong core of cavalry is hardly a good idea. Problems of just not having good leadership here are quite apparent. But the problems for them engaging my cavalry on flat land is probably also very apparent. Oh, good, good, good. Yeah, so much for carpet sieging. I failed entirely at what I set them out to do. How are you feeling about this war anyway? Yeah, I think I'm just going to go full annexation on you. No, that's an AI offer. Don't do that. Do this. Yep, just an end of the Rus. That's what this war is all about. And the fact that they've gone and invited themselves onto me is actually just a good thing. Tver will end up owning all of this. I might take Vyatka so that I have a border with Novgorod. I'm not sure about that. I could still hold on to this land myself, but it's a tricky one. None of this land is going to have control for me. What I should do is own anything that's Ryazanian, but I already do. Generally speaking, are bailiffs useful? You could focus on building your capital's proximity. We decided that they're good in very, very valuable provinces, useless, actually detrimental in less valuable provinces. I'm trying to think what I'm going to achieve here. So Tver will eat this, but life is good for me if I get my tribal CB. Although I could just continue using the tributary CB and use that to gain land for Tver, of course. Okay, I shouldn't worry about giving myself land that I don't need. Tver can administrate all of this. I hope they can administrate it without problems. If they have revolts, I'm going to need to fight them. I just hope Tver involves me in the wars. He should do, because he's not going to be a tributary this time. He's actually going to be a subject that's forced into sharing wars with me. It's going to be rough for him, though. It's going to be really rough. Wait, where the heck am I? Who the... Oh, God, Beloozero. You're Tver's subject, aren't you? Forgot about that. Alright, maybe I should stop forgetting about things. You guys, get together. Ah, man, Muscovy just keeps existing. Stop existing. Wars can feel like a right pain in the arse sometimes, because they just keep on popping up these bloody levies. I feel like CK3 did similarly annoying things. No, you don't get gold perm. Stop asking. Yeah, that and armies can retreat alarmingly often. I think you'll be alright heading up north. Let's get some more occupation up there. Although, since I really want these guys out of the war, maybe go and work on Yaroslav. I mean, these guys seem to be failing at that. Doesn't that feel like whack-a-mole? Yeah, it does. It can really feel like whack-a-mole at times in this game. I'd rather they stopped raising irrelevant numbers of units. I mean, I suppose it is relevant. It's distracting me, but it's not enjoyable, and that's the crux of the matter. Right, you folks, get together and lay siege to Moskva for me, please. And maybe dig me a ditch to throw all these corpses into, because there seem to be plenty of them. No, don't do that, right? Last time we decided to use the follow an army button. It ignored zone of control, and then entered zone of control, and then we were stuck in zone of control. So yeah, we're not doing that again. I like to think what I have is enough to deal with the rest of this. Can I even get over here? I don't care about demolishing Smolensk, but Smolensk are not allowed to have that fort. So... Yartsevo. Get over there. Oh god, that's a long way around. Is that our only access? Huh. Sure hope I don't need this army over here. Let's check the enemy numbers. Smolensk are the only one with an army to speak of, so I'm going to detach 1, 2, 3, 4 of you. And then you can just make sure that nothing weird is happening up there. I still want to occupy these lands because I want to bring back the slaves and chains. Always good time to go slave raiding. There's a good argument for occupying this stuff as well. Oh, that... Wait, what happened to Muscovy's fort? I thought they rebuilt it, and that's why I was angry with them. In fact, wait, other people that pay more attention, correct me if I'm wrong. Muscovy did rebuild this fort, right? I thought the whole reason I was mad and wanting to give their land over to Tver was like, ooh, there's a fort, we can keep the fort. I don't mind the chieftains being a bit more okay. Plus, it's in Yelenets. Yelenets is, how many nobles are even here? 32 nobles become 500% stronger. I think I can handle that. Wasn't last war to destroy the fort, it was only with Smolensk, really. Well, whatever, Moskva still falls. And Moskva will be annexed for the troubles. And continue the absorption. Kostroma is taken, next up here is to take over Galich. Yaroslav gets annexed, Muscovy gets annexed, Tver gets subjugated. Second thought, what if I subjugate Yaroslav and annex Tver? No, then I get Belo-Ozero as a subject, and I don't even want that. Could probably annex land off of Belo-Ozero and then just gift it directly to Tver. Yeah, in for a penny, in for a pounding. Did I just see some army rise up here? Why does it look like you're marching? What the hell are you doing? The armies do some weird things sometimes. Take that, keep it well balanced, and obliterate the so-called army. Because we bring in Horde militia, and Horde militia is good. If you annex Tver, does Belo-Ozero remain their vassal? If you annex a nation that has a vassal, it becomes your vassal. That's been the case for as long as I can remember in EU. Alright, I'm not sure if Yaroslav has anything left to throw at us. From here, at least. Damn right they've lost. Now, how about you chase them down and destroy them? And Sarai is becoming slave city once again. Not that it should be anything less than that. But yeah, total occupation sounds good right about now. Love, love, love bringing in pops. Feels good. It feels good in Vicky. It feels great here. Population was abstracted away into development in EU4, but I always missed it in EU3. It was great in EU3. Well, it wasn't. It was good that it was there in EU3. It was very, very badly handled. It was just a number that grew wildly out of control. And had almost no impact as well. But here, I really like it. The addition of pops on top of that, I was a bit skeptical at first, but now I'm far less skeptical. I think it's great. Have you mastered the money-making arts? To make money without money. It's actually pretty good. Making money with zero taxes means happy estates, ignore the fact that they're very unhappy, whilst still driving everything you need for a functional country. So yeah, I'm happy with the situation. Yeah, EU3 would just grow the cap, but going 2.2 million to 2.8 million feels pretty good, yeah, especially after purging all of the undesirables in the Black Death. We know they were undesirables because I made them a scapegoat. How does he keep doing this? Stop raising these bloody little levies that do nothing but annoy me. But I guess that's exactly why he's doing it. He's clever, he's wise to my ways. That will probably not change ownership, but this one did. Jorga became the new big boy of the region. And that should remain top dog. What about over here? It will not remain Karonda once I'm done with it, will it? Whatever, go and deal with it anyway. More dead Muscovites, and this time they're not running away. Good. And then there's nothing really else to conquer here, is there? I'll just do all of my peace deals at once. You just march up there. I mean, I could just get rid of you, but I might have you carpet siege or something. But yeah, this bug where it keeps changing the capital of a province, as I've mentioned many times before, it really gets my goat. So I'm just going to get these 2 occupations, maybe one up here, and then lay siege to him so he panics, and then I'm going to tell him to tear down his fort and pay me as much money as possible. If I can't get all the money, I don't care. My focus right now is on making Yaroslav into a big, beautiful subject. I don't want him to be that big. The point is that he administrates the Russians so that I don't have to, and then when I integrate him, hopefully I get the integrated land. Although maybe I should let him integrate it first before I make him change religion. Otherwise, he's going to have a very hard time integrating them, isn't he? Because I think wrong religion slows down integration, or am I dead wrong about that? Maybe. Let's check. If I wanted to make my cabinet member... You've done a good job on improved relations. I don't need to do it with the Ottomans anymore, of course. Let's pull you away. Now I can maybe get a few more diplomats every now and then. I still want to improve relations as much as possible with Serbia, Bulgaria, and Hungary, though. They are important. But yes, if I wanted you to instead integrate this province... Speed of integration 1, yes. What speeds that up? I don't know. My gut instinct is that this would surely be faster in provinces that are your culture, your religion, etc. So it's surely better for Tver. I'm sure this can't possibly be unsustainable. So the double negatives. It will be very sustainable because it has to be. Going to Golden Horde, going to Golden Horde, and you are going north. Very good. People are freezing their bits off because it's so cold out here. More cold, Your Majesty. It's still Georgia as the capital. Will it remain so? It could go over to Krepe-Wotsits. Just in case it does go and change course. But yeah, main thing is just to kick this guy's sorry arse out of the war. Which he's not keen on just yet. Clearly we need to occupy more. Apply more thumb clamps. You're correct about culture and religion, Jake. Control also helps. How are you meant to get control over lands that you don't even have cored? I suppose you need to... Yeah, I suppose if they're close to your capital, that's the implication, and then it would become easier. All of this seems okay. Alright, good. Nothing to worry about. Unless this place changes its capital again. Constantly checking this is unpleasant. But I do want these slaves. They are going to be valued members of my golden society. I thought you guys were moving. I swear they were doing the moving animation. And Belly might not even be the right province. It is not. They want to go to Yotkin. And then probably lay siege to their capital just so they panic, and then they want to peace out. I mean, I'd be panicking too if the Golden Horde was knocking on my front gate. And they say, we'll make peace if you destroy the entire gate. Seems trustworthy. Alright, the job is done. It's completely occupado. Get Smolensk out of this war and everything's good. And remember Smolensk, it's very important for you to dismantle that fort. But you know, while we're here, could you pay me all your money? Well, they pay almost 100 ducats, so yes please. I think this gives inflation, but the game doesn't tell you about that. Add the cabinet action to increase control. Ooh, I hadn't considered that. Are we sure it's religion, though? Does religion actually help with gaining control? That's actually very important, because it decides whether I change their religion earlier or later. Earlier would be later. Earlier would be better, all things being equal. But Jake, why would earlier be better, all things being equal? Because it gives me longer for their negative loyalty to burn away from that. I want to go to Lashani next. Roads. Everybody bringing up bloody roads. See how expensive it is to build roads around here. Maybe when we have like 2 grand to burn, I'll just drag a road along here. We'll all see how useless it is. Or maybe up to Kazan. I haven't decided. Oh, no. I would drag the road up to Ryazan. And whilst I'm laughing about it, that might not actually be so useless. But it's probably very, very expensive. Yeah, Naffle, I can tell my estates that they're allowed to build up roads. The trade ones, at least. Now, whether or not they're going to be doing that, it's up to them. Alright, it's been fun. Smolensk, it's been a whole lot of fun. Oh, it's been so much fun, you want to keep it going? Oh, sure. You don't really have any provinces of value here. I'm just going to kill your soldiers and then lay siege to your capital so you panic. I probably should have balanced my units here a bit better. Yeah, you got to get in really close to listen to them fighting. It's kind of sad. Not being able to hear them from out here. Get over to Smolensk. Put an end to that sorry rump state. Well, not enough of an end, sadly. Alright, you know what? I can let you keep a little bit of money. If it means an end to this war. No, I cannot. Because if I simply wait a little bit of time, and I mean a very small bit of time, as they wander around. Another 1,500, I think that was 2,500 population. And suddenly they're willing to give me all of their money. It's all about making the right decisions. Food access. Nah, just tear down your fort and give me all your money. Wiki just says culture matters. Yeah, I suppose it's early days for the wiki to have the kind of information that I'd be looking for, which is very in-depth information. Right, now, who do we deal with and in what order? Muscovy just gets annexed. There was a Muscovy, now there is not. Who hates that? Even Wallachia care about that, but it's not a significant amount. Yeah, no, I think we can handle that. Could I take your money while we're at it? Yeah, just take all their money, take all their land. And I'm going to give this over to Tver. Now there is no more Golden Horde. No more. No, there's plenty of Golden Horde, but there's no more Muscovy. The threat is gone. So I think I just annex all of Yaroslav and Belo Ozero, subjugate Tver, and just give them a large land grab. But it is a very big question of when I enforce my religion upon them. I hope Tver know what they're doing. Did they actually integrate this land, by the way? No! Well now, maybe Tver aren't going to be very good at administrating this land. But surely in time they will, especially under my leadership. I guess I'll take care of them, right? If they ask for money, I'll give them money. If they, well, if they have revolts, I'll beat them down. Isn't Tver going to have like 1 million antagonism and hate you forever? It'll burn away in time. But probably yes. I'm sure it'll burn away, right? Besides, I don't plan on integrating this land anytime soon. It's just there so that the Russians are never a pain in my arse again. And I think we've gotten to the point where I don't just need to constantly beat up the Russians for money. It feels good. I mean, of course it feels good. But now we're working on our own economy and we have Hungary to pay the bills. And if I want money, I'm not going to pick on these piss-poor Russians. I'm going to set my eyes on something like Italy. Italians know how to make money. They learn from the best. That's looking pretty good. Antagonism. Where's Tver on this list? Brings them up to 88. I don't think they're happy about that. China should also have some money. Sure enough, I still have a border with Great Yuan. It might be something worth considering. But it's such a slog to get over there. I just don't want to get involved with Asia. There's a risk of just spreading myself too thin and learning stuff here. And 500 more countries. It's okay. The stuff that's relevant is at the top. As long as the core the core Catholics over here don't care. And I've got this lovely insulating blob of pagan Lithuania who doesn't care about all of this. Or so I hope. Plus, I've got my good friend the Ottomans if they decide to start attacking me. Okay, I think that's everybody to there. Wait, Belo Ozero nobles? Pass. So, Tver, you become proper, honest-to-God vassal. I don't take your money for once. Oh, I know that feels unusual, but you're not. You're not going to be my vassal. I, however, will take this, and this, and this. Ooh, no, I won't. Can I take anything more here? No. This is good enough, though. I mean, I can give you that. So all of this goes to Tver, all the stuff that I just took. Question. Do I want to give him Moscow? Moscow's a good province. I'm going to look at it before I consider handing it over. But yeah, there we go. They won't be happy, but this is mine now. Just to be sure, seizing land, and Tver becomes a vassal. I can take individual provinces, I'm aware of that, but it's a bit blah doing that. I mean, I like to operate in full provinces. It's just nice and neater that way. And Belo Ozero is going to survive anyway, so I might as well finish them off one way or another. Alright, sure, there we go. Yeah, worth remembering, in this large run, it is still very early days. So, Tver, how much do you like me? Oh, see, they're fine! What is even antagonism? See, unlike EU4, where aggressive expansion is negative opinion, this one, it's something else completely. Someone can have a good opinion, but still be antagonized by what you do. It's the recently declared war twice that they really hate. It's okay. Wait, relations improving? That's a good sign. I'm already improving opinion with them? That seems odd, but whatever. Alright, very good, everybody. Let's get back home. And we're at peace, so I can... Not this. Not this. Here we go. Right-click, disband all levies. Doop. So, Moskva. Very, very rich province. Which I have... I do not have 100% control over. Maximum control of 2%. Good location, has a temple, conquered. But if I wanted to integrate this, it'll take forever and a day, won't it? Good province, though. I am sorely tempted here. Cease cracking down on that, because that's not relevant anymore. If I were to... Oh, Christ, where is it? Integrate this province. Well, it looks like I can't do it. Wait, can I do it? Okay, I can, apparently. It'll be done in 1950... What? What? Okay, so in 600 years, we will integrate Moscow. I'm going to give you the benefit of the turn of the month on that one. Can't say I didn't expect a coalition of the willing here. That's just the Russians looking after each other. Alright, everybody fall back to Ryazan. Also, I don't want to pay you anymore. Army maintenance goes way down. Fort maintenance gets reduced. It's going to be very interesting to see what that says at the turn of the month. Oh, great. May 1952. My mistake. What? What? Explain further. Yeah, just in time for Labor Day 1952, we can integrate Moscow. I think I could slaughter every single person there and replace them with Mongols in that kind of time. Yeah, it went up by 0.15 in the first month, though. Is that relevant? Maybe the game just can't count very high. It's like Gabe Newell AI. Integration should be done here. Increases by plus 0.01 each month. Why? My Muscovite cultural tradition is slowing it down a lot, and the fact that it's a city is slowing it down a lot. I don't think I can hold on to Moscow for some reason. Because it's just getting reduced by 100%. Yeah, why does it say antagonism breakdown? Game knows what I'm about. Alright, so what are we going to do? I think Tver can enjoy Moscow then. Oh, what if I move my capital here? Maybe you're not allowed to do that on non-integrated places. How does one even move their capital? Based on this month, it should take 55 years if the integration rate is linear. Move capital from the government tab, top left. Thank you. Move capital. Well, it costs a lot of money and some stability. But I'm a little scared about that one. I'm going to save just in case this accidentally does it when I don't want it to do it. Also, I haven't saved it forever, so that's a good idea. Give me the information. It's not possible. You need to move it to a core. Ah. So these are all options. Cool. I mean, my capital's in a garbage place, but I'd rather foster that garbage than move over to Muscovy, is what I'm saying now that I've considered Muscovy. The song is being added to my list of things that are far too loud. Out you go. Alright, Tver. It's time to hand over all this land, I suppose. Now, I need to be careful to hand over the correct provinces. And that's right, don't improve diplomatic reputation. I want you to do... No, not that. Don't integrate Moscow. Do something else. There is the idea of maybe integrating a couple of these. I wish it would give you an idea of how long it's going to take, though. We already know that doing this was something like 50 years or so, so maybe I will just be handing both of these provinces over to Tver. Yeah, I can handle that, right? Tver will be a nice big isolating blob, or insulating blob against the north. I just don't want it to be like that way forever. I do actually want to integrate them eventually and have these Russian lands under my control, and then I can accept the Muscovites into my realm, emancipate them, and put them to work. So I guess I will be handing over those provinces despite looking after them for quite some time. Just conquer Constantinople, make home there. Not really what I'm looking for. It's always been an option, though. Golden Horde, one of the things I love about them is they have options. They can go to Asia, they can go down to the subcontinent, they can make their way down to Arabia, they can go into the heart of Europe, Northern Europe, Eastern Europe, Anatolia. There are very few places that's out of the reach of the Golden Horde, at least in Eurasia. Africa's a bit beyond, and colonizing is it's possible, but you're certainly working against the grain there. Wouldn't you be better off using that? Yeah, I really shouldn't be integrating. I should be using the minister for something better. The thing is, I don't know what better is. Maybe making a core out of a province that is important, but I am having trouble with. Perhaps I should look at integration again. Wait, didn't I make integration a starred map mode? I did. I need to remember that. I have all of this as a core. Is there anywhere that should be a core but isn't? To be honest, that's quite a lot of cores given what I did culturally. I could start getting rid of more Astrakanis. Just keep spreading around my culture conversion. It's not unthinkable. When is it worth building roads? They're expensive. Has to be done eventually. I spent 800 linking up Astrakhan to Sarai, and it did increase Astrakhan's maximum control by 20 percentage points, which is reasonable because there's decent money to be made there. Coring Astrakhani land sounds good. It's the only land you have any real control over. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it, right? I have control around here, but I don't have cores. So I think I'm going to put my Yeah, don't integrate Moscow. Also, I still think this is good for me. The ability to increase my relations a lot, probably very good. Effective skill of improving diplomatic... Oh, man, this is really, really good. Game needs more tooltips like this. Like, what is everything affecting this? Because, yeah, 52% is hard to tell if that's actually really any good. Well, that is quite good. And what is it doing for us here? It's increasing opinion quite steadily. Their current opinion of plus 0.9, that's... Oh, that is what it's at. Oh, Lord. Yeah, there's a lot of improving your opinion that I need to do, so that's actually quite valuable work that you do. You, on the other hand, I need you to... Not foster a new culture, I need you to integrate provinces with my culture. Assimilation, here we go. We need to do it with... not Muscovite, God no. My glorious Mongolian culture, as small as it may be. Hey, you do entire provinces, that's good. Sure, do it around there. Plus 66. That's pretty big, but wouldn't I much rather have somebody who's focused on diplomacy for that? Unfortunately, you're a member of the estate I hate, but you are the best, so... Oh god, it costs stability to put you in there? Cost stability to shift out members here. I have a lot of stability, but not to the point where I'm going to pay that. I can just wait for the other person to die. Morbid though it may be, I will live long, and they will not. Alright, all in all, good war, good things achieved. But I still need to give Tver their land. I also need to improve their opinion. Alright. Subject actions, seed province, and you're getting this, because I don't need it. That's negative 71, Jake. You have a lot of stability, says, pointing to his... No, it is a lot to spend, and I have a lot that I'm gaining, is what I was saying in my head. I can't imagine this is lowering their liberty desire, is it? One can hope. But yeah, if they have a revolt, they'd better allow me to help them out with it. Surely, I mean, the game won't just let your subjects run away from you like that. I should think a little bit about whether or not I want this tunnel up to Novgorod through Rostov. I should also consider how much of this did I just annex. Control is not easy to check on that. Surely the... not military access, the other thing. You. Yeah, it was right here. Yeah, the idea of keeping this for myself and then using it as a way in here, I don't think so, because I can use my tributary war goal on Novgorod, but use it to annex land. Don't tell anybody. Shh, that'll be our little secret. Thank goodness this doesn't cost a diplomat. GH for Golden Horde, that's cute. Alright, the biggest thing I'm giving you by far is Moscow. Now don't let Moscow go to your head. But please do integrate it faster than I ever could. And yeah, handing over these two, I took these ages ago, but they're not really giving me anything, are they? I have no control, I can't integrate them. It's time for Tver to take care of that. So many builds and improvements to build. My money just goes up in a puff of smoke as soon as I get it. Yeah, same here. Absolutely same here. There we go. Tver looking pretty good. There's one strong Tver. So one of the things I want to do with Tver is convert them to Sunni. I do that now and risk them just exploding. Well, the thing is, Perm got attacked by their clergy, but their clergy was Sunni as well. I think I might be able to get away with doing it. The problem is I just don't have the information, you know. Is it going to slow down their integration? Or is it not? They likely would explode, surely. They would certainly hate my guts. Let's consider how they feel in terms of loyalty right now. And yeah, they don't affect the loyalty of my tributaries because they care about tributary combined power. Here we are, Tver. Decentralization helping me as it often does. Yeah, if I'm going to do it, I should do it now. Let's just get it over with. Tver, you must be Sunni. No, don't enforce the culture, enforce the religion. It's definitely going to be a problem. Alright, there we go. Their souls can be saved. And now I need to improve relations as soon as possible, whilst keeping my army on standby for their inevitable explosion. Also, I do want to continue feeding them land. I don't care how overextended they get, I will be there for them. Could also, you know, give them gifts and stuff. What is there in terms of giving gifts? Economy, action, sell. Send a gift of 100 odd. This will improve our relations by up to 20. It'll also make them owe us 5 favors. Cool. But the first thing I'm doing... Oh, I knew this coalition was coming. But the only people that can join are Russians and Russian adjacents, so I don't particularly care. Is that true? Byzantium could join in. That's okay. That would bring in Byzantium versus Ottomans early, and I'm not sure I'm too afraid of that. Yeah, keep on trying. They will not be able to make anything of that coalition. That's what I'll believe, at least. By the way, whenever possible, I want my army to be led by a member of the crown. That is to say, my crown. But they're both in bleeding parliament or whatever. When can I get women in command? That'd be very useful. Or what about their husbands? Yeah, come on, you got this guy. Our consort, our husband. Oh, he's in the cabinet. And I could make him the head of the cabinet. What does that do, anyway? Makes him more efficient? He can't be removed, either. Oh, crown power goes up. Lots of things go up there. But most of them don't matter to me. Still, that crown power boost from having my husband lead the cabinet's pretty good. It's just that he's pretty mediocre, which is concerning. Is the other member of my cabinet a little less mediocre? No, it's mediocrity all the way down. That is a shame that he's so lackluster, but on the other hand, maybe that's okay. Better than my brother, at least, but my brother is better for combat. You know what? What the hell? Head of the cabinet. Huzzah. You'll work better, and I will get more crown power. That's all very good. Interesting that doing that made somebody else join the coalition against me. Can you not just pick new cabinet members with better stats? It costs stability to change out an existing member of the cabinet. I have stability problems, which I'm working on, and we'll get there. Anyway, need to improve opinion with Tver. Maybe give them a gift so they can do whatever they need to do. And then continue focusing on inward perfection. Where's my money? I feel like I had more money at some point. Maybe this massive hit to my stability is hurting? Or maybe somebody's refusing to pay me. Well, Tver, of course. Actually, why is my money going down so much? What am I suddenly paying for so heavily? Do I suddenly have to spend a lot more on this because of Tver? Maybe it's just low stability is hurting my income somehow. Although, heaven help me, how? You did see that cost 200 ducats, right? What, making so-and-so the head of the thing? No, I did not see that. I absolutely did not see that. Oh well, goodbye, money. I wonder if they're actually going to launch a coalition. That'd be interesting. Coalition of the Desperate. I've already torn down all of their forts. All of their forts? Oh no, not the sluts. What'll I do? Well, if I ever need more money, that's exactly what I have subjects for. Hungary, could you finally have some dosh for me? Yes, finally! It's not as much as I would like, but Hungary finally have some money for me. Good. We can spend it much more wisely than you. Puts them a little low on loyalty, rather. Anybody else got some money for me? Like Serbia. Well, what do I have all of these diplomats for, if not to siphon out the income? Oh, come on, they don't have the money for me. Currently negative money. I could pay off their debt, I suppose. Georgia, you're rich. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. God, I love money. Watching all this has been really hard to keep playing through all of your new all the new CK3 content. What have they done in CK3? Can't say that game has been on my radar whatsoever since I finished streaming it. Alright. Continue with the assimilation here and maybe even consider more jobs, Your Majesty. I mean, this is still apparently profit per level, but I still think just integrating people into my society is good. You know, getting slaves out of slavery, more horses, etc. I just build all these up. It only costs money. Wish I had access to more lumber, by the way. There don't appear to be a lot of woods in these wastes. If I went far north, I'd be able to get access to some woodlands. But I'd probably need to colonize. Yeah, what's my problem with making more medicine? Medicine still sells, right? There's also the idea of building, you know, buildings that produce things in cities. That way I can make more wonderful burger class. I mean, yeah, we got burgers available for employment here. We have a few burgers somewhat available in Sarai. Sarai's probably the better place with the better control and all that. Medicine means drugs. They're not only for medicinal purposes. Good for them. Laborer jobs, huh? Apparently there's a desire for stone around here, so I could always expand the masonries. But that's just, it's not a lot of money. Burger buildings, any of these willing to give me? Wow, the spinners. Of course, wool is available everywhere, and wool is nice and cheap. And it's within the market. Why don't I just make lots and lots of spinners? Because I'll destroy the cloth market, maybe? Apparently there's more money to be made on slaves. I would like to know more about that soon. Why not now? How's that slave building doing for us? Where is the slave building? Where is it? Level 5 marketplace, distillery, winery, brewery, potter, tools, weapons. Are you slaves? Yeah, there we go. Slave market. Tell me more about it. The song to Constantinople, I think you can be done as well. I had to remake my EU playlist. Some of it's not quite what I'm looking for. Yeah, so we produce the slaves. We sell the slaves for decent money, despite the high costs of everything else. I could always expand the slave market. We enslave people in Sarai, or so I'm told, but do we really believe that? I mean, who are we enslaving? Undesirables? I think I picked these people up, right? Oh, I think I'm enslaving the Astrakanes around here. That might be considered a bad thing. Because they're still my population. And they still contribute towards demographics even when enslaved. Yeah, I can see why you'd rather put that somewhere that that has people that you want enslaved. And no, the Muscovites are people that we picked up on our happy little travels here. Those are not being done in by the slave building. What I wish the slave building did do was take your existing slaves and just liquidated them into slave goods. To hell with the population. Kill them off, send them off, eat them, I don't care. Is there a surprisingly high population over here? Yeah, Kursk. Makes me wonder why I don't have a fort on Kursk if it's so nice, but it also has no real control. Might be a good place to Is it a core? I should have double-checked that. It's integrated, but it's not a core. It might be a really good place to change demographics. Yeah, that'll give my counselor something to do when this place becomes a core. If and when that place becomes a core. You're working over here, right? Yeah. It's a long journey working on these guys, but control is good. Surprising number of Hungarians in Kursk. I wonder where they came from. Where could they all have come from? 93% of the entire population of Kursk are slaves. And look at that, they want to join the slave rebellion. They're also together with the dhimmi. I remember when the dhimmi was really, really cheap to pay off. And now the dhimmi are not so cheap to pay off. So I just continue to not tax them to keep them happy. The tribes, on the other hand, are very, very easy to keep happy. Just give them money that they can pay on medicine. We really did cut out a lot of chieftain power, and more of it will have to go. Probably the elite council will be next. I think I'm falling out of love with the CK2 soundtrack. Keep hearing it and thinking, nah, that one can go, that one can go. The horses output could certainly go. Doesn't make them any happier, it just gives me more horses. Which I don't think is a huge economic boon, because we already are made of horses. And the share of the spoils doesn't give them much power to begin with. The thing is, Elite Council has some nice bonuses to it. Ah, the nobility-controlled serfdom should certainly go. 40% power and 10% towards serfdom. And it might surprise you to learn that I don't want serfdom, I want free subjects. I'm going to need that promotion speed. Oh no, not the coalition. Ooh, younger sister. Could you marry somebody and then keep them? Oh no, you're a chieftain. Absolutely disgusting. Go marry yourself. Any crown reforms you can get? I believe I'm already 2 out of 2, yeah? And I went for diplomatic traditions, and I'm very glad that I did. That diplomatic capacity, wonderful. The progress towards conciliatory, I'm not so sure about that. Belligerent is nicer being fast and stuff, but maybe conciliatory has things that I didn't realize were good when I first saw it and now realize are. How about this one? Loyalty of subjects 10. That's quite nice. It does even further slow down warring and antagonism from taking land. Wait a minute. Is that different from antagonism from subjugating? Probably not. But maybe. That'd be very funny if it were different. Ah, we have the finest in... I have infantry? Okay, sure. News to me. I guess this is what I have advisors for. Emirate of Tver. Am I improving relations? Why am I not improving relations? I need to get on that before they start thinking that they don't need me. Liberty Desire. Wait, Liberty Desire is different from loyalty? Ooh. From negative 100 to plus 100. Decays towards 0. It's used as a currency in some subject interactions. Hungary has a disturbing amount of it. I hope somebody's not perturbing them into doing that. Oh, well, look at that. I already grabbed a core in one of the places that I am trying to integrate. That's a good sign. I hope I get an alert that this whole place is as cored up as it needs to be, so I don't need to bother with more of this. Also, that's what that clinking noise is. Clink, clink. And you? Hey. Wonderful. We have one bloke who prepares to fight on foot, but he's really good at it. Excellent. Well, I'm relatively satisfied with how things are going. It appears that our child is slow. Is that a boy or a girl? It's a girl. Okay, well, we don't care. I care about my heir. My heir who is... gregarious. Well, good enough. Child gets better diplomatic focus. What am I going to want out of this? What does diplomatic focus even do, by the way? You will never be the genius that your mother is, I'm sorry to say. Debt prep is nice. Estates, all being happier, is nice. Military seems like the least useful thing for a ruler. Admin seems really good for crown power. Building cost is nice as well. So I want to focus away from military. You'd think that would be more important for a horde. But I can change out your education to be expensive? Focus admin. I want more and more crown power, please. Yeah, distinguishing between percent and percentage points can be a constant struggle in games like this. Working towards literacy, which is surely a good thing. How do you think we are literarily speaking? That's only max literacy. It'll take a while to get up there. Probably subpar for Europe, but we're better than Hungary. Surprising how well they're doing to the east of Hungary, though. Oh god, the Ottomans don't know how to read or write. And the Georgians are surprisingly good. Fine-ish. Expensive education, yeah, but then I have to pay for it, and you know how I am with money. What is the cost of my court anyway? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14, 13, so it's like a 20% boost here. Maybe expensive education would be better. But he's not getting it. Yeah, our warriors can read some books. I can't declare war anytime soon anyway because of the stability issues, but I'm quite happy seeing my country just improve. This feels good. Oh, Parliament is ready. I was thinking about building some more roads. And would you look at that? It's something that the most powerful estate wants to do anyway. Get a bunch of diplomats. That's not particularly useful. Liberty, desire, loss on everybody. Wait a second. Subject income plus 20%. Wait a minute. This might be a way to check this number. Subject income. We saw that on the advances here. Subject income. Okay, then I'm almost certain it's not the massive boost that I wanted it to be. Oh, that is a shame. That is a reasonable amount of money, though. Also, I'm the only one that wants to do it, so maybe we're not going to be doing that. But yeah, that all but settles it. I'm certain that at, say, 20% multiplicative rather than just additive. Sadly, no, my slaves can't build roads, but slaves could work in RGOs to produce the goods needed to build the roads. Yeah, I do want to start building a road up towards Ryazan, but what's the initial cost of that? If I go to Sarai and I say, build me a road, and I say, build that road up towards Ryazan, they say, costs a lot of freaking money, your lord. Your lordship. Try and make it as relatively direct as possible, but there's this country in the way. We cannot afford the 2,300 ducats that would cost. But it would surely be good, right? I mean, we could build the road part of the way there. Got to work on these integrated provinces and bring them under our control. Alright, sure. What use is money if we don't put it to use? Also, I can punch some additional money out of my subjects if the need arises. Let's expand those gravel roads. Parliament is in session. Got no other laws that I'm thinking of changing, so I don't need to push anything. Not that I'm aware of, at least. Come on, during the debate, it'll be a cheap 2,000 instead of 2,300. I wonder about that. If I want to build a road from Sarai to... it's Ryazan, right? Oh, whoa, it went down a fair bit. Although they've considered a better route. A supposedly better route. I don't like that route because it's going through lands that are non-core. I want to drag it this way so it's affecting more of my cored land. Become the golden cord that we were born to be. I can get all the way to Anna with all of my money, and then we just need to finish off the rest of it. I guess we could do that for now. Sure. Don't let me down. Alright, a man can hope. Although maybe it would have been better going up around here, because for some reason it's wrong religion around these parts. Oh, the Mishar people. We're slowly turning them Mongolian, but slowly. Just wrote up everything around your capital, no? I wonder if it works that way. Truly, I wonder. I just don't know. I mean, maybe that is well worth doing. Yeah, we're trying. We're trying our best on infrastructure. But even our best is not good enough at times. That's why I need subjects. Wait, I've got subject actions just generally, right? If I just click siphon income... Oh, it tells me everybody that I can siphon income from, instead of having to click on them individually. That's quite handy. And that's going to be very important for checking Liberty Desire. Are they going to check that? Favors, spy network, diplomatic capacity, name. Sorry, it's extremely important to know their desire to be rid of me. So I can't use this. What a shame. I have to always do it from manage subject screen because it's vital importance that I know their loyalty. Opinion, yeah, loyalty. Always in the search of more money. It's a shame because otherwise that was a really good thing to use. As I recall, Serbia was in too much debt. But Bulgaria don't know the meaning of the word debt, so give me some more money, please. We can use it better than them. You had money once, yeah. Put it on a foolish errand of driving a road through this land. I actually think I veered off course here. No, this is more cord than I thought. Golden cord. I like the fact that this is a long game, right? These are investments that take a long time to pay off. And if you're paint tin gnawing, blobbing fun guy, then maybe this is going to be too slow-paced. Or maybe you just need to learn how to play fast. I'm certain there is a way to play this game fast. Jings, this is my first proper campaign. What do I know? The answer is not a whole lot. Why the road changes to go over this river, I do not know. Maybe we should go through here. We're on a quest for more money. Maybe we should try merchandising. Is that a reference to using my merchants? Whoa, the trade income's actually not terrible right now. I shouldn't have dismissed the thing about my people being unhappy. Because I would like to know what goods are lacking. Oh, here we go, pops with needs. Man, the Kazan market has a lot of needs, especially for fruit. Pretty sure I can build fruity things. The problem with the Kazan market is that I have no control over there. So what do I care if they don't get what they need? I suppose the caring is that more needs met is more control. But this land is just nothing for me. Not until it can become culturally enriched, at least. There's a temptation to tell Perm, actually, to become culturally enriched, so that when I integrate them, it's all just nice, Sunni Mongols. They're doing an excellent job on converting to Sunnism, by the way. Holy smokes, it's like EU4. If I recall, Perm typically take religious ideas, so they're really good to have as a subject. How are we doing in that antagonism, by the way? I mean, this is just potential to join the war. Nizhny Novgorod don't feel the need to launch something against me. Well, Godspeed Tver. What? Why is this Principality of Beloozero? Tver? Why is this land that I gave you not yours? Oh dear lord, they still have them as a subject. And they decided to give the land back to Beloozero. So I wasted a lot of antagonism taking that land. Interesting. Well, I hope they integrate their fiefdom at some point. if that's even a possibility. What's my support in Parliament? It's enough to handle this. I don't care if you only want 1 quid. I'm not giving you 1 quid. Yeah, your vassals can have vassals, etc. That I didn't expect. It's a nice change, though. Very EU3-esque, but sorry, very CK3-esque, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. And this is why I waited to get my alliance with the Ottomans before doing this. The Ottomans would never ally me in this situation. I don't think anybody would because of my risky biscuits dealing. Wow, the Timurid Horde's just failing to expand completely. I wonder if it's because I cut them off like so? They're between a rock and a hard place, but they have all these troops and they got this fat stack of cash. I wonder if I could subjugate Timmy. Wait a minute. That's giving me thoughts. Thoughts of subjugating Timmy. He's got a lot of money. His base tax is huge. Why does he get so much money? It must be trade. Because he controls Samarkand. And Samarkand is buckets of holy smokes. I wonder if Timmy wouldn't count much towards my diplomatic capacity because he's so tiny. I would need to go through the county of whoever this is. And I suspect they would not allow me military access. I suspect wrong. Because they're trusting of me. Timurid Horde as a pair to me. Yeah, they're certainly looking like a free ATM to me. I can't think... I mean, look at them next to Chagatai of their 15, and they've got that. Could I steal his market as well? No, probably not. I see you being small and rich, and if I get you small and rich and you grow, that's just even more money for me. All right, Timmy. I'm almost sorry to say this, but spy network is needed. Glad I didn't ally this guy. I love free ATMs. They're my favorite kinds of ATMs. The town of Ishmael is growing rich. And they want a parliament seat. What is it with the traders always wanting this? Absolutely, positively not. Traders can suck a lemon. I don't tax them, so they'll be happy enough in due time. Yeah, good tributaries so they can still expand. And then become even richer. The problem is, as my tributaries expand, they all become more keen on being free from me, because they look at all their power and they think, Golden Horde can't administrate all of us, can he? And that's where country strength of all tributaries versus Overlord comes in. Now that's okay if I myself continue to get stronger. But you might have noticed I haven't grown, I've shrunk. Well, maybe you didn't notice, in which case maybe I can get away with saying that didn't happen. A lot of people want to rise up when I destroyed my stability, but the Astrakani Patriots I'll just kill. A lot of these are just small little things that I can deal with, no problem. Ooh, okay, well now you can take your money. Parliament events are kind of uninspired, aren't they? Yeah, none of these are worth caring about except for the slave uprising, and that, if it ever becomes a problem, we just assign a member of our cabinet to and all as well. Alright, we're okay. We're going to get our Casus Belli to make a tributary out of the Golden Horde. Sorry, the Timurid Horde. And we're going to have even more money flowing in. I love even more money. New market. Our merchants are trying to see the possibility of a new market in Sukhothai. We don't understand why Sukhothai think that Angkor would not be enough. Sukhothai? Oh, yeah, I was thinking Sukhothai is nowhere near me. That's near Khmer. That's still good, though. I mean, thank God for message settings. Where's the Sukhothai market, though? Or maybe they're trying to establish it and it takes time. Fascinating. But yeah, let's hear it for configurable message settings. We thought it lost technology. One of the things I quite like about Tinto is because it's away from Stockholm. You know, they've got the decentralized approach. They can make decisions that they think are better, not just because it's what's done or commanded at HQ. There's a few things I've noticed. I don't want to talk about them, though, because it might say too much about my workings there. Oh, Christ! That's 3 negative events in a row for the Parliament. Did I mention? Oh, it's only 7 days until it's over as well. I need to acquiesce to a demand or else I'm hosed in Parliament. Contain the banking. Lose 10% towards banking in Sarai and Ryazan. I have progress towards that? That's all of my banking progress. But do I care about banking? I mean, it's not a big deal, right? Do I care about it more than getting my gravel road network? Actually, I don't really want this because it centralizes me, and I don't want centralization. I don't want to lose 7 stability, but that's only 7 months. It actually might be better to lose this. In which case I maybe should have pushed for something else. I believe I actually want to become more conciliatory, actually. Yeah, we're actually changing towards it. I don't mind that movement. Wait, who does it make unhappy? Chieftains. Chieftains are always unhappy. Yeah, we're trying to move away from being belligerent and towards conciliatory. But yeah, I think I want to fail this because I don't want to centralize. Yeah, what's another negative 7 stability? Nothing worth caring about, that's what. And yeah, the chieftain tax is surely going to keep them happy enough. Although, see that equilibrium, that will sort itself out, right? Ah, the negative stability is what's causing issues there. Right, so negative stability makes all of my people unhappy. Even if I don't tax them, they're still going towards unhappiness. That's okay, though. We will become stability. I'm paying all the money I can into it. Those buildings certainly cost. Nice to see our tax base growing so much. Actually, really, yes. Just like 5 years ago or so, we were only making 10 income above the diplomacy. Now we're making 16. With these kinds of gains, how can we say no? And that's with cripplingly low stability. I think we're going to be all right. I already took Hungary's money, right? Surely I can take Hungary money too. Maybe I could. They quite like me. Hungary. I know how to use your money better than you. Ratfinks. I feel like Halik haven't given me good money for quite some time. And Halik love me. Yeah, I could do with extra money. The problem is I really, really lack diplomats. It's a shame that they made subject interactions take diplomats. They didn't in EU4. But I suppose needs must. Hey, our road is done. Right, so we're going to hope that this changes with the new road. I dread to even look at what the maximum is here in case it hasn't changed at all. It's gone up by 0.6, if at all. That road is done, right? Okay, now that's significant. Proximity to capital is helping out here. How far did my road even get? I went all the way up to Alma here, but it doesn't even affect them. Yeah, that's a shame. So some of these roads were absolutely superfluous. It's given me a good idea of how far I can put out a road before it stops being relevant, though, and that has to be useful in a way, right? Surely. Surely. I don't think that was worth the grand I spent on it, though. When they get upgraded, though, it will benefit. Yeah. Don't you have to pay to upgrade them, though? That I don't know about. Can we look up out of my way? Tell me something about roads. Paved road. Requires statecraft and its age of discovery. Costs maintenance, huh? Do roads affect army speed? They might actually slow me down because I get boosted speed with no roads. Land right. Oh, hell no. Chieftains recall the day when the function was many of the chieftains yearning for the days to return to... No, 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 no. I don't care how much estate satisfaction you lose. You are not getting those. And now they're absolutely rebellious. Well, this is what I have money for. I need to keep these people in line, even if it's by paying them $200 dues. But I want them to stop moaning so much. They're like the Mona Lisa around here. Yeah, they want banality back. I would sooner kill all 8,000 of them. The problem is it's not just 8,000 people, it's all the institutions that support them, it's all the people that's on their payroll. But I do really like the fact that our crown power has grown enormously. Our papa might have laid the framework, but our genius daughter, who's already 31, I hope she doesn't kick it too fast. It's doing pretty good. Oh no! No, don't be belligerent. I'm trying to stay away from that. I'm trying to be conciliatory so my subjects see things better. Ah, the conciliatory horde. Extremely traditional economy here, though. RGO, population, food production, that's not all bad. But surely production efficiency is better. Sod bank interest, we don't care about that. We're doing alright on getting cores around here. Anything to eliminate the Astrakanis, of course. A core's a core, of course, of course. Feels good. I mean, it's all the fun of Vicky 3 with some actual bleeding payoff. What does my other cabinet member do? I might not need this anymore. Diplomatic reputation is not relevant, and our relations are looking really good overall. So I think I might actually prefer it if you also try and get me some more cores. Not with conversion, but with... Where is it actually? Don't tell me I can't have two different people, what's it called? Assimilating. No, here it is. I'm just blind. Assimilating to Mongolian... Well, I surely want to do it in these places, so let's get this done. Yeah, right around this controlled area. That's good. Really good, even. Playing the long game. Are there any challenging runs worth playing? This game's been out for a day. Maybe ask when people have a better feel for the game what challenging would be. But yeah, you could go over and play as Ryukyu, who isn't even Ryukyu. There are 3 or 4 or 5 different Okinawan tribes over there, which have to unite into Ryukyu, and then you can go 3 mountaineering. But with the sheer size of this game, I think vast conquests seem like it'd be a huge slog. I mean, I'm playing as a horde here, built for expansion. But it takes a long time to get your bleeding CBs. You know, if I did have automatic horde expansion on my borders, then I'd feel a lot more inclined to, you know, my way through. But since, you know, even to go through Hungary, I've got to fabricate a claim and then get this and then go on. It is guy slow. Is that really a Timurid flag? What happened to the red on black or black on red? Do I have it up? No, I got... My current flags are Albania, Papal States, Ryukyu, and the HRE. The HRE flag is amazing, though. Real piece of work. Thank you, Chinese sweatshop workers. You haven't even reached the 15th century yet. Yeah, we're still running way ahead of time. I've seen a troll video on YouTube, the full guide to do 3 mountains in EU5. It was a clickbait thumbnail, 6 minutes, and he unites the island. Clickbait. I've done a few of those. Never felt good about them, though. But it was, well, there's no buts. I did it, so I should feel bad about it. Simple as. Alright, Tver are finally seeing the funny side about what I did to them, which is force my religion. Whoa, Christ, Tver, no! Wait. Belo Ozero. Nah, they're Orthodox. The whole point of you having this land was for you to deal with it, and they're just giving it over to Belo Ozero. Damn. If I'd known that Belo Ozero would have remained their subject, then I don't know what I would have done, because the whole point was already taking their land and gifting it over to Tver anyway. Yeah, the hope is that Tver actually integrates Belo Ozero at some point. I don't know how long that would take. I'm guessing quite a long time. Wonder if you ever get to see when they're doing that. That Nancy Drew E5 clickbait you did was pretty good, but it wasn't clickbait. Oh, maybe you mean the stream. Nah. We don't call it clickbait. We call it a fake out. The video that I put onto YouTube, that was just, it just says Nancy Drew. It might open with the U5, but that's so YouTube scrubs can see the fake out themselves. Good to see Wallachia getting hosed for ever hating me, and it's good to see Hungary grow ever stronger. Remember, I draw tribute from Hungary, not Hungary's subjects. So if Hungary eats their subjects, I'll be happier. Hell, if Hungary becomes the dominant part of an Austro-Hungarian empire, then that's even better. I want my subjects to do good, just not too good. God, I love having money. I love having trade income. That's not too shabby at all. Maybe the automatic trade knows what it's doing. Sapara. Okay, it's coming along really well on the conversions here. I want to double check and make sure that I did actually allow full automation of these. There's nowhere that I've accidentally given them no real access, right? Yeah, automate as much as you want. Alright, looking fine. Yeah, just trust the automation. I will figure out trade someday, but I tried today and I failed, so I'll have to try again another day. If Hungary takes over Bohemia, are you sending them some complimentary cumans? If they ever get uppity, yes, I will have to smack them and put them in their place. Hungary is my my economy. If I don't have the Hungarian money, I don't really have any excess. And yeah, I'm counting the fact that I have to pay my army and my forts to go and lay into Hungary. So it's probably a good idea to always keep a bit of a buffer. Is that control growing? I don't think it was 41 up here, and it certainly wasn't in the 20s up here. I like this. I do like this. It is slow and gradual and ponderous, and it makes me feel good about decisions that I make. I still think my capital's in a garbage location, though. Integrate, integrate. Lemon, integrate. Yeah, once I get all these core... I'm starting to wonder, maybe I should have done this long ago so we have them. Because making them core certainly raises up the amount of control I'm able to exert here. I mean, who just joined me as a core? We've got 62 on you, and you're not even a core. With the core, you're going to go all the way up to roughly 80. Ignoring the satisfaction, but I always do. There's a road in Tver. Maybe connect all the way there and call it the Golden Highway. It'll be fun, or at least I thought until I saw one in the road map mode. There we go. One single road linking Tver with this place. Oh, well, good for them. Another core. Jeez, we are raking it in here. Roads are cool. Johan clearly likes roads, and that's good for him, because he put them in Imperator. I just don't think they were fully realized in Imperator, like everything else in Imperator. Not Paradox's finest moment. It was funny, though, because there was so much hype. I hope that taught Paradox players a valuable lesson about getting hyped for games. Did I even stream that game? I don't recall doing so. I am doing an enormously good job of converting these guys. Just need to get this one done and we're good. I hope it focuses their attentions on this province more, but they might not. But yeah, eliminating Astracanis is what I'm going for here. They're just useless. Why do they even exist? And then I think I'll do the same for the Mishar, and this is just Operation Internal Focus for the Golden Horde. It's our golden peaceful time. We become conciliatory. Our subjects pay us loads of money. There'll be a time, though, when they start getting complacent and they're thinking, like, Golden Horde ain't that much, and then I have to come charging in with my units again. The problem is, during all this time, my subjects are, you know, growing stronger, advancing. They're getting institutions when I am not. I'm trying, but I'm not trying very hard. I'm just hoping that the institutions take root in Kaffa, and then maybe I can steal Kaffa. But yeah, who gave the Italians the right to learn all these things? Why can't I spawn some institutions? The only thing I spawned was the Black Death. I wonder if it's gone from the annals of history, but yeah, the Black Death spawned somewhere around here. Is there an easy way to raise support of your parliament? Yeah, they're going to have some demands. You have to give in to those demands. Also, support is better, I believe, if you have more crown power. Look at that. Parliament base support goes up if you just have crown power. As is often the case, crown power is just good. I mean, there's bound to be some downside, but riddle me what exactly it is. These other guys... Well, when other people have power, right, they can give you some buffs, but they also give you some debuffs. Trade range over land. Thank you, Silk Road. A nice reminder that it's time to subjugate Timid Horde soon. Although I need to get the Casus Belli first. We'll work on that. There's a lot of downsides to crown power if you're not the one wearing the crown. Yeah, but I am wearing the crown. Or whatever that is on her head. Looks like she's got a towel on. I'll have to speak up. Yeah, but I can't believe how much we've reined in crown power. And it had to be ripped out of these chieftains, and there's more ripping to be done. When our stability goes high, we're just going to be bringing it back down a little bit. Look at that. It's gone from like costing 144 to 109. That's reasonable. And it's really important because the higher stability is, the slower it grows. So I don't want to have to grow it up to 200 just to revoke one of these. Anyway, what is unacceptable? The traders again. I don't even care about jurisprudence. And I also don't care about the burgs if they give me production, so good. Not even reading the events, too much words. 100 admin, 98 diplo, that's a hell of a ruler, yeah. Military is pretty useless for a ruler. But keeping the estate satisfied even through my low stability is pretty good. The chieftains are going to be absolutely mutinous. I better keep some money in my back pocket to pay them off. Wait, Nizhny Novgorod insulted me? I didn't get a pop-up about that. And I didn't get a pop-up about this. You know what? When another country goes bankrupt, pop up and pause. If Yuan are bankrupt, should I just go in and steal their money? I try here. They got nothing, right? Imagine what I could take from them. They don't even have any forts. They've got a lot of forts. But if I do show superiority, I don't need to care about taking their land. I can just punch money out of them. Very curious how much money one can punch out of Great Yuan. They're not... Wait, maybe not much. Maybe not much at all. Okay, okay. Shelve that thought. Timid Horde is worth several Chinas. Yeah, it looks like you're putting together the Great Wall. Right, Timmy. So name one of the artists on Europa 4 back in the day. Timmy. So yeah, I can't do Horde expansion because we don't have a border, but we can do this. This is a great way to test and see if I can take land with this. I don't plan on taking the land, but I do want to see if it's possible, because that will assure me that I could annex Novgorod land and give it to Tver. The Emirate of Tver. They're going to be... Oh, what? What is this? Why is there a Principality of Ryazan here? How are you spitting out nations without my permission? I took that and gave it to you. It's your fiefdom, so you created them. Okay, but, you know... Wait, that means you created them to be... Orthodox? Ah, Christ. I don't know what Tver is up to, but as long as they're in my back pocket, I suppose. What's this color? Does it mean subject of subject? I don't know why they use all these colors that look so similar, but I guess it means indirect subject. Interesting. Kind of contrary to what I want. I wanted you to take over this land better, but I should have gone slower, I suppose. Should have given them this land, let them integrate it, and then whatever. They seem to be having trouble with that. I want to make sure that you're not having horrible issues. You're not in debt, are you? I won't put you in scutage, that'll put you into more debt. Can I even see how much money they have? All I can see is income, but it would be nice to know exactly how much dosh they have. Because then I would know if I need to support them or not. That's a decent tax base, though. I mean, compare it to mine. What is my tax base, anyway? What is my tax base? Ah, 50. Ooh, that's pretty good. But wait, tax base isn't income, is it? No, that is it. Okay, they've got half my tax base. And about 1/20th of my size. Black, it means out of diplomacy. I don't trust that at all. I saw black for... Yeah, black is a weird color here. Black is in risk of coalition. No, I think there are many more people in risk of coalition than we see in black. Which is Nabdi. Anyway, I was given a casus belli on Nizhny Novgorod. We can't let that stand, can we? Oh, ho, 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 ho. I can see why they insulted me. They think they can bring in the entire coalition. Conquering cost is expanded for this. Okay, it's not worth it then. Funny, but not relevant. Hey, I wonder if Pronsk... No, Pronsk are part of it as well. I'd like to annex Pronsk because they've got my accepted culture there. Did I lose a guy? I swear I had 2,000 units here in the past. Let's just get our control here while we can. You there, tiny little country that nobody knows or cares about. I'm going to need military access. Good thing that doesn't take up a Diplo slot. That took up a Diplo slot in EU4, didn't it? Defensive League. But yeah, military access isn't here. Wonder if food access is. Interesting that Tver is on par with Hungary in terms of expense. I guess it's really being brought... Wait, no. What? Why is Hungary so cheap? Hungary has relative power 4-3. Tver has relative power 8-3. What in the world is happening to Hungary? Why are they so cheap? I mean, I'm glad they're cheap, but what in the world are they getting up to? They're getting smoked by the Teutonic Order? Damn, I wanted to see Poland die after everything they did to me. Alright, time to head off to Mecca, I suppose. Do I want to? It sounds dangerous. Please don't die along the way. Jake, you clicked offer military access. Whoops. I'm glad you noticed that. Request. Request food access, no less. Oh, requesting military access requires favors or something. Wait, what is that? Favors. They're a subject of Chagatai. Chagatai, I guess I would need military access through you then. Does that get it through your subjects as well? Ah, but they don't want to give it to me. That could be troublesome getting over to the Timurid Horde then. Sure didn't look like you were subject of Chagatai. Receiving military access. I suppose that's not relevant one way or the other. How do I get to Timmy? Not through building additional spy network, that's for sure. When I fight Timmy, how do I get to him? I could go around through Gurgen and these other people, but would they allow me such things? Not when it requires favors. Maybe I just fight the war and then figure it out as we go. Because they would give me military access if they could. Sending gift is 5 favors, but 5 favors is... Oh, that is favors, so I could send them a gift and then get military access. That is expensive military access. I think I'll wait and see what happens when we're at war. Scary. You can purchase military access. Offer military access. That's market access. You need the favors with Chagatai. Oh yeah, you're right. Ooh, Chagatai. Wait, Chagatai need a smaller gift? What? What a strange world. I'll try fighting the Timurid Horde first, and then I'll try and get the military access, because it could be that the Timurid Horde gain military access, and then I would conditionally get that. Because I think you get military access that your enemies do. Oh no, Volhynia! What terrible mistake did you make? Volhynia's getting dragged through the dirt here because you're fighting in the Polish-Teutonic War. Who's on whose side here? So I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Volhynia joined the Teutons, and Hungary joined the Poles. So either way, my tributars are fighting amongst themselves. But that's okay. That's an accepted outcome. Pilgrimage is almost over. Huzzah. Wait, jurisprudence? That's not huzzah. I don't want that. How did he miss the purchase option? Streamers don't read books. I certainly didn't see it, though. Was it an economic action? Block, buy, deny, embargo, offer, request market access, economics, send gift, take on debt. Purchase military right, military access, aha. They don't really like me much, so maybe I should take some time improving relations in case it's relevant. At least improving relations is mostly free. Diplomats are still a cost. Oh, and I also got an opinion boost for doing the Haji. Surely that's a good enough reason to sell it to me. I believe you could have purchased it directly from the subject. Purchase military access is right here. Yes, yes it is. And that's much cheaper. Okay, well, what a waste improving relations with these guys are. But I guess I'll do it for a little bit. Yeah, it's not like I'm desperate to punch my subjects for money right now. Alright, let's just pay for this ahead of time. I purchased it, so I'm sure they can't revoke it. And then when I go down and make the Timurid Horde a tributary, even more money for me. Which, at the risk of repeating myself, is my favorite kind of money. Let's not underestimate Timmy. Last time we saw, he got a massive army. His army is larger than mine. Why do I think I can beat them? His army's terrifying. 41,000, and he's going to enjoy having some kind of cavalry, possibly horse archers. Yeah, there we go, horse archers. Why do I think I can take on Timurids? There's a reason, right? Because where they have horse archers, I have more horse archers. I'm also going to be fighting a long way from home. That's kind of a pain. Biting off more than we can chew? Surely not. Surely not. But yeah, if he suddenly comes in here with 40,000 units that include horse archers that are as good, if not better than mine, then I'm certainly going to be in a bad state. It'll be hilarious. Eventually they'll run out of arrows. Where do we even get the trees for the arrows? We must be making them out of something other than wood, right? Because where are we getting the wood? The RGOs for lumber up here. Well, here's the thing. There is a lot of lumber. But since I have no control, there's not a lot of incentive for me to go cutting it down. But maybe just making it available in the market is a good idea, even if I'm not going to make any profit on it. I don't like that idea. The idea of just having that doesn't sit right with me. But I do think making sure I have access to lumber is important. Is there any inside areas that are... Oh, hang on. Up here. It's barely in control, but it's there, kind of. Lumber, lumber, lumber. Ooh, if you do that, it highlights them. Azivo. I'm in dire need of vast amounts of lumber. And one of you had lumber as well, didn't you? Oh, it's in these guys. I'll need to kill them later on and take their land. Legumes are here as well. Nice things like wheat too. But yeah, give me some lumber. Good to have readily available. Any brush will do, and those are plentiful for ours. Ah, very good. But we still need lumber for proper building with. Blessed be the trees. I'm a little concerned about Poland just eating Volhynia here, even though it's a war against the Teutonic Order. Volhynia has never been my best tributary, but they're still my tributary, so... do better, please? Okay, so speaking of situations that I'm not keen on... My tributaries all seem to be falling apart and therefore not paying rent. How could they have become so vulnerable? Who raided their coffers again and again to make this happen? And the mass is still desperate for fruit. Are they still desperate for fruit? I never got around to solving some of their problems. Fruit is on the list. Kazan, fruit is very much on the list. Ryazan, fruit again. So fruit as an RGO. Goods, fruit, everywhere. I have very, very limited access to fruit to put into the markets, but I can build a fruit orchard. Fruit orchard costs or turns lumber into fruit. Really? Lumber's quite expensive in my markets, is it not? It's a pretty low cost good in general, and apparently this is profitable. Maybe I should look into adding more of that. See, apparently this can be built everywhere. Show me in my own land where I can make good money on this. Whilst still, you know, improving things. Why is Sarai at the top here? Maybe, oh, it shows me existing ones that I can expand. Yeah, well, Kazan are hungry for it. All right, Kazan, you have a little bit of it. Because I have a little bit of control in Kazan. Costs 33 to build. Well, that's not too bad. And then otherwise, do I really just want one Kazan? Go on, if you want fruit, have a fair bit of it. But I think it was this market that really wanted a bunch of it. Hard to say where to put this, because that doesn't show me control. Maybe it's better to just go by profit, because profit is surely showing me where control is. Seems that Ryazan is apparently a decent place for it, so alright, oh, Christ, no, what was the last one I put in there? I don't think the button press went through, but yeah, Ryazan, there you go. Lacking people, that's okay, they'll promote. Anybody else really want to make me some more money? Apparently this is a great place to put them. Alright, Zen, what's it? You go and make some. You're going to be short a lot of people, that's fine. Let's try and get some fruit into the market, because people always complain about my lack of fruit. I like the splotches of plants that were once the Emirate of Tver. Oh my god, he won't stop. You have just made yourself lots and lots of fiefdoms. And I don't understand why. You're making things very complicated for everyone, Tver. Stop it. And at the very least, have your fiefdoms be the correct religion. Well, just don't give up Moskva. That's one of the big things right there. Probably because of the same reason you made colonies in Central Asia. No, they can't be that smart. It's impossible. Oh, well, at least here in Tver they have a shred of Sunniism. More than a shred, 20%. They're getting somewhere. I'm going to need my army able to march over to Novgorod at some point. Building up all those things sure costs me money. There's a rebel yell, but... Oh, hold on. I just about didn't notice the chieftains. I thought I was meant to be keeping money aside to bribe them into not causing me issues. I don't have enough money, but I do barely have enough diplomats to punch some money out of my subjects. I need for this not to happen. Oh lord, that grew much faster than I thought. This is what I get for denying them their old rights. Alright, which of my subjects can save me from myself here? Hungary's at war, so I highly doubt they have money to give me. And I'm pretty sure I just punched Halik for money. Volhynia just got eaten half by Poland. I feel like it's been a while since Kiev made a donation towards me. And they've been doing alright. That's not enough. As long as the Russians are kept divided, it's not like you can do anything with their land anyway. Yeah, but I wanted Emirate of Tver to convert it all to Sunnism so that I'm ready. Like Perm. Perm didn't split apart when I made them into Sunnis. I wonder if Ottomans would help me in my chieftain insurgent moment. Yeah, even with no taxes, their equilibrium is quite low, and that's because of my low stability, no doubt. Well, I am trying, my friends. In these trying times, take a bribe. Chunk. That might slow it down a touch, but it's already really, really high. I could also move my cabinet onto suppressing it. My better military one, at least, instead of assimilating. I want you to... rebel crackdown on the chieftains, please. We will target a rebel faction and crack down hard. Yeah, well, as hard as you can, please. The crackdown's going to slow it down, but what I need to do is bribe them into compliance. A scary thought. Just realized it's been around 11 years since I first watched you do your Yuki run. We've all gotten old. I said it would happen. And I've constantly talked about how old we're all getting, and wouldn't you know it, I was right as usual. Hey, there we go. See, the chieftains aren't so bad. They don't have the estate power. I might give them another little bribe just to keep them off my back, though. 222 simoleons for that. Maybe next month find somebody that I can punch for more money. This isn't unexpected, by the way. I did expect there to be some kind of problems for me yanking things out from them. I'm just surprised that their equilibrium is so low. Something must be really dragging it down, and I'm not just talking about the stability. Favor the ruler drags it down for everybody. If I get a poor ruler, that's going to be very bad. Same with low horde unity. Tricky times. Alright, who else is willing to pay me money to make up for the mistakes that I've made? Georgia's income's looking really bad these days. Does that mean they don't have much money to give me? Wait, no, Georgia's sitting on big fat stacks of money to give me. Thank you, Georgia. I can use it more wisely than you. I can bribe my chieftains into not killing me. I wonder if that's enough to keep them off my back, as in completely eradicate the rebels so I can get back to cultural enrichment. Guess we'll see at the turn of the month. I just looked at the EU4 Golden Horde run. I felt the flesh wither off my decrepit bones. You mean the first one? That was one of my first uploaded streams, period. The only thing that I think predates Golden Horde EU4, the first one, was Ramazan. And half of that VOD's just dead. Gain stability. Well, as it happens, I need stability. And I don't have inflation to lose, right? Right as rain. We lose -1 inflation. Don't confuse me like that. Our merchants gain... traditional economy? It's already fully traditional. Alright, bartering is fine. Stability is good. I'm really hoping Chieftain Insurgents just disappears. Commoner Insurgents are also trying to rise up. Right, that probably tells me that I need to stop taxing my commoners so they can become happier and just get rid of their insurgency as well. There we go. You saw that, right? I saw it. Colourful rebels. Colourful shapes. No longer rising up against me. Can you mint more? I'm pretty sure I raised the amount that I could mint, right? Yeah, there we go. It is just free money, right? Yeah, surely. All money is free money. So, kind of unhappy about Poland gaining strength. I was hoping the Teutonic Order could have kicked their teeth in. Because Poland is not something that I've reined in. Could always rein in the Duchy of Lithuania if I wanted yet another tributary. But currently my eyes are on Timmy. And I'm worried about Timmy. There are many reasons that Timmy could kick my face in. I wonder if Aktai Prince is going to be enough to deal with it. Yeah, unfortunately, the nobility are the ones with the really, really good generals, but I don't want to give them more power. I might need to give them power for the fight, though. And I might also need my my levies, because it somewhat terrifies me that Timmy has so many levies. Actually, it might be good to invite Timmy in. Right, there's no way Timmy's not going to be facing attrition around here, right? Attrition him out, face him in my home territory. That seems okay. Anyway, now that you've taken care of that, I want you to get back to assimilating our people. We assimilate them into Mongolian, of course. I need to strengthen my culture. And I think I was working on these guys, because they're all within my high control area. Jings, the stuff that people had 4 years into the game, I've finally got 40 years into the game. Yeah, I wish this were me. It's nice if you can just drag one small road down your country and get everything nice and consolidated. We drag an expensive road out here, we get nothing. At least the road towards Astrakhan paid off. Would it be bad to mention that in real life Timur utterly destroyed Sarai to the point where the city doesn't even have ruins anymore? Tiny little Timmy here, what's he gonna do? He's got nothing on me. Absolutely nothing. Well, I mean, he does have 41,000 units at his disposal, and I have 9,000. But I like to think that I'm just better than him. He's got 100 military, so he gets good army morale. If I was ever going to fight him, I need to do it with my incredible ruler right now. But he probably also uses a kick-ass general. And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets some really nice bonuses. Really nice bonuses. Roads give plus 25% to the monthly dev, and dev translates directly and very slowly to control. Yeah, the very slowly part is what I was thinking of there. At least during this time of peace, I should enjoy some prosperity, right? Yeah, see? Migration attraction, tiny development, pop growth. Yeah, there's the pop growth people were asking about how to get. People even live longer here. That's nice. I need to bank up a bit more dosh. I've been a bit too trigger happy in spending it. And it's still not quite giving me the money that I'm looking for. Although part of that might be I'm no longer taxing my peasants. But I want my peasants to be happy so they no longer rise up against me. And then the age of the turbo taxing comes back. It's not that much tax though. Yeah, look at those pops. We're almost back up to pre-Black Death numbers. How long did that take in real life? Not only that, we're not made of mostly slaves these days. We're only 29% slaves instead of 40 odd. Mongolian grasp over China is weakening even more. Damn it, Wu. Satisfying, very satisfying. I'm just quite unhappy with what the Emirate of Tver is doing. Damn it, man, I needed you for this. It's okay, give them time. They'll sort things out. They have my support. And the main thing is I don't want them to give away Moskva. Moscow is expensive to take. I spent all that antagonism and they just give the land away. Oh, hello. Nizhny Novgorod have gone away from the coalition. Did I not get a notification about that? Tell me about coalition. That is how you spell coalition, right? Left. Abandoned. Why do these not automatically open up? I guess I gotta open them all up and then search for coalition. No. Antagonizing. Abandon. Left. C-O-A-L-I-T. Yeah, there's no message settings for coalitions at all. How bizarre. Sounds unreasonable, eh? It doesn't seem reasonable, does it? Holy smokes, I'll tell you what's unreasonable. How have we been playing for 9 hours today? It feels like it's only been about 4 or 5. I know I play slow, but jings. I was starting to think, jings, my tummy's rumbling. Come on, it might be lunchtime. It's past dinner time. The amazing power of actually some damn good grand strategy. Oh well, we have to consider what we've done and where we're going. We've finally looked at ourselves internally. I wouldn't say we've made a great country, but we've made a great foundation for it, right? Control is growing. We're making good consolation on cores. People hate us, but we've got our borders secure. Nailing Hungary was a big deal. And our money, I mean, it's a little volatile based on how our subjects are doing, but we can always save it up. We try to invest in ourselves. You ate nothing during these 9 hours? Why would I? I could stream a long time without eating. Remember when I did my Professor Layton run? The only thing I had to eat was a massive bowl of pomegranate seeds. And man, I could go for that again. In fact, I could go for anything. Eat a gammy horse right now. Yeah, you start thinking about your hunger and then you get hungry. Let's call it there for today. EU5 is going to be around for the long haul. The very long haul, I think. Continue playing with this, continue learning, and once I achieve what I want with this, and feel sufficiently able in the game, maybe we can even start putting up to vote which countries that we play as we come up with goals and continue to do them. Anyway, this is great fun, and it shall continue. And until it does, it's a cheers from me, and a cheerio.